The following is a presentation of The Day.
The winter holidays are upon us, and there is no better time for a classic. For rivals NFA and New London, a new season means new faces and new opportunities. New London, a state runner-up last season, is going to heavily rely on senior leadership and ball handling of guard J.J. Robinson, as well as the energy and athleticism of newcomer Kyer Young. The Whalers want to run. NFA, having lost to New London in last year's D2 state semifinals, wants to make an early season statement and will rely on the explosiveness of Jameer Ford and the playmaking of veteran guard Josh Lavoie. The Wildcats want payback. Coaches Dave Cornish and Jeff Brown both think the ECC is theirs for the taking, and nothing will fuel the fire more than a win over their fierce rival. It's time to run at the sun. It's time for a classic. It's the NFA Wildcats and the New London Whalers in the Day Holiday Classic from Mohegan Sun, and it's live on game day on theday.com. Live from the Mohegan Sun Arena, it's time to run at the sun with the high school rivalry of southeastern Connecticut, the NFA Wildcats, and the New London High School Whalers, all a part of the Day Holiday Classic, and all live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers around the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Chris Giusti. One final ride here at the Sun Juice, and I can't think of a better way to start it off than New London, NFA, fierce rivals, one that is particularly close to you as well. Welcome, and let's get going with some high school basketball.
Oh, what a day of high school basketball here at the Sun. I love coming to this event. It's really an exciting event, you know, in December to kind of get the juices flowing, and the signature rivalry in southeastern Connecticut, NFA, New London. These teams no stranger to each other over the years and in recent times. Last year, they had to face each other not once but twice in the postseason. Both semifinal wins for New London in both the conference tournament and the state tournament. Let's see what they got tonight. I know both coaches like their team, Casey, because they both have floor generals, and we'll talk a lot about those two players as the night goes on.
You know, it's really important to note that when these two teams come here to Mohegan Sun, it's always a big event. They're playing in the 4 o'clock game, which is notoriously the least attended of the game, so it's not going to be a huge crowd for this one. The crowd will be bigger for 6 and 8 o'clock, and I bring that up because there's already sort of the depth issue here with the shooting, and but both of these schools have played multiple times on this floor, so they are familiar with, you know, how to play here at the Sun. You know, Dave Cornish, Jeff Brown, no strangers to each other. They're absolutely going to have these kids ready to go tonight. What do you think is the kind of, you know, what matters most for these two teams?
Taking care of the ball. New London wants to turn you over. NFA's got to make them pay for pressing. They cannot cough the ball up. New London wants to make it a full court game. NFA more of a half court game. Two types of schemes here, but most importantly, we'll be looking at how the teams take care of the basketball.
You were on this NFA team last year because they were all sophomores. Now they're back, juniors. New London, a little more of a senior-laden team this year, but you talked about the generals leading the way. J.J. Robinson feels like we've had, you know, he's been around for a decade. He is as savvy a guard as you're going to see, but let's not sleep on Josh Lavoie on the other side, playmaker for NFA. How much impact are the point guards going to have?
Those are the two keys that, you know, each opposing coach is going to focus their game plan around. And both of these point guards can also take it to the cup and score for NFA, I think they rely a lot more on Josh to score. So those other scores for NFA tonight really need to step up, because I'm sure Coach Cornish's game plan is going to be get the ball out of Josh's hands. For New London, as JJ goes, they usually go, but he does have some weapons around him. He's so good going downhill. NFA has to make him go east-west.
Well, welcome to the ECC, Kyer Young. We're going to see a lot out of him tonight for New London. He brings a nastiness and an energy, and we are excited to see the Whalers and the Wildcats going at each other. Let's turn it over to PA announcer Bill Glennie.
One of our triple header today features the Whalers of New London taking on the Norwich Free Academy Wildcats. Be sure to check theday.com for athlete spotlights as well as full replays and highlights of today's games. Fans, at this time, please direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams, brought to you by U.S. Furniture.
Amir Hall, Betty Dover Jackson Middle School.
JJ Robinson, Nathan Hill Magnet.
Cameron Taylor, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School.
Akai Soria, RMMS Elementary.
Gianni Jesus Pinero, Harbor Elementary.
Jameer Hall, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School.
Gianni Vendetta Marquand, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School.
Kyer Young, PS 96 Elementary School.
Cassius Ziegler, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School.
Keandre Dixon, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School.
Isaiah Pasa, Isaac Middle School.
Carmelo Sylvester, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School.
Idris Brown, Annette Wynn Elementary School.
Josh Lavoie, Hebron Elementary.
Angel Torres, Moriarty Elementary.
DeAndre Pontes, Waquanic Elementary.
Jameer Ford, Isaac Middle School.
Renee Montalvo, North Wyndham Elementary.
DJ Desaldwin, Kelly Middle School.
Carter Stringer, Paula Middle School.
Kyrie Dudley, Nathan Hale Elementary School.
Rashawn Clare, Kelly Middle School.
Zakil Joseph, Teachers Memorial.
Layden Charles, Waquanic Magnet School.
Tavion Brown, Teachers Memorial.
Ted Morrell, Veterans Memorial.
Avion Mason, Teachers Memorial.
Ladies and gentlemen, New London enters tonight with a record of 1-1. Up next, they head out on the road Saturday as they take on Wilbur Cross at 7:30, wearing their black uniforms with the green and gold trim. The Whalers are led by head coach Mr. Dave Cornish. Make some noise, Whaler fans. Let's meet your starting five. Starting at guard, a senior, number 00, Amir Hall. Starting at guard, a senior, number 1, Javon Robinson. Starting at forward, a senior, number 4, Akai Soria. Starting at guard, a senior, number 10, Jameer Hall. And starting at forward, a senior, number 12, Kyer Young. And now, fans, NFA enters tonight with a record of 0-2. They head out on the road next Monday as they take on Killingly at 6 o'clock. Dressed in their home whites with red trim, the Wildcats are led by head coach Mr. Jeff Brown. Put your hands together, Wildcat Nation. Let's meet your starting five. Starting at guard, a junior, number 0, Josh Lavoie. Starting at guard, a junior, number 1, Angel Torres. Starting at center, a senior, number 2, Jayandre Pontes. At guard, a junior, number 3, Jameer Ford. And starting at guard, a junior, number 10, Carter Stringer. Your officials tonight, Mr. Rob Bono, Mr. Roger Warner, and Mr. Todd Morgan. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem is being performed by Griswold High School alumni, Sarah Benway.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss...
Our player introductions were brought to you by U.S. Furniture, the name you can trust. Stop by our newest location at 5 Dayton Place in Waterford, next door to Jared Jewelry. We have stores in Orange, Manchester, and Newington for your convenience, carrying all brands for less. Living rooms starting at $799, bedrooms at $699. U.S. Furniture, where you get more and you pay less. Limited stock available. Our pregame show was brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, where your friendly, go-to, top-notch dental care in a relaxed setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Whalers coming onto the floor in the green trimmed black uniforms, which makes me so very happy. The Wildcats in the home white with the red. And we will jump it up. Jumping for NFA will be Jayandre Pontes, and jumping for New London, Kyer Young. The Whalers, a senior starting lineup. NFA riddled with juniors. Man, I would love to be the athletic director of NFA. Tip one on a hustle play by Stringer, and NFA turns it over, and the Whalers will push. Robinson to Hall, blocked underneath. Nicely saved, but to Robinson, he finds Hall again, and the first points of the night belong to the Whalers and Amir Hall.
And it's a turnover that starts the offense for New London. NFA needs to take care of the basketball.
Lavoie right by Hall and gets to the basket, and that's an encouraging sign for NFA.
Yeah, you can't let him go north or south either. The point guards like to drive it to the cup. NFA will play this zone. They're looking to slow New London down.
Soria for three, back iron, no good, tipped around, and Out of the pack comes Jameer Hall. Young will take a three, splash. Kyer Young can do more than just get up. He can fill it up as well.
That's a good sign for New London, Casey. If they could hit threes from the outside, it will force NFA to extend the zone and leave openings in the middle.
NFA's got a couple shooters. There's one of them right there on cue, Carter Stringer. And if your last name is Stringer and you play in NFA, you got to be able to shoot the basketball.
Absolutely, and that's a good sign for NFA. They need String to hit some threes tonight.
Back up top now, the Whalers. Early season, we always like to see, which teams are a little more organized, which teams that, have kind of that fluidity. You'd expect it from NFA with everybody coming back. New London, you can see, trying to incorporate, Soria and Young, and also Hall in a new role, meaning Jameer Hall. When he came in last year, it was mostly point guard and defensive. Now he's taking on a new role as well. So Whalers, it would be expected for them to start off a little slow. Young goes to the floor, turns it over. Torres ahead, and Pontes is going to draw the first foul of the game. That looks like that'll be on Soria, and it'll be a first foul of the game.
Yeah, and to your point that you were just making, Casey, I always thought it was harder to go up against a zone earlier in the season than a team that plays man-to-man.
Open look, three for NFA, back iron from Ford. Robinson looks to get to the basket. Soria hangs, can't get it to go down. Good rebounding interior from NFA. They jump out on Lavoie and an offensive foul. It looks like an illegal screen.
Early on, NFA, forcing New London into some quick shots. I think you need to be patient against the zone and try to get middle touches as much as possible. Getting the ball to the middle is off the dribble is good as well, like JJ did last possession.
Little high post action. Soria catches, swings to Robinson. Little floater, no good. Look at Young, get up high for the rebound. Kai got high, and the Whalers scored two.
Yeah, offensive rebounding is something that New London thrives off of. Wildcats have to limit them to one possession.
Little sloppy, and we're going to get a foul, and I'm not sure. That got Coach Spellman up off the bench as well, so.
Well, one thing that I noticed, Casey, 8 coaches, 4 on each staff, 6 in dress shirts, 5 in ties. Is the quarter zip out?
I listen, these two are setting the standard, which I know, appeals to you. We were getting a little frustrated last year with the downplay as Jameer Ford knocks down a mid-range jumper. And we're going to get a bump on Hall. And the Whalers will have it underneath. That foul will be on Ford. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the maybe we get a return of the sartorial splendor. I mean, you're going to, as AD, your first rule is shirts and ties for all coaches, right? Robinson, nice little pump fake. Let Pontes get up in the air and then puts the Whalers back on top.
Nice out-of-bounds play design there to get JJ the ball on the baseline.
Open look for Torres, no good, just rims out. Ford, Young with the rebound. Soria, dangerous pass. Open look for Hall for 3, no good. JJ Robinson with the rebound, left hand. Hey, JJ with the acrobatic play.
And another offensive rebound. Wildcats cannot let that happen.
Good defense out on the perimeter by Soria on Ford. They're hounding Ford. And that's a bump on Young as Lavoie seems, he was pesky and quick last year, but he seems like he's filled out a little bit and still maintained that quickness. So that means strong and quick as he gets to the basket.
Yeah, and he's on his way to, making himself a complete player. He's a junior now. Last year kind of caught people by surprise, but now he's going to be the focus of everybody's game plan. So he's got to have that muscle to take that contact.
Clayhar checks into the game for NFA as the ball loose on the floor comes into the hands of Amir Hall. And the Whalers operate with the lead. Jameer Hall, back iron, no good. Robinson, though, in the mix, but out of the pack comes Clayhar. Clayhar stripped by Hall. Back out Lavoie. 15-footer, no good. Here comes Jameer Hall, one-on-one with Lavoie, no good. Those rims can be a little strong here at the Mohegan Sun. Nice stutter step, Clayhar, and he finds Jameer Ford. Fouls on the floor. Coach Brown, I asked, I said, how deep are you going to go? And he said, I'm going to play 8 or 9 tonight. And that's without Montalvo, who's out of the lineup tonight with an injury. So, he's expecting to run 10 deep, which I love. First month of the year, everybody should try to go 10 deep. You never know who you might discover when you have to cut it back to 8. They swing it around. Stringer for 3. That's going to be tipped, I think, a piece underneath, but good rebound by Pontes. And we've got ourselves an 11-9 basketball game.
Both teams shooting a lot of threes early on here.
Hall caught that one with his foot on the line, so another turnover for the Whalers. We talked about depth. Over the course of a season, it's a long season. As we have a timeout on the floor. Their first timeout for the Whalers. And it is a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it here. Over the course of a season, you know that you're going to need to go down the bench at times. Guys get hurt. Inevitably, foul trouble happens. When's the right time to find out about players 8, 9, and 10 as you start to, figure out who those 8 are going to be?
Might be talking to the wrong guy, Casey. The right time is in practice. That was always my philosophy. But it depends on your style of play, to be serious. It depends on your style of play. If you're a team that likes to press and run, it allows you to play more guys because you want that style of play. You know that you're going to have maybe some lapses in what you're trying to do because you're creating turnovers, you're creating extra possessions, so you live with that. If you're a kind of coach that values every possession and wants to squeeze every ounce of air out of that ball like I was, you want the guys on the floor who are going to take care of the ball and make good decisions. So that limits you kind of to, 7, maybe 8. I think most coaches say they want to play 8 to 10, but they end up playing more like 7 or 8.
Well, I've always been a big proponent of using games like this because unlike football, where it becomes much more condensed and you can't lose a game sometimes, basketball, you have a little bit of wiggle room. I would love to see teams try to get a guy, even if it's 2 minutes, right, just to get them that little bit of experience. Quick trigger 3 for Clayhar. And Rashawn Clayhar has NFA on top.
And if Rashawn's hitting threes like that, that's going to be a big bonus for the Wildcats. New London also playing a 3-2 zone. So, both teams going zone, trying to force their opponent to shoot from the perimeter. It had been working for New London as NFA had missed their last 4 threes. But Rashawn with a big 3 there gets the Wildcats their lead.
Ikpasa in the game for New London, replacing Young, so less of a scorer. And quickly to the basket. And what great minutes already from Clayhar.
Outstanding football player, Rashawn Clayhar. Incredible speed, incredible track athlete as well. Showing that tonight so far on the basketball court.
Lavoie just ripped it away from Robinson. There's the strength we talked about. Other direction, there's Clayhar again. He's going to get fouled. And the Whalers need to get to the bench as well. Right now, this lineup looking a little out of sync. And NFA taking advantage. Look at Clayhar just get ahead of everybody. I love the minutes. You know, when you can bring an athletic, energy guy off the bench like that, I mean, what a great injection it is into the lineup.
Yeah, New London's now turned the ball over 3 times in a row. That was my #1 key going into this game. NFA especially had to take care of the ball, but, you know, obviously if you're New London, you got to take care of it too. Both these teams like to get up and down in transition. New London usually presses a little bit more. We haven't seen that yet tonight, maybe paying respect to the ball handling of Josh Lavoie.
Well, pay attention now as Cam Taylor's in the game replacing J.J. Robinson, because who's scoring out there right now? And that's what we're going to find out. And that's the answer. Might be Hall, but right now this Whaler team, only one out there has ever been asked to score varsity points. And NFA is running and taking advantage, and there's a foul. Good rebound from Soria, but if you look at the group of Whalers that's out there right now, other than Amir Hall, none of them have ever been asked to score varsity points. And that's going to be, you know, so this is what I was talking about. What a great opportunity, right, to get some people some run.
Yeah, I think Coach Cornish has the earbud in. He's listening to the broadcast.
Tavion Brown into the game for NFA, the diminutive guard, as well a football player in his own right, goes all the way back to Colchester Cougars. Played alongside the junior voice of Game Day back when he was a younger man. Hall into a danger zone, stripped by Stringer.
The NFA defense really giving New London problems right now. New London has come up empty on their last 8 possessions.
Crossover, Clayhar, left hand to the basket, no good. Tipped to Brown, kick out to Stringer. And NFA out hustling right now. They turn it over, here come the Halls. Floater in the lane from Amir Hall gets the Whalers back on the board. They needed that basket.
Yeah, once again, it's a turnover that ignites their transition opportunity. NFA needs to take shots and possession on a shot.
Lavoie with the left hand, no good. Rebound comes out to Hall, ahead to Brother Hall, and Jamir got it to Amir, and Amir got fouled, and so we'll see whether they call that a shooting foul, or I think it's on the floor. Hall thought it was a shooting foul. But it is the 5th team foul. So we'll go to the line to shoot 2 anyway. Check it out here. A bump. Tough one. That's a, you know, tough
continuation. Definitely a foul. Can debate if it was in the act of shooting or not.
Final 33 seconds of the first. 2 free throws for Hall.
And this guy, Amir Hall, is a proven scorer. So you asked the question, who's going to do the scoring with JJ on the bench? Definitely 00, has taken and made big shots in big games. Senior, and he's the guy you look to now, and he has done this now in the last 2 possessions to get New London some buckets after going cold for the last 8.
Logan Kidd checks into the game for New London. Young back into the game, so the Whalers going 8 deep themselves, which I think was a question we had about them coming into the season as well, is how deep was Coach Cornish willing to go with the 5 senior lineup, or the 5 senior starting lineup. Floater off the side of the backboard, but Brown on the hustle. 12 seconds left, shot clock off, and NFA can hold for the final shot of the quarter as we're all knotted up right now at 15. Brown with a long distance 3, no good. And that'll take us to the end of the first quarter. 15 all in a tight one here at the Day Holiday Classic. We'll be right back for second quarter action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail.
Back at Mohegan Sun, second quarter action ready to begin as the music and energy of the Mohegan Sun Arena as the crowd starts to filter in. Game 1 of 3 today, 6 o'clock. Should be a dandy. Old Lyme and Griswold. Game 3, West Haven versus Notre Dame of West Haven. And we'll be talking a lot about those schools and those players moving forward throughout the course of the day. Here we have the NFA Wildcats and the New London Whalers all tied up at 15. Juice, your thoughts on that first quarter?
NFA did a pretty good job taking care of the ball after the first couple of possessions. They turned it over twice early, only had one more the rest of the way, 3 turnovers for the quarter. New London started turning it over in bunches late. They had 5 turnovers, allowed NFA to get back into the game, but neither team has really found a rhythm shooting. NFA especially 2 of 7 from three-point land, New London 1 of 4. So let's see if one of these teams can kind of settle in and find a way to get consistent scoring, or if it's just going to be one of those games where it's scrappy and ugly all game long.
Long 3 from Hall, no good. Rebound, Kidd had it, but stepped on the line out of bounds, and it will go back over to NFA.
Another missed 3, so New London now 1 of 5 from deep.
New London hit hard by both graduation and transfer, as they lost 6 players that played significant minutes last year.
Really impressed with both teams' zones. New London now playing in more of a 2-3 zone and good closeouts, not letting anything easy happen.
Good, strong, weak side rebound by Young. It was ripped away by Stringer, but he was out of bounds, and the Whalers will have it.
And that missed 3 puts NFA at 25%, 2 of 8 from downtown. Like I said, Casey, early in the season, I think, playing against a zone is a lot more difficult. You don't have a lot of practices, obviously, or you have tryouts, you're trying to get kids in shape. To go against the zone and be disciplined and understand shot selection, it's much easier to put your man offenses in. It's much easier to practice transition basketball. If you have to execute in the half court, especially now with the shot clock, really challenges a team early in the season. They'll get better as the season goes on.
Jumper from Hall, no good. Stringer ends up with a rebound, and the Whalers harassing him, and the foul is going to be on Kidd.
You see now, like most of the offenses, pass it, but maybe 3-4 times, chuck up a jumper, because there's no real sense of, I'm getting it to the middle, I'm looking for the duck down, I'm looking for the short cornered weak side dive. We don't really see that yet at this point in the season. Like you said, a lot of new players with not a lot of experience. The lights are on here in Mohegan. So what's the easiest thing to do? Chuck up a jump shot.
Out of bounds off New London, and we'll get subs Soria and Robinson back in the game. Kidd and Ipasa will head out, so the original starting 5 back in there for New London. Steele, Robinson running, and nice look underneath to Young. And the Whalers back on top.
He just puts so much pressure on the defense because he's always traveling above the speed limit. He's always going so fast. The defense is always on its heels.
Good look for Stringer, and he knocks down the 3. Can't leave him open. You got to know where he is at all times.
Yeah, and once he's the kind of shooter, once he starts to hit a couple, they come in bunches. One of the things that you could do against the zone is set screens. You saw Soria maybe tried to set one there, and that will come in time, as I said, when you add some more nuances to your zone offense.
Pull-up jumper at the free throw line, short from Lavoie. That will be a Whaler possession off the turnover, and Cuellar will check back in after the very good minutes he gave them in the first quarter. And we're going to get a timeout. Looks like New London wants it. It's a 30-second timeout, or is it a full? We're going to see the timeout here. Looks like full timeout. So we're going to take a quick break. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
Build your future with General Dynamics Electric Boat, the leader in submarine shipbuilding. Get hands-on training, gain valuable experience, and grow your skills as part of a team building the Navy's next generation of submarines. Apply today at ebcareers.com and explore maritime careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, building skills, building futures.
We're back here, 18-17 NFA on top in what has been, not surprisingly, a bit of an uneven basketball game early in the season. When you were coaching and you had teams that were both very inexperienced all the way up to a team that was supremely experienced, when do you get the rust off? When is it sort of like, when you mark down an expectation of a little bit higher level of efficiency?
January. Scheduling is an art, by the way, if we ever want to get into that conversation. I think, both NFA and New London have pretty difficult December schedules. You want to get some games on your schedule where you're able to build confidence, because you're not going to get that rust off until January.
Dump down. Young loses it. Good hands by Stringer, and we're going to get a tie-up. Jump ball possession arrow will favor NFA.
A little chippiness now, a little excitement trying to get this crowd riled up. Just a jump ball, play on, good job by the officials.
And so we see it. Pasa's going to check back into the game, and Young's going to have a seat. And this is a Dave Cornish special, which is we have a new player from New York. Got a little contested there on the floor. And this is an opportunity for him to just go, hey, we're just going to keep the emotions down a little bit. Nice play there by Soria to generate a turnover from Ford. I like this substitution. And this is just Dave talking like, listen, let's just not let we're just not going to do emotion stuff on the floor, which we talked about. He is an emotional player. He is a huge, impactful player for them with his energy. He just has to, keep it down a notch. Nice block by Stringer as he went out on Hall. And a block, and going to the line will be Carter Stringer.
Yeah, good transition opportunity off the block shot. One of the things that is really great about JJ as your point guard is he's so unselfish. But I think at some point in the game tonight, he's got to be a little bit more selfish, a little bit more assertive, and use that athleticism to get into the teeth of the zone. Right now, I think if you're Coach Brown, you love how New London is operating on offense, passing the ball side to side. I mean, that's exactly what you want. It's not making the zone work too hard, just going around the perimeter and shooting a three. You got to find a way to get into the paint. Get paint touches with your feet or with passes to the interior.
Stringer knocks the first one down, and NFA will send Kyrie Dudley into the game. And that is a familiar name to Whalers, as Dudley has checked in for NFA, not in a New London uniform, which the sisters are. As Stringer uncharacteristically misses the second. And by the way, Kyer Young right back into the game for New London. I love the substitution. That's what coaches are supposed to do. Dave pulled him out, gave him his instructions, and get right back in there and now do your thing. I love that. Young comes right in with a three, in, out, in, and a good rebound to Pontes. Dudley. Lavoie, with that left hand, he's so good at it. He can get to the basket pretty much when he wants to. That time just a little strong. Robinson fakes, baseline jumper, and he's going to be fouled by Dudley, and he'll go and shoot two. I think teams need to know, if you haven't done your homework, you let JJ shoot the three. And, until he makes a couple of threes, he's always going to look to do this, pump fake and get to the basket. So, shame on you, so to speak, if you go up and get the pump fake from the three-pointer.
It started, though, with Soria able to get a little bit of dribble penetration, drew the bottom of the zone up a little bit so that when the pass went to JJ in the corner, it was a hard closeout, you kind of lose track of what you're supposed to do there because you're just trained to close out hard from that position, and that just comes with more experience and more knowledge of your opponent, that you got to hold that closeout and not leave your feet.
Good rebound, tap Pontes to Dudley, short, and Young, man, he can get up quick, and he draws the foul. Good hops.
So, New London here bringing the ball down here against the zone. Looking to get an inside touch. Robinson up top. Surveying, 20 on the shot clock. Like to see a screen there set for JJ. He just goes by himself.
Young, long three, got it! He's more than just air. Knocking it down, Young. JJ out in front, 1-on-2, and he gets the bump from Lavoie. 10 for Young, leads the way for the Whalers as they are back and forth here. You know, these two teams, and I expect this to be the game. I expect this to be the contest between them every time they play this year.
Yeah.
You know, I think if they played 10 times, it would be single digits all 10 times.
Yeah. And NFA, you know, falling in love with the three. And, you know, the old adage, Casey, you live by it, you die by it. But, you know, right now they're 3 of 11 from downtown.
Robinson knocks the first one down. He'll have another.
JJ with 6.
Nice kick out. Klehar for 3. Back iron. Soria tips it. And Stringer draws the foul. And they're going to say that it's a 2-shot foul as Stringer was going up.
And NFA needed that offensive rebound. Yet another missed 3-point shot. So big rebound by Stringer. A chance to get some points here from the free throw line.
Third foul on Soria. And Stringer, this is so interesting to me. A guy who has no range, right? He's unlimited range. Missing a couple free throws here. Maybe he needs to back it up.
He can if he wants.
Second one looks a little bit more like himself. Whalers right to Young, long 3, just shy. And Dudley had it, and they say Akpasa knocked it off out of bounds, so it'll be NFA ball. Jameer Ford will check back in. Dudley will have a seat. Soria will go to the bench.
Still no pressure from New London. They're content to pack it in. I guess why wouldn't you be with the Wildcats shooting 25% or less from three-point lands?
So the Wildcats will have it. Yeah, I don't know that anybody, right, team-wise, knows what their style is just yet. I think we'll see pressure from New London at some point. I think we'll see pressure from NFA at some point. But here in the early going, these two teams know each other so well. When you're trying to incorporate, right now, I think New London is just content trying to incorporate new guys into the offense, right? You know, it's like adding, you know, you add little things here and there. We'll see how much they pressure. We saw them pressure a lot against East Lyme. You know, will they turn it up against Norwich at any point? We'll find out.
Yeah, healthy respect maybe for the opponent, but you know, we know Coach Cornish, he usually presses once you're off the bus.
That's right.
So just a little surprising, but it is early in the season.
Young can't get it to go, and we're going to get a foul. So he'll go blocking foul on Pontes, and that's attributed to Young's hang time. He got up there in the air for so long. I think it was clean, and then he got the bump late. And Kyer Young will shoot 2.
He's been impressive so far tonight with his ability to both shoot the three and take it to the rack. Strong left hand, NFA has to think about maybe forcing him to go right.
Yeah.
Next time he catches it.
Absolutely. Speaking of young football players, DeAndre Dixon into the ball game for the Whalers as Young misses the second and hustles down his own rebound. Nice hustle from Young, and the Whalers will get an extra possession, up 3.
There's that screen. Good recovery by the Wildcats.
Nice anticipation from Lavoie. Young recovers, though, with a timed block. Big time block from Kyer Young. Robinson all the way to the hoop, and he finishes, and the Whalers are up 5, their biggest lead that we have seen here in the second quarter.
Yeah, Young just sized up Lavoie, waited for it, and then they got it to the right guy in JJ going north-south. That's unstoppable.
Kick out from Lavoie, 3 off the mark and out of bounds. It'll be Whaler basketball with a 5-point lead. Kidd check back into the game, and Whalers right now doing a very nice job, having been down a couple of buckets, kind of resetting themselves, turning up the pressure a little bit in the half-court defense.
Yeah, a little bit more poised right now than the Wildcats are. NFA still kind of panicking right there. You know, maybe you missed the last couple threes, maybe look to drive it. Even if you don't get a scoring opportunity, drive it in, land on 2, kick it back out. You don't always have to jack up the first shot.
Hall finds his brother with a pump fake. Amir to Jameer for 2.
Speaking of land on 2, right on cue, Jameer.
NFA, 16-second difference between the game clock and the shot clock. Open look, Ford, 3, back iron, no good. Hall stepped on the line, and the Wildcats get a break. Nice pass from the Days, El Raleigh, to get it back in bounds to the official. Bounced over Juice, it bounced into everything. The Day playing defense all over the place. 20 seconds left here in the ball game. Shot clock is off, and the Whalers will have the final possession and a 7-point lead, improbably up 7. The Whalers looking to take a double-digit lead or close to it into the half. 3, no good. Hall with the rebound, blocked. And right at the buzzer, that'll take us to halftime. And we are officially at the Clough Carpet 1 halftime show with the Whalers on top, 27-20. Our own Chris Giusti will have Whalers coach Dave Cornish. And we'll get a couple of thoughts from Coach Cornish about the first half of the Whalers with a lead. Juice.
All right, here with Coach Cornish. Coach, what'd you like about your first half? You're upset.
Well, when we pushed the ball, we're a much better team. So we got out in transition, made some easy baskets, and that's why we took the lead.
You hit a lull there in the end of the first quarter. Seemed to figure some stuff out against the zone. What's the message at halftime to your team?
Move the ball. I mean, you move the ball, you set screens on that zone, you'll get better looks. We're settling for too many threes right now. We're making some of them, but I don't like that. I don't like that. I want to get layups.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Back to you.
7-point Whalers lead. We're at the Clough Carpet 1 halftime show. You're going to see some beautiful video packages, and we'll be back with a special segment on the other side. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
This Game Day Player Spotlight, powered by Joshua's Worldwide.
He's an energy guy, hustle guy, low maintenance, 4.0 student. And those are the kind of kids you want. You don't have to worry about. Very coachable.
It's really been, I've been held to a high standard, like academically, especially from my mom since I was a kid. I've always been on honor rules. I mean, I really haven't had any choice, but I've always taken academics seriously, and I take pride in it.
Very hard worker. A lot of energy. Savon was our energy guy last year, and Akai wants to wear number 4. And I said, you got to fill, some big shoes and with that number, wearing that number. So he's up for the task.
I just want to win. Great teams have a lot of energy. They have somebody that can boost the team morale. And sometimes, there's off days I have, but I always want to be that guy. I always want to bring people up and just see my teammates succeed. And with my teammates succeed and I succeed, our team succeed, and we win.
We really have 3 guys, back from last year's team. We played 9 guys. We have 3 back. So we're just trying to fill in the pieces that need be to help those 3 guys and, get back to where we want to get to.
On the team, we actually did play together 8th grade, like JJ, Amir, and Jameer. We all played together, 8th grade, St. Bernard's, and they're also family, so, we've been able to play together. We know how to play together.
The three seniors I have coming back are very confident, and we know, being in Division I, we know we have a lot of work ahead of us to get back to the Mohegan Sun for the chip. But those guys have been talking about it, and they're up for the task. They know, there's a lot of people doubting what we can do. So, we got a chip on our shoulder, and we're trying to, exercise some ghosts.
I mean, it's not really a lot of pressure. We know what we could do, and some people might count us out or look down on us because we lost a lot of people through graduation or transfers, but that doesn't really mean anything. We're still here to work, and we can show what we can do.
This Game Day Player Spotlight, powered by Joshua's Worldwide.
Josh has been our point guard, actually captain since freshman year. This is 3rd year for him, so we're looking for a big year out of Josh. He's got a lot of experience under his belt, team leader on and off the court.
It started off from a young age. My dad was a basketball coach in East Hartford, so I was just always around the game. I remember going in with my brother Saturday mornings. He'd have 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. practices, and I'd just be on the sideline. Growing up, wiffle ball out in the yard, we used to, 1v1, I don't know how that's even possible, but in wiffle ball. And then also on the basketball court, get competitive, talk a little smack, I don't know. Turn into a little physical altercation sometimes, but yeah, it was always just a competitive edge, and we've helped each other grow.
It was more just the basketball IQ, the strength of his ball handling, kind of getting the team on the same page. Even in the weight room, right as a freshman, he kind of was one of the strongest kids in the gym. So it was just, you kind of knew it was a natural fit that this was going to be his team moving forward. For me, it's very rare. Obviously, if there's a freshman that can play, I'm a big fan of throwing him in the fire early, and I saw him as one of those people that could handle the pressure early. So I threw him in the fire early. He took some lumps, but he actually hung with everybody, and we'll see this year what panned out.
As the point guard, I have to be an extension of Coach Brown, kind of just be another voice out there to lead the team, make sure everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing. We have a bunch of returning players and even younger kids who are coming up, and maybe they won't play as much this year, but they definitely push us older guys, juniors and seniors, to get the best out of us.
What's your role in helping develop some of those younger guys?
Just to instill confidence in them. I remember coming in as a freshman, there was a junior here, and he just told me to play my game and have confidence in myself, so I just try to do that with these younger guys and have them just play their game and be confident in themselves.
I tell everybody I'm able to sleep for another 2 years because I have a point guard like Josh.
Since 1995, we've been revolutionizing transportation with our commitment to exceptional customer service. From sedans to 57-passenger motor coaches, our fleet of over 35 vehicles servicing diverse needs, including weddings, corporate events, group transportation, and much, much more. Our 24/7 availability, rigorous safety standards, and state-of-the-art technologies ensures a seamless experience. Join us on your next journey and experience the difference firsthand. At Joshua's Worldwide, we don't just provide a great ride, we deliver peace of mind.
We are at the Clough Carpet One halftime show, and it is time for some freshly squeezed juice, literally, courtesy of Ta Delicioso. We have Annabelle and Janet from Ta Delicioso. Talk very quickly about what you brought and where people can find you, because this looks amazing.
Well, my name is Aníbal and Janet, and you can find us on Ta Delicioso food truck in Instagram, Facebook. Also, you can find us at the Marina in Norwich. We also do EB, by the way. They're one of the sponsors here, so they know us very well. We make everything with real fruit, no artificial flavor, sooner to die. We also have the traditional coquito, which is everybody's looking for it this Christmas. And also, you guys going to enjoy the Naughty Monkey, which is made by the lovely Janet, okay? And that's made with real organic acai bowl, acai from Brazil. So that's an acai bowl. You can dig in right on. It's mainly with fresh fruit. We also have other very delicious. We also have Old Deliciousness. We also have more, the first acai tacos in the world. So you guys must, that's our inventor right here. Nobody got them just at Ta Delicioso. You can just enjoy the coquito as well.
So don't go anywhere just yet. I want to try the coquito. Hold on.
Okay. Oh my goodness. It's a delicacy.
So you're talk a little bit about how you guys got started, and I know you guys are an active part of the community. Just talk a little bit about how you guys got started and what you would like to see. What are the next steps for Ta Delicioso?
Well, we always wanted to bring healthy options out to the table. Food trucks, everything's greasy, or it's on the salty side. So we wanted to do some fruits, something fresh, something organic, something that we could actually enjoy and fuel us with all the energy we need. We collaborate with the community. We love collaborating. We love being sponsors for the community as well. That's what drove us to be part of bringing out with Ta Delicioso.
And even on the cold days, they come and see us. Oh, yeah. On the cold days.
Yes, we sell ice in the winter.
So, show us, we have...
we got the Berry Loco, which is made with mixed berries, freshly lime squeeze, and organic agave. Okay? This is the Mango Piña, which is made with real mangoes, real pineapple, and organic agave as well. Yeah.
We're going to have... Listen, I'm leaving. I'm just taking all this stuff with me. My partner here, Juice, we've done a segment called Freshly Squeezed Juice, and we have said for years we wanted the right place to come in and provide that. And Ta Delicioso, I could not have I can't thank you enough for bringing these here and for being a sponsor on game day and for supporting the community. For the folks at home, I'm going to say this directly to you. This is amazing. The coquito, so good. I can't wait to get into the Berry Loco, the Mango Piña. I am so excited to try this. Is that Naughty Monkey?
The Naughty Monkey.
That's what I called my son when he was misbehaving, when he was little. He's this giant next to me now, the Naughty Monkey. Juice, this is your freshly squeezed juice.
Oh, man, thank you so much. Thank you. This is delicious. So good, the coquito. Oh, my gosh.
You're one of a kind.
Oh, one of a kind. Excellent. My highest recommendation.
Thank you to Annabelle and Janet. Thank you so much. Ta Delicioso, freshly squeezed juice here on game day.
Bye, guys. Amazing.
Woo. Let's take a look at some highlights. Juice, why don't you walk the folks at home through the highlights of the first half?
Yeah, so both teams got off kind of slow starts, but they were able to get buckets in transition, both teams playing zone, and then that opened up some three-point shots on the perimeter. Carter Stringer here hitting for the Wildcats. Wildcats had a lead there for a period of time in the middle of the half. As you see, Jameer Ford hit the jumper, but then J.J. Robinson got going. A couple buckets here inside, gave New London the lead back. Rashawn Clarhar hits a three from the outside and then gets out in transition. He gave them a spark off the bench. But you see New London continued to get to the rack here against the zone, and that was the difference, I think, late in the second quarter, is New London was able to get into the zone a little bit more. They created some turnovers and got to the rack. Here you see JJ going north-south. Lavoie got a steal, thought he was going to get a layup, but the big block by Young led to a run out for Robinson, and that's where we are, 27-20, the Whalers at halftime.
We are moments away from the second half. You have been watching the Clough Carpet One halftime show. Clough Carpet One, flooring and home, carpet, wood, laminate, tile, and more. Quality you can see. Comfort you can feel. Value you can appreciate. Voted the #1 flooring company in Eastern Connecticut. They look forward to helping you with all your flooring needs. For free measure and financial approval, visit us online at carpet1.com or call them at 860-447-0383. That's Clough Carpet One. What a start to the day. We've got a great basketball game. We've got Todd Delicioso all over. I mean,
we got Coquito.
We got Coquito.
Oh, my gosh.
And oh, my goodness gracious. We are moments away from the start of the second half. And you see J.J. Robinson there. What does NFA need to do here? It's hard to believe it's a 7-point game. It felt like it just kind of snuck up on me. Whalers have the first possession. What does NFA need to do defensively? But more importantly, they look up, they got 20 points.
Casey, it's hard to believe NFA had one basket in the second quarter. So they got to find a way to score the ball. And that starts with getting inside touches, whether it's via the dribble or via the pass or getting a turnover and a run out. They got to get some scoring opportunities, going to the basket, and not settle for jump shots.
Speaking of jump shots, Robinson misses from the corner. And the Wildcats, Lavoie pulls up and buries an elbow jumper. And I think that's what we need to see more of from NFA. Not only the three-pointer, but that right there. I've been saying it for, 5 years? The elbow jumper is there in high school sports all the time. Robinson on the tip, and who's going to draw the foul? I think they're going to call it on Pontes, and that'll send Robinson to the line to shoot two as he got up high on the offensive rebound. Off the mist from Young, Robinson athletically got all the way there.
Yeah, New London gets a break there because another missed three to start the half. And once again, we saw them go through a drought, settling for jump shots. NFA got the lead. And then NFA went into their own scoring drought and allowed New London to get the lead back. So it's been a game of droughts, so to speak. And whichever team can find some consistency on offense is going to end up pulling this win out.
Well, right away, we see Clayhar back into the game, and he gave them such good minutes and energy in the first half. Let's see if he can ignite them here again as they find themselves down 6. There's another guy, by the way, who they could afford to see heating up, and that's Ford. He misses there. Robinson has it tipped, and it's going to end up being NFA basketball off the tip, but Jameer Ford's too good a scorer to be as quiet as he's been thus far in the game. You know some points are coming from him.
Yeah, but like I said, when your jump shot's not falling, take it to the rack. Try to draw a foul. At least some kind of motion going to the basket to get some kind of confidence. The more you continue to miss from the perimeter, that rim just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Whalers in that zone, extending it out a little bit. NFA tries to get it inside. Clayhar ends up with it and knocks it down.
No, that was beautiful by Angel. Angel Torres drives the baseline, lands on 2, and creates something inside, which leads to the basket.
Just like that, lead to 4. If I had to guess, this thing's going to be played right in that 4-point range. Hall for 3. Good! Jameer Hall knocks down the 3, and the Whalers, just like that, back up 7. Little extended pressure from New London. It leaves the open look from Stringer, and he came down awkwardly on the ankle. Whalers come up ahead. And Hall will draw the block from Torres. Amir Hall will go to the line. On the other end, Carter Stringer came down awkwardly on the ankle. He's saying that he landed on. He was unhappy about that. He thought he got hit. Instead here, the Whalers are going to have a 2-shot foul from Amir Hall.
Yeah, definitely a block. Good move by Amir with the Euro. Catches the blocking foul.
First one is up, rims around, and falls. I have a new appreciation for, the big-time broadcast teams and just how much they must struggle. I'd weigh 700 pounds. I'd be having every drink and food I can think of.
You have to resist the sponsor
100%.
Food and drink.
This is the coquito is
amazing.
Unbelievable.
Amazing. There's some bananas in this, though, Casey. You can go with that.
All right, I can say that. And berries. It's not, that's healthy. Whalers with the big lead, coming the other direction, in and out. Good rebound, Soria, and he's fouled. And that is very quickly 3 fouls on NFA with only a minute and change gone here in the quarter.
And remember the new high school rules that were put in place last season. No more 1-and-1. 5 team fouls in a quarter leads to 2 shots the rest of the way.
Whalers looking for a double-digit lead, which, again, seems improbable. And kind of wearing down NFA as they've turned up the pressure in the half court. So we haven't seen the full court pressure, but we've seen a little more pressure in the half court. Yeah. Offensively, waiting for this guy right here. Can't leave him open for 3. Amir Hall knocks down the triple, and he's a shooter.
Yeah, and now New London shooting with more confidence, less pressure with the big lead. NFA's in the situation where they're falling behind and they need baskets, and they keep jacking from 3.
And Ford can't get one to go down. He has been struggling. You talked earlier, Juice, about something, how scheduling is an art form. I don't want to, Coach Brown knows his team better than me, but NFA might have overscheduled a little bit here because they don't have a game, they don't have a break. After this, they've got, games like, against Northwest Catholic. They play, big-time teams. They could be staring at 1-6, 0-7. And as Soria finishes at the basket, great look from Young. Whalers feeling it, and he'll go to the line to shoot the bonus.
Yeah, they have Killingley at Killingley. That's no easy trip.
Killingley,
then they have
who's 3-0, by the way.
Then they have Northwest Catholic, Ellington, who, oh, by the way, returns everybody from a state title contender. And then finally on January 7th, they get Wyndham. So a tough schedule. They're grinding right now, but, you don't crown a champion in December or January. It's in March. So they just got to keep getting better every day. The big thing that I'd be concerned about right now is where you're getting scoring from. It doesn't really matter who's on your schedule, Casey, if you can't score. You can't play great defense, kick a field goal, and win 3-0. You're going to have to score no matter who you're playing. So NFA's got to figure out where they're getting scoring from because it's been really tough to get the ball in the basket tonight.
So I think the answer is Jameer Ford. And we haven't seen it tonight, but I think he's the guy. He's the difference. This 14-point game is probably not. He's not shooting the ball particularly well right now. He needs to get to the basket, but we know he can light it up. And I have a thought about what you said as great defense from Lavoie, and it's out of bounds. It'll stay with the Whalers. You talked about you don't crown a champion. I said recently in my power rankings that I think NFA could be in the ECC championship game coming in as a 500 team.
Absolutely.
Because they might get off to a start similar to the football team where they just played all these great teams, and then they find their rhythm in the ECC, and end up in the championship game. It would not surprise me if they ended up there. Fitch is very good, New London's very good. There's other teams, but I don't think no matter what happens here in the early going will it be indicative of where NFA finishes at all. I think this team is one of the best teams in the league, and these games are only going to help them.
And it was the same thing last year, right? Like they lost some games early on to teams they probably shouldn't have lost to, and then they made a run and went to the ECC semis and the state semis and lost to a extremely talented New London team in both of those matches.
30-second timeout from NFA. We'll keep it here as the Whalers have a 14-point lead. Things are a little emotional, and it's so hard. Like game 2 tonight, two teams that are like mirror images of each other in a lot of ways. But Griswold and Old Lyme are never playing each other outside of this game in a potential down the road somewhere.
State tournament.
These kids did not, and Griswold and Old Lyme kids did not grow up playing against each other in rec.
Right.
These kids all have played against each other growing up.
Yeah.
Tonight, Notre Dame and West Haven even there, because Notre Dame brings kids in from so many places, they didn't all grow up together quite the same way. Like, if you look at these two teams here, I would say 90% of the roster started playing against each other or with each other when they were first playing basketball. So there's a different level of familiarity in this. It is personal in a lot of ways, more than it is just competitive, professional team-wise. I expect Old Lyme and Griswold to be incredibly competitive, but without any personal animosity. When these two teams play, it's personal because they've known each other so long.
Yeah, and even if you look at the current rosters, there's a couple kids on each roster that there's a couple that played on both NFA and New London, and there's a couple that either went to elementary school in Norwich and now they're at New London, or elementary school in New London now at Norwich. That's just the way it's been for years and years.
Back iron from Stringer. Robinson comes the other direction. Brown is in the game for NFA. Robinson knifes left hand. JJ's a finisher. And the Whalers are running.
JJ with 11 now and off to the races again.
Hall is fouled by Stringer, and he'll go to the line to shoot a pair. And the Whalers, it's crazy to say this, but the Whalers are on the verge of being up 20. And there's no real end in sight right now because NFA is struggling to figure out where to score the basketball. And as much as I love Stringer's ability to shoot the three, I don't want to see you get three happy here. You got to chip away.
Well, NFA had 15 first quarter points, Casey. They've had 9 since. So, I mean, it's really, they're really living by the three, and tonight, living ain't good.
Hall knocks the second one down as well, and it is a 19-point lead for New London. That is shocking.
And they really haven't forced New London to do anything different on defense.
Nice head fake and a putback in from Tavion Brown, and that breaks a 15-2 run.
And one of the things that is different with the shot clock, long three in and out, is that you can stay in the zone when you're down. In previous years before the shot clock, at this point, NFA would have had to switch it up, try to go to some kind of trapping defense, something to get turnovers and make New London take quick shots. You can still stay the course, play your primary defense, which is a zone, and try to chip away here. The goal right now, get it to 10. If NFA could get it to 10, even 12, I think that they're in striking distance.
Quayhar misses, up ahead, Robinson running the floor, finds Hall, and the Whaler veterans are leading the way right now. Pontes comes in the other direction, he'll draw the foul and he'll shoot two. But it is a 19-point lead for the Whalers as they're cruising down the stretch here in the third quarter.
Yeah, now, what ends up happening inevitably is when you miss shots, you lose something in the legs. Mentally, the legs don't run as hard in transition, and now New London's getting leak outs and easy baskets that they weren't getting in the first half.
First one good from Pontes. Ipasa into the game again for the Whalers, and Soria will take a break. Game 2 tonight featuring the Old Lyme Wildcats and the Griswold Wolverines. The Wildcats, of course, with Eddie Fisk, Billy the Kid McKeever, and the law firm of Coleman Curtis Reardon. Hall with a jumper, short, rebound to Brown. Zips. I thought you were going to go that way. Turnover, Wildcats.
Thought he was going to zig, and he zagged.
Griswold with coming off an exciting win in overtime at Stonington. And I'll tell you now, since you're going to be watching him firsthand, Elijah Cornell is going to be a problem in this league in the coming years. A 6'3" guard who became a 6'6" guard and has guard skills with a big man's body. He is problematic.
You're talking about he's at Stonington.
Yes.
So we won't see him tonight.
No.
We'll see him down the road.
Yes, you will. That's what I'm saying. You won't see him.
Oh, well, I'll see him. Maybe I'll see him.
Well, you'll see him, in your travels.
When I watch you.
That's right. Floater, Hall, no good. Rebound by himself, no good. Out of the pack, NFA has numbers. Clayhar all the way and scores with the right hand over Hall.
Face sticking with this zone.
And this is where Coach Cornish in years past has been content taking the air out of the ball, running the shot clock down to 10 seconds and letting his playmakers on the perimeter try to get to the basket and make plays, which is what they're doing here. They're going to milk these last 2 minutes, limiting the possessions for NFA. 5 seconds on the shot clock. High post. Young drives, and a travel called as the shot clock sounds. So that's what we've seen New London get in trouble with as well. They're trying to learn how to play big stack poker. They don't. They get these leads and they try to figure out how to find that balance between time and scoring. Nice cut by Stringer, and he'll be fouled on his way up with 33 and change remaining here in the third.
So make these 2 free throws here. Get it down to 13. Be interesting to see if Coach Brown allows New London to take the last shot. Certainly Coach Cornish would like to just bleed the last 33.8 and shoot up a whatever foot shot to end the quarter. I'm sure Coach Cornish is happy with a 13-point lead going into the fourth.
You had said try to get it to 10. That's got to be the next step, right? Get it to 10. Well, yep. It's 13.
Yep, a little extension here. Trying to create a turnover. See what New London does.
Nice drive to the basket by Ipasa, blocked by Pontes. Out of bounds to the Whalers with 22 seconds left. And now I think you're going to be in last shot time.
Well, I think NFA forced New London to take that shot quickly. New London kind of panicked against the pressure and just went straight to the basket. NFA got what they wanted, but unfortunately the ball went out of bounds off of them.
And there's the veteran leadership. Jameer Hall took it back out. He understands what Coach Cornish wants here. And I think it's going to be in this guy right here. J.J. Robinson's going to look to drive. He looked at the clock, saw the time, jump stop, no good. Rebound at the buzzer, no good. We're at the end of 3. And the Whalers still have the lead. They're up 13, so they extended it. We'll be back with fourth quarter action. Can the Wildcats find their way back? You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
General Dynamics Electric Boat is proud to be a part of our community, and we're hiring. Join a team that values teamwork, craftsmanship, and purpose while helping build submarines that protect our nation. Explore careers at ebcareers.com or learn more about shipbuilding opportunities across the country at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, where careers are built together.
Whalers with a 13-point lead here, 45-32 as we're about ready to start the fourth quarter. Wildcats trying to overcome what ballooned up to a 19-point Whaler lead. You talked about get it to 10. Well, NFA has the possession to start the fourth quarter. You know, how quickly do they need to get it to 10 or to single digits? I know in modern basketball, points can come in bunches, but it hasn't come in bunches for them yet. So where, you know, clockwise, where are you starting to want to get these things trickled down?
It's for me, it would be pretty easy math. You know, cut it in half by the 4-minute mark. So cut it by half of the quarter, cut the lead in half. But more importantly, like, pick up the pace of this game. Let's get some more possessions to get guys feeling good about how they're going to be able to score. So this would help.
3 from Stringer. NFA believes in string theory.
And NFA extending this pressure. They want to speed up New London's decision making.
Hall picks up the dribble, fouled.
Yep, he got him.
And that's the first of the quarter from Lavoie. What I like about this NFA unit, this is their energy unit. They've got Clayhar on the floor along with Brown and Lavoie and Pontes. This is their energy unit. Right here, these guys are the ones who are giving max effort kind of all over the place. I would expect it to be a little frenetic here in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I think you got to make it that way. At least you got to make New London uncomfortable for a little bit here. Hopefully get a couple extra possessions, because right now with JJ at the point, he knows time and score. Don't want to rush anything. Don't want to take silly shots.
Young stripped by Pontes, and he hits the out-of-bounds sideline with the basketball. So a turnover, and NFA chance to get it into single digits.
Yeah, just can't settle for threes. Keep moving the ball. Try to get it into the middle. Try to get something going to the basket.
Lavoie, the general, Stringer, pump fakes, goes baseline, floater, up and no good. And Amir Hall comes down with it, and he's going to get a jump ball tie-up. Possession arrow will favor the Whalers, but a nice job by Clayhar to flip the switch on the possession arrow.
Yeah, good decision by Stringer. He had just hit a 3. It would have been very easy for him to just let it fly again. He tries to get the higher percentage shot. Just rolled off the rim. Got to keep that strategy going here.
Better job breaking the pressure that time by New London. High post, Young, back to Soria. Reverse layup, well defended by NFA, but a nice idea from New London with a little give and go. And a foul as Clayhar went to the basket, and he'll draw the foul on Hall, and he'll shoot 2 with a chance to knock it into single digits.
Yeah, you got to leave Rashawn out there, man. Until he tugs on his jersey and says that he's tired, he needs to stay out there. He's taking it to the rack with no fear. But on that last possession, they didn't get the turnover, Casey, that they wanted to, but they forced New London to take a shot within the first 10 seconds of the shot clock. That's a win. Especially, you know, when it's a miss. Even if it was a make, though, you want the pace to pick up. You need extra possessions.
Lead down to 8 with plenty of time left. So NFA has done step 1. They've got it into single digits, and they got New London a little bit out of sync, and the Whalers can't run because they haven't made a shot and turned over NFA. NFA has gotten New London to be the team on the defensive here with the lead. Jameer Hall to brother Amir, now J.J. Robinson, and back to Hall. Lavoie stepped in front, turnover. Brown finishes at the basket, and the lead is 6, and the Whalers need a timeout, and Dave Cornish is not happy. Full timeout from the Whalers after NFA defensively and sloppy play from the New London offense.
Yeah, great steal by Josh. Land on 2 from Brown, and all of a sudden it's down to 6. New London maybe taking the air out of the ball a little too early as they, kind of carried over their end of quarter strategy here into the start of the 4th, and a little bit sloppy with some of their passes and ball handling. NFA, Casey, on a 15-2 run.
So at the end of this game, our own Juice will have the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day interview live on the court. And you want to stay tuned for that. Roberto's Log Cabin, nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut. Roberto's is the cozy rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, the cabin offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. So check out the Hallway of History in the new tavern, the diverse menu, the craft beers, all watching the 10 live TVs. You can stop in and see Rob and the crew. Tell them Game Day sent you. Free plate of wings for the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day.
NFA staying in this extended 1-2-2 half-court trap. Another bad pass down the sideline by the Whalers. Caught a break.
Now, if you had told me, if you had asked me before the game, hey, it's going to be a 6-point game with 5:37 remaining, I go, yeah, that sounds about right. I did not see it happening in the way that it's happened, however. I mean, NFA was up 5 at one point. New London was up 19 at one point. I didn't see the swing that we're seeing right now. Good defense from Brown. Robinson has it now. Hall for 3. Back iron, no good. Chased down by Amir Hall, and they're going to say Brown was out of bounds. But Tavion Brown has given good minutes here as well for NFA.
Yeah, Tavion and Rashawn really came in and sparked this defense here. And this is the lineup Coach Brown wants to ride with right now.
Soria gets to the basket, finishes it, and he'll go to the line. NFA knows him very well. Akai Soria with the +1.
Yeah, just a defensive mistake. They let him catch and turn middle. Here you can't go for the steal there, and just left the whole middle open. If you just stay right behind him, he's not doing anything in the short corner. That's not his game. He wants to go to the rack, and he's strong.
Big free throw here. Rattles out. And officials timeout. As officials Morgan and Bono conferring with one another. I think they're going to do something with the clock. Oh no, calling a foul on Pontes. Off the ball.
No, there must have been a correction on the previous call.
Previous call, 100%. Whalers turning up the defense, but Klehar goes right through everybody, and he draws the foul, and he'll go to the line to shoot too.
Yeah, and the London coaches don't like to call. It's just the way that he's able to move. It's herky-jerky. It's hard for the officials to kind of see who's creating the contact. And that's the kind of action I think NFA's been missing all game long. They've just been going east-west, settling for jump shots, and that's what I'm saying. Even if you drive the ball and don't get something good, you put the onus on the official to make a call. Maybe you're going to get called for a charge. Maybe you're going to get called for a hook. But maybe you're going to get called, they're going to call a foul on the other team, and you're going to the free throw line, and that's what happened there.
I can't look ahead to next year in the first game of the year. But last year, we looked at this NFA team with all those sophomores, and we said, this is going to be an interesting run for them. This year, they're juniors, and there are a couple teams around the league that have senior-laden teams. This is an interesting transition year from them. You're not you're not the upstart kids anymore. You're not surprising anybody, but they're still juniors. They're still young, and they're right now able to turn New London over with a 10-second. Right now, this is, I think, where the maturity, how much they can mature this year from sophomores to juniors will go a long way, not only into what they can accomplish this year, but then next year they're going to come back as the heavy favorite. It's an interesting time for them right now. Juniors versus seniors is what we see on the floor right
now.
Brown, quick trigger 3, got it! Tavion Brown knocks it down. And it's a 3-point game.
And boy, has the seesaw shifted here. All the momentum with the Wildcats.
Robinson wild to the basket, but when you need something, you call Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, that wasn't even that wild, Casey. That is his game. North, south, cannot stop it.
Other direction, we're going to get a block. And that'll send Clayhar to the free throw line. Let's take a look here where it came from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good call. Robinson had him on the hip.
And you're putting the onus on the official. Like contact every time Rashawn has the ball, has that football mentality. He's either creating contact or encouraging contact, and the official has to call it one way or the other, or they can let it go. I guess they could have let it go, but I think the crowd would have went crazy. So keep going to the rack, young man.
More importantly, for NFA, knocking free throws down to stay in this thing, keeping it a one possession right now, 3-point lead for New London. Just missed it. Clayhar into the lane, tied up is Hall, and he's going to get the foul call. Young had it first, and then Amir Hall crashed the glass. And that's something I think he hasn't had to do much of. But I think with this lineup on the floor right now, getting Amir Hall to crash the glass, especially on the offensive side of things, not a bad idea.
Well, especially, NFA is extending, so if you can get past that first wave, Rashawn gambled for that steal, almost got it, but once you get it past that first wave, you're going to have numbers going downhill, get up a shot, crash the glass. NFA doesn't have a lot of big men to clean the glass, so offensive rebound opportunities will be there if you get past that first wave in that 1-2-2 half-court trap.
Hall knocks down the 2 free throws. Gets the Whalers back on top 5. We're under that 4-minute mark now. Stringer for 3. No good. Weak side rebound comes down to Dixon, and up ahead Robinson will push. Young soars through the air, stripped by Stringer. Open 3, Clayhar, no good. Rebound comes to Dixon. Turns it over, and we're going to get a jump ball. Possession arrow will favor NFA.
So, right here now, somebody on the NFA coaching staff, we had so much success going to the basket. The last 2 shots have been threes. Let's go to the basket. Coach Curlin always used to say strong, strong. He used to yell strong, and that would signal to the team we're not taking a jump shot.
Brown's going to take the 3, and he's going to nail it. Downtown, Tavion Brown.
Not going strong. Let it fly. Take that, Coach.
Coach Curlin goes, I said shoot the 3, Juice. Two-point lead for the Whalers. Robinson tries to sneak it in and loses it. It's loose on the floor, and it's tipped. And it'll stay with the Whalers. Robinson with a dangerous pass. 1 second on the shot clock. Let's see if they know that. I see Hall saying he does.
Yep.
So Jameer Hall's going 1-1-1-1-1. This needs to be a catch and shoot or an alley-oop. Robinson has it. Good clean defense from Brown. Got a hand on it. Shot clock violation. And I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Yes.
NFA could take the lead.
Yes, with a 3.
Which is strong.
Which is not strong, but would be strong.
They got 2 shooters on the floor right now, Stringer and Brown. Instead, it's Clayhar.
Love it.
With a floater for the brand new ball game.
Love it. Take it down the pipe.
They've come all the way from 19 down. And what else should we have with 2 minutes left but a tie game? Robinson can't get it to go. Pontes with the rebound and a timeout.
Incredible to see, but we kind of knew this was coming. There was plenty of time, and when New London went cold and started being careless with the ball early in this quarter, it gave the Wildcats the confidence they needed to start making this run.
It was 43-24. Now it's a tie game. Following the game, all of the highlights from today's 3 games will be, of course, available on our social media at Game Day CT. And all of tonight's highlights are brought to you by Reynolds Subaru. At Reynolds Subaru, our commitment to the community is just as important as our commitment to our valued customers. We have a passion for helping others in the lower Connecticut River Valley. Giving back has been a family tradition since 1859. That's when Mike DeMoro started writing at the day. Reynolds Subaru, beautiful Hamburg Cove in Lyme, Connecticut. If you haven't been to Reynolds Subaru, pretend you're going to go buy a car and just sit out on the deck. It's one of the nicest properties in Connecticut. Reynolds Subaru. Wildcats with the ball. Tie game, under 2 minutes to go here in a barn burner. Great look, Clayhar turned it over though because he got stripped. Now Hall's coming in the other direction. Robinson will drive, and it's tipped away, and we're going to get a blocking foul, which I think is probably the right call if you're looking for the end result to be correct. So they could have done a couple things, right? They could have said, oh, it was knocked out of bounds off of NFA. They could have called the foul. Either way, it was going to be Whaler ball under the basket.
That's the 4th team foul, I think, on the Wildcats. Looks like 3. I don't know if they changed that.
Hall, quick trigger 3. Back iron, no good. Great rebound from Clayhar. He has been everywhere for the Wildcats. Turns on the Jets, but he's stripped by Robinson. Everybody's on the floor, and Clayhar hit the out-of-bounds line before the timeout.
They got it.
They got the timeout in.
Just incredible athleticism by Rashawn Clayhar, going over the top to get the rebound clean and then going coast to coast, losing control of that ball, but having the sense to call the timeout.
Following the game, as always, on our social media will be the Scient Sensational Play of the game, brought to you by Scient Federal Credit Union, doing business as Core Plus Credit. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. 1:19 remaining here in the ball game. We are tied at 51, and both teams turning up the defensive pressure, and both offenses waiting for that big shot to emerge. And I am all fired up on Coquito.
Well, one thing about Coach Brown, he's very good with baseline out of bounds plays, so I would not be surprised if NFA gets a really good look here.
Lavoie pulls up, elbow jumper. That's the one I said I love. And NFA with a 2-point lead.
Nice design out of the timeout to get Josh the open jumper at the foul line.
We're under a minute. These two schools didn't know how to do anything but play a close one. Hall picks up the dribble. Young with an open 3. Back iron, no good. Clayhar with the rebound and the foul.
I believe that's only New London's 4th, Casey. We'll see if the Whalers press here. NFA baseline inbound. They cannot run the baseline. Looks like New London. Yes, they're going to pick up. Full court man.
3-second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. So the Whalers should be able to get a possession without a foul. Lavoie heads to the basket. No one's on the weak side. Clayhar had a chance, and we're going to get a foul.
Man alive. That's going to put New London on the line, I believe.
Right now, I'm looking at Rashawn Clayhar as having done everything right tonight. The only thing missing is that putback right there, which would have iced it. He has not done anything wrong. And how about on the other side, we got Keandre Dixon. Nothing like a couple of big free throws here. Young man, 21 seconds left. First one was not good. There are no more 1-and-1s, guys.
Well, we're back in 1995. One tough 1-and-1. And not even have to go back that far. We're back in 2023.
First one was a little strong.
Yes. Yes.
A lot of adrenaline going through right now. But here's what's interesting. If he knocks it down, it becomes a 1-point game and they can foul or not. If he misses this, then they're going to have to foul right away.
Well, if he makes it, I want a timeout and set up the press.
Sure.
You have to foul at some point. You got to get a steal because shot clock's off.
I'll tell you my thought after the free throw. No good. Weak side rebound and put back by Amir Hall. We're tied at 53. Timeout, Whalers. What a big-time offensive rebound and putback. Look at Hall. Get up and get tough and tie us at 53.
And honestly, Casey, I'm sure that Coach Cornish didn't say miss it on purpose, but when you think about time and score, that was probably the better play, to try and get an offensive rebound there, because the odds of you turning NFA over or getting them to miss their free throws are much higher, I think, or much lower than getting an offensive rebound. So it kind of worked in New London's favor, because even if you don't get that offensive rebound, you're going to have to foul anyways.
So nothing against Keandre Dixon, but I think it became apparent after first free throw that he was a little strong at the line. So you got to think, as if you're a player, that this is probably coming off the iron somewhere.
Right.
And Amir Hall timed it perfectly.
Beautiful.
Recognized it perfectly. Now, NFA has the ball. They can take the last shot.
Yep.
If you get a foul, you go to the line.
Yep.
So if you're New London, you can up the pressure in the first, say, 8 seconds. But at some point, you got to be careful of the foul. So pressure in the backcourt. If you don't get a quick steal, drop it back. What do you think Dave's going to do here?
I mean, I would normally say Dave's going to pressure, but I don't know. He hasn't really pressed all game long until that last possession when they were in desperation, and it appears they're going back towards Coach Brown. So
I think they're going to pressure in the half court, but they got to be careful. Now they're stepping it up.
Here they come. Well, you get the ball to Josh, you're in good hands.
And this is just token for them to, but they're going to pressure in the half court, I'm sure. As soon as they can jump a pass or double team, who will it be? I look at Lavoie getting to the elbow right here. Drives to the basket, hangs, no good. Clayhar, it's loose on the floor. It's a jump ball. Possession arrow favors New London with 1.1 remaining in regulation, and we are tied. And guess what? It's called the Day Holiday Classic for a reason. Let's go. Can we get OT in game one?
Do we get more coquito because it goes to overtime?
I might crash on this table if I don't get more coquito. 53 all. We'll keep it here and talk it through.
Yeah, good timeout by the New London coaching staff. Don't just say we're going to overtime. Like, let's try to get something. You have a little bit of size advantage in certain positions. Maybe you could get a pass going towards the basket here, throw up some kind of 20, 30-footer. You never know. The glass is up there for a reason. Use it.
If they don't have a play, if they don't have a lob play for Young, they should have a lob play for Young. Because as high up as he gets, right now, I'd be looking for him to catch a lob someplace near the basket, and he can catch it and release it. With 1.1, he can catch it and shoot it while he's in the air, but I think he's got enough time even for a catch and a quick, right? He can catch on 2 and get one off. Now, from this distance, you've also got the old Valpo play, right, where you do a little hook and lateral and try to get a half-court shot or a from where Tyson Wheeler broke the career record for points, the emblem shot.
Yeah, so you want somebody on the ball though, so I think they're gonna keep Pontes on the ball, which is a smart move.
And who's the baseball player on New London? Because that's when everyone forgets that when Tate George made the infamous shot for the UConn Huskies, it was Scott Burrell who threw the basketball. You got to have someone who can throw the basketball here. It can't be a pass, or else you're just saying we're going to overtime.
Watch the back screen. Watch some kind of back screen.
There's the touchdown pass.
Kalarhar, interception.
And we're going to go to overtime. Game 1, 53-all. We got extra basketball coming back on the other side. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Looking for a career built to last? General Dynamics Electric Boat offers stability, growth, and purpose as you help build the Navy's submarine fleet. Discover openings and training opportunities at ebcareers.com and learn more about shipbuilding careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, your future starts here. Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail.
So as we head to overtime here in Game 1 of the Day Holiday Classic, makes me very happy that I get a break in Game 2 as we usher in the great Joe D.
Oh, the legend.
And we add the sports doctor to the sideline mix. You don't get a break.
No.
But this is why Peter and Mike said, Case, you can't do 3 games. Because I can't imagine doing a second game.
Yes. Yes.
Back to the jump ball at center court, Pontes and Young. Young got a hand, but it ends up with Lavoie. NFA has the first possession of overtime, 4 minutes of extra basketball. Brown finds a cutting Pontes. Layup doesn't go down, but a foul will send Jayandre Pontes to the line.
Once again, going to the basket, NFA, that's been the formula here in the fourth quarter. Dribble penetration. Beautiful dive, just did everything but get it to bounce in clean off the backboard. Also, this lineup has really, Coach Brown's really found some magic here with these 5.
This is the energy lineup, I said. That's what I called it, and I really think that's what this is. This is an energy lineup.
Yeah, but it might be more than just an energy lineup, Casey. I mean, they're doing the things that need to be done to win the basketball game. They're not just, creating havoc out there.
No, it's not just that. When I say it's the energy lineup, it's a group of guys who are playing at full speed on both sides of the floor, which I think is important. In the lane, no good. Rebound, Young goes up strong, and he's going to draw the foul on the floor. So, good rebound. Now, in overtime, the fouls carry, so he'll be at the line to shoot 2. 4th foul on Carter Stringer. So, to go back to the energy lineup for a second. It's that they are able to do their extended pressure because that lineup is so tireless on defense. And on offense, this lineup has gotten them to the basket. So, and I think getting to the basket requires energy. Cutting, passing, settling for threes is low energy. Getting to the basket is high energy. So I guess that's kind of what I meant, is that this group extended the pressure on the defensive end and got to the basket on the offensive end. And I think Coach Brown has found something here.
Yeah.
Klahar and Brown together have been dynamite.
Yeah, and Pontes is doing a good job with the rebounding because they are a little bit undersized with Brown out there, but Pontes holding his own as the primary rebounder inside. New London back to the zone here.
1 of 2 for Young. And we stay tied at 54.
Gotta get the ball to Josh here.
Robinson with a block. As Brown snuck by, and Brown will shoot 2.
Yeah, that JJ bails out NFA late in the shot clock. Automatic 2 shots now.
That's the danger of the overly aggressive defense, which New London wants to play. NFA, I think, will settle a little bit more now for less pressure as well. I think with 3 minutes left, you can afford a couple of them, but as you get a little closer, and it's not just the fouls that send you to the line. You've seen guys now with starting to accumulate their 4th fouls. You're going to lose players. NFA does not want Stringer on the bench, but New London can't have Robinson on the bench.
100%.
I love the minutes we've seen from Tavion Brown, including both of these free throws.
And he has a great-looking shot. I'll tell you what, I did not realize he had such a great-looking shot. And good follow-through, good rotation on the ball, good shooter.
12 for Brown. Young puts it to the floor, and I love that move from Kyer Young.
Once again, that scouting report, can't let him turn left. Got to force him to go to his right.
Clayhar answers in the other direction.
He's like JJ Light going to the basket.
Four-point lead is now a 2-point lead for NFA. They fixed it on the clock, on the board rather. Young. Fake, drives, hangs, scores, and 1, and you can't let him go left.
Can't. That's an error. You gotta overplay that left hand. Once again, early in the season, scouting report leaves his feet on the shot flag. He has proved that he can make a 3, so I understand you leaving your feet a little bit for that shot, but you gotta make him dribble right.
And we're gonna see Cam Taylor checking back into the ball game, replacing Dixon. I think the Whalers will be turning up the defensive pressure here, regardless of what happens on the free throw from Young. Knocks it down, Whalers back on top by a point. Lavoie sizes it up, and he'll be fouled as he heads to the basket. And he'll shoot 2.
No, that's Josh just being Josh. You know, you talked about it early in the game, Casey. He's added some muscle. Remember, his older brother, state wrestling champion. So
I wonder how many times in Josh's life he said, "Stop, Mom." But the first thing I noticed about him when he got off the bus, I was like, okay, someone's been in the weight room, which, I mean, again, as a junior, you're thinking to yourself, that's what was the next step, right? And he maintained the quickness. I think that strength is evident. Knocks them both down, puts NFA back up by a point. Big free throws.
NFA back to this 1-2-2. Extended pressure. Can't let JJ go to the basket. Can't let Young go left. You live with anybody else right now.
A lot of guys on both sides have made big plays here to get this game into overtime. One of them.
Force him right. Force him right.
There is Young. Young pump fakes, goes right, goes strong, hangs, and we're going to get an offensive foul. That'll be Young's 4th as Stringer, and that was dangerous because he's got 4 as well. And down the other side, NFA will have the possession up 1.
And for those maybe watching and wondering why are they calling the charge right under the basket, that restricted area does not apply to high school basketball. So Young a little bit less comfortable going to his right, maybe a little bit out of control. Charges into Stringer. NFA's got the ball. Looks like New London going to extend a little bit more than they had in the past.
Tough matchup here for Jameer Hall with Lavoie. Got to try to keep him from getting to the elbow. That's where he can do all of his damage.
New London in man-to-man. Brown.
Brown stripped by Young. Stringer goes down. Coach Brown cannot believe it. Coach Brown's got his back turned to the crowd, right? He's going, I can't.
That might have been a place, though, where you needed a timeout after they were fortunate to get the ball back after Brown went out of control to the basket. I just think in these moments, you want the ball in your best ball handler's hands, and you live and die with what he does with it.
Yeah. Now, NFA, by the way, who was going 9 deep, has played 5 for quite a long time.
And that's what I told you before, Casey. Most coaches say they want to go 10, and they end up going to 7.
And yeah, you said until someone tugged on their jersey,
Yeah.
until one of them drops.
Yeah.
Young puts it to the floor and scores. Kai got some air.
19 now for Young.
Whalers by a point and a timeout. NFA, as they will have the ball with 39.3 seconds remaining. Let's take a look at Young getting to the basket, soaring and scoring.
Use the glass.
And put the Whalers up 1 here with 39.3 remaining. All right, your NFA, you got a 10-second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. So you know that going in that New London's going to get a possession, and you're down a point. Walk me through, we're going to play some chess, not checkers, right? Walk me through the first 3 steps in your mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you had an experienced team, you're definitely saying to yourself, we want to get a 2-for-1 here. I just don't know that, especially with this lineup that Coach Brown has gone to, I think you want to get your best shot. So you do have another timeout to burn if necessary. So right now, I just want to get the best shot. I either want Lavoie taking the shot or I want to get Clarhar going to the basket. Those are really the shots that I can put my head on the pillow at night living with. If somebody else gets the open shot, even if it's open, you're rolling the dice a little bit, but you got to live with the best shot here.
Lavoie will have it up top. Clarhar spins to the basket. Picks up the dribble. Young, strong rebound.
Got a foul.
Robinson gets it. And he gets a timeout. Dave Cornish with 22 seconds remaining. Whalers up 1 with the basketball. You got to expect you're going to get a foul. You're going to shoot 2. How much time? So here's why. To be clear, since I know Dave Cornish watches every second of the replay, I am not questioning you, Coach Cornish. I am asking the question. You got 5 seniors on the floor, including Robinson. Do you need that timeout, or you maybe get 8 more seconds off the clock before NFA figures out to foul? Now, NFA's got everything they want set up as well, and you're not trying to score if you're New London, so really all you're doing is inbounding. You're going to lose maybe a half a second because NFA is going to foul immediately. You had the ball in Robinson's hands with no real threat. With both Halls out there with him, do you need to call the timeout there? Now, that being said, I have won exactly 0 high school basketball games as a coach, so I'm asking the question, not questioning the coach.
Well, he did make a substitution, so I don't know if he made a free throw substitution. He wanted to get his 5 best free throw shooters in. I don't know all the free throw shooting percentages of the team. I think he just, at the end of games, you just want to make sure that kids understand everything that could happen. It's easy for us to understand, what the right thing and wrong thing to do is, but you got timeouts, you use them. I do agree with you. You had it in JJ's hands, but like I said a couple possessions ago, I would have called a timeout when Stringer had the ball.
There comes the double team. They get it to Robinson.
Got a foul, though.
And there's the foul. Did he get the shot off, or are they calling it on the floor? That was a savvy move by Robinson, though, to try to get the shot off. But it's going to shoot 2 either way.
And yeah, unless he was outside the three-point line, he's shooting 2 either way.
Exactly. And the reason I like it is if you might get 3, but also, who knows, the shot might go in. You know, there's no downside to it.
Yeah. Well, NFA's still in the game.
That was Stringer's 5th, by the way. And here's what's interesting. Because the sports gods are hilarious, Jameer Ford is back in the game, having sat pretty much the entire half.
Well, no matter who Coach Brown brought in the game, had sat the entire half.
Right. So but Jameer Ford's one of his premier guys.
Yeah.
He made a choice to go to that other lineup.
Right.
I want to bet Jameer Ford has something to do with the final of this game, even if Robinson makes this shot. That's just how the sports gods are. Robinson makes them both very calmly, and we're going to get a timeout from New London as they're going to set up their pressure here. Now we go to the other direction. 15 seconds left. If you're New London, is there a point where you foul?
I mean, I've kind of, I love watching the NBA now. It's my favorite level.
Said absolutely no one.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait a minute. Yeah. I guess there are NBA fans.
But, so like, in the NBA, it's a no-brainer. You're going to foul. Because guys are so
Too good at the three-pointer.
So
100%.
good. I don't know, Casey. I don't know in high school, especially the way NFA shot the 3, I don't know that you automatically want to foul. Now, like, if you could get NFA somehow to burn 10 seconds, then I want to foul. But I don't know if I want to foul with, 14 seconds left on the clock, because you still got to inbound it. And NFA has a timeout. They can make 2 free throws. They can press. I don't know. Myself, I know the analytics probably say foul. I'm not fouling.
With Stringer out of the game for NFA, it is one less three-point shooter on the floor for NFA. I think I could D up Brown, and I'm going to let anyone else, if they, even if Klehar, Lavoie, if one of those guys get the 3 off, so be it. I'm making sure I know where Brown is, and otherwise I'm not fouling. As Taylor fouls. Well, I don't think it's a bad foul because he's going to shoot 2. They're going to have to choose now whether they want to miss the second one, which I don't think they will with 9 seconds left. If he can make both, they'll foul and make New London make their both. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great play by Coach Brown, or a great decision, strategy to not just come and settle on, let's put it all in the middle of the table and play this one hand on this three-pointer.
Yeah.
He's trying to extend the game. And, got it in the hand of his best free throw shooter. Josh makes this one. He has a timeout. He could try to set up a press, or maybe he has the press already set.
And you got some guys on the floor for New London who you'd be willing to foul. I mean, the Halls and JJ are all excellent free throw shooters. We've seen Young is I would say, very solid free throw shooter. So I'm targeting whoever's out there right now. It was Ikpasa. Whoever that 5th guy is for New London, that's who I'm targeting to try to foul, which means I'm doubling JJ. I'm trying whatever I got to do. I'm leaving the 5th guy open. No one on him.
Yeah.
And targeting him for the foul.
Yeah.
And that, by the way, that's going to be my new line this year. I'm asking the question, not questioning the coach, because I do think
you get a lot of flack, Casey?
Well, it's not that I get flack. It's that I want to be clear.
Yeah.
Like, it's really what I think a good coach, like yourself, if I, in casual conversation, said to you, I want to ask you the question.
Yes.
Why didn't you foul there? What was going through your mind?
Yeah.
That's me trying to learn.
Yeah.
That's not the same as me questioning you going, you should have fouled there.
Yeah.
Right? So I think I have enough respect for both of these coaches as well as most of the others to say, you know what you're doing, but I want to ask the question because I want to learn what a good coach is thinking.
Yeah, and I want to put it out there to every high school coach in the state of Connecticut that Casey O'Neill loves you and loves what you're doing. So he's never criticizing you. He's just talking basketball.
And I'm trying to learn. Oh, they did a nice job getting into Hall. No foul yet. Finally fouled with 6 seconds remaining. And Amir Hall will shoot 2. I do love what we do more than anything in the whole world. I'm so honored to be a part of this. And that's the thing I want everyone, 100% I want everyone to understand. I'm still trying to learn. There's nothing I can learn from baseball. I know everything there is to know about baseball.
That's why you're wearing pinstripes tonight.
There's nothing left. There's nothing left. So don't try to but I still have tons to learn. And I want to learn. I want to know as Hall shoots 2 and knocks the first one down. I love listening to interviews with guys like Belichick and Vrabel and, Andy Reid, when they're talking about what was going through, like why they made these choices. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
6 seconds remaining. Hall, one more. Big one here. It's short, it rolls around, he gets the roll, the Whalers are back up 3. 6 seconds remaining for NFA. Lavoie pulls up for 3, no good, and that's gonna do it. And the New London High School Whalers have held on for a classic 65-62 victory over the NFA Wildcats. J.J. Robinson and the Whalers. Kyer Young into the ECC with a big-time performance. Hall with free throws and a putback. What an exciting finish to this game. Of course, game 2, which was due to start at 6 o'clock, will not start at 6 o'clock, but that will be the Old Lyme Wildcats and the Griswold Wolverines. We will have Chris Giusti momentarily with Coach Dave Cornish, as well as the Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day. 6 o'clock will be pushed back a little bit. Joe D will come in. The sports doctor will be here as well. But what an exciting finish to this one as New London holds on and sends NFA to 0-3 against 3 very good teams. The Whalers improve. An outstanding effort. You see Coach Giusti with both of our interviews. Send it on to the Juice.
Are we on? Okay, I'm here with a happy group of New London Whalers. And first off, we're going to give the t-shirt to our Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day, and that goes to the new Whaler, Kyer Young. Kyer, you can take that t-shirt to Roberto's Log Cabin. Get yourself a free plate of wings. All right. So Kyer, this is one of the biggest rivalries in Connecticut, the New London NFA rivalry. Talk about your first experience in this rivalry.
My first experience is crazy, but I'm happy to be here with the people I'm with. These are my brothers. I love every last one of y'all. Y'all played hard, and I'm just grateful for this experience because last year was not the best year of my life. But this year, I'm doing better with my life, and that's all I care about.
19 points tonight, Kyer. Really got it going from the outside, but then later in the game, you realized you had to go to the bucket. Talk about your mentality scoring the ball.
I was shooting, it wasn't falling. Honestly, it wasn't falling. But I had to see the ball go in the rim, so I realized, I'm the biggest kid on the court. Why am I out here? I got to go in there. And I saw it worked one time, and it kept working after that, so I kept doing it.
Well said. Congratulations, Kyer. I'm going to bring in Coach Cornish. Guys. Coach. A match the LeBrons. Match the Christmas LeBrons. So, Coach, man, it looked like we want to thank you guys because it looked like Casey and I were going to have to talk about the coquito we were drinking over there for the rest of the second half when you got out to that big lead. All of a sudden, the lead starts going away, and then NFA takes the lead. I've been in that position. You've been in that position. What did you tell your team to get them to settle down and pull this one out?
Well, we had to push the ball. We kept slowing it down and taking quick shots and then not executing and shooting late in the shot clock. And then we started to go inside. I told them, just go inside. Get on the block. Get around the foul line area. Give it to Kyer. Let him go to work.
A lot of excitement always in these NFA New London games. It's early in the season, but what does this win do for your team's confidence?
Well, we needed this win. We didn't have the greatest of practices the last 2 days, so I didn't know what I was going to see today coming out. But, the kids came out a little sluggish at first. We picked it up, went back to sluggish, then we picked it up at the end. the two seniors making the free throws at the end was huge because we didn't shoot particularly well from the foul line throughout the game. But those two guys finished the deal for us.
Man, it was nothing less to be expected between NFA and New London. It turned out to be a great game. Congratulations to Coach Cornish and the Whalers for the victory tonight. Back to you, Casey.
Thank you, Juice. It was an exciting game. Let's take a look at how we got there. The Whalers with an overtime victory. We had a little bit of everything early in the game. Both teams taking advantage of some outside looks as Hall knocked down a three. Brothers Jameer and Amir both knocking them down, but as we got down the stretch, it became the inside play. Kai Soria, J.J. Robinson getting to the basket. The Whalers got all the way up 19 points, running the floor. Everything was clicking for New London. It looked like they were going to run away with it, Juice, as we saw that lead go all the way up to 19. But then we saw the Wildcats start to turn it on. They started getting themselves ahead. And then finally, as we head into overtime, it became who was going to make the big basket. And ultimately, Kyer Young was a little bit too much, and the Whalers knocked down the free throws that made the difference and finished this one off.
Yeah, I mean, like I said in the post-game interview, what an exciting game. I really thought we were going to have to talk about food and beverage for most of the second half, you know, when NFA really struggled to score. I don't think that, I know it's going to be hard for the NFA team to swallow, but I don't think that this is a bad loss because you found something in that second half. You were struggling to find offense. You were struggling with your identity, and you really found something there in the second half. That's something to build on going into these next games. So, you know, that's a great high school basketball game, and sometimes you lose great basketball games. You don't want to go home or take the bus home knowing that you laid, you know, an egg, that you put up a dud. You know, NFA has nothing to hang their heads about tonight. Just a terrific performance in the late stages of the third quarter and the entire fourth quarter in overtime. And New London, you know, as Coach Cornish said, they needed that win too. You know, these are two teams that are trying to find their identity, and it's a long road ahead.
Well, we are going to have game two in approximately 20 minutes from now. Old Lyme and Griswold. We'll bring in Joe D. We'll bring in the sports doctor. Juice will stay put. We'll have all the action live for you on the second game of the day, Holiday Classic. You've been watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
A veteran cast coming off a wildly successful season. Senior leadership and exceptional coaching. A passionate student body and community that is fierce in their loyalty. I am talking, of course, about Old Lyme and Griswold. Old Lyme, with 2 straight finals appearances under young coach Brady Sheffield, is eyeing a 3rd straight trip to the finals. Eddie Fisk is a Player of the Year candidate, and Coleman Curtis Reardon provides the second punch in their big 1-2. Griswold is uber talented, and coach Rob Molesky has a feeling this might not be their only trip to the sun. Colby Mills does everything well, and Caden Kozlowskis is the glue anchoring this dynamic group. A win for each school would be validation of their expectations. Small schools with big dreams get ready to run at the sun. It's Old Lyme and Griswold in the Day Holiday Classic at Mohegan Sun, and the action is live on game day on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail. It is Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic, and if it's anything like Game 1, we'll have an instant classic. With the coach, Chris Giusti, I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. We'll be joined shortly by the 3rd member of our crew, the sports doctor, Keith O'Brien. And Juice, these are 2 teams had great success last year in the postseason, won their conference tournaments, got deep into the state tournament, off to 2-0 starts. 2 of the better Division IV teams in the state.
Yeah, I would say this is the marquee matchup of Division IV teams early in the season. And Joe, what's going to be interesting is the psychological dynamic that both of these teams will have to face this year, from kind of going from a team that was the hunter to definitely having a bullseye on their back. They're the hunted, but tonight it's 2 alphas in their conferences, in their respective divisions, going at each other, both 2-0, and something's got to give. One team's got to lose.
Yeah, they're kind of mirror images of one another. Old Lyme will really push the pace. Griswold with Kozlowskis and Colby Mills, pretty physical inside. It'll be a war of wills to see which style wins out.
Yeah, and both teams say they want to play 8 to 10 guys, but when you go up against an opponent that is your equal, then coaches start to get a little bit more conservative with the substitutions. So it'll be interesting to see if both coaches stick to the game plan. I want to roll 10 guys out there and play fast all game long.
Let's bring in the 3rd member of our crew. It's time for the sports doctor. Here's Keith O'Brien. Doctor?
Hey guys, happy holidays. Tonight you got old guard versus new guard. Coach Molesky versus Brady Sheffield. Brady Sheffield, 2 years at Old Lyme, 2 trips to the state championship. Looking for a 3rd in this building. Rob Molesky and his team, all 5 starters back, loaded to make a run at the sun. Both of these coaches, I talked to them before the game, a little worried about their teams blowing out their opponents. 20, 30, 40-point wins this year. They need these games against tougher opponents, guys, to help them out down the stretch. Should be a good one here tonight at the Sun.
Thanks, Keith. Both teams 2-0 on the season, although Griswold really had to work to beat Stonington 61-58 in overtime. They were down 16 after 1, 10 after 3, but when you've got a veteran team, Juice, I think coming back in a situation like that is a little bit easier because the kids have gone through that.
Yeah, and it's something that Coach Mo talks about, fighting complacency. And I think when you have a team that's experienced so much success, as Griswold has, they kind of like look at the schedule and say, that's a win, that's a win. Oh, that one we're going to have to play hard. So he's always trying to coach his guys against fighting against that complacency. And something that the sports doctor touched on, like the conference schedules for Brady Sheffield and Old Lyme, they're unfortunately in the Shoreline Small. They're not going to be challenged that much in their conference. A game like tonight really tests them and shows them what they can do come state tournament time.
Yeah, 2-out blowout wins in the first 2 games for the Wildcats, while Griswold easily beat East Lyme on opening night down in Mike DeMoro's home territory. And then, as we said, really had a struggle against Stonington to win that game 61-58 in overtime. Potential 2 teams that could see each other in the postseason, both in Division 4. Old Lyme has been moved up to Division 4 this year. There is some conjecture about one of the state's smallest schools playing in Division 4, but we'll have plenty of time to talk about that before we say goodbye for the evening. First game, New London, a winner in overtime over Fitch. The third game, the state's top team, Notre Dame, in a West Haven battle against West Haven High School as you look at Colby Mills. Let's go to our public address announcer. Here's Bill Glennie.
Number 2 of the Day Holiday Classic, sponsored by General Dynamics, as the Wildcats of Lyme Old Lyme take on the Griswold Wolverines. Game number 1 saw a New London with a overtime win over Norwich Free Academy. Our nightcap is Notre Dame West Haven taking on West Haven. Be sure to check out theday.com for athlete spotlights as well as full replays and highlights of today's games. Fans, at this time, please direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams, brought to you by U.S. Furniture.
Bowen Turk, Mile Creek Elementary.
Ethan Charbonnier, Mile Creek Elementary.
Will McKeever, Mile Creek Elementary.
John Morosky, Lime School Elementary.
Sam Edmund, Lime School Elementary. Coleman Curtis Reardon, Mile Creek Elementary.
Connor Votrain, Mile Creek Elementary.
Jackson Fisk, Mile Creek Elementary. Sam Zellick, Lime School Elementary. Oliver Wyman, Mile Creek Elementary.
Edward Fisk Jr., Mile Creek Elementary.
Ryan Hill, Mile Creek Elementary.
Aiden Cutter, Griswold Elementary School. Nick Waters, Griswold Elementary School. Jaden Joseph, Dana Elementary School. Mason Mills, Griswold Elementary School. Chris Goldman, Griswold Elementary School. Drew Faber, Lisbon Central School. Dana Kuzlauskas, Griswold Elementary School. Noah Sumams, Griswold Elementary School. Corey Mills, Griswold Elementary School. Lennox Lindo, Preston Elementary School. Brady Widener, Elizabeth Central School. Nino Luna, Griswold Elementary School. Kiki Boyce, Griswold Elementary School.
Ladies and gentlemen, Old Lyme picked up a win over Concochog on Saturday to prove to 2-0 on the season. Up next, they head to Old Saybrook on December 30th for a 12 o'clock tip. Wearing their white jerseys with blue lettering, the Wildcats are led by head coach Brady Sheffield. Make some noise, Wildcats fans. Let's meet your starting 5. Starting at guard, a junior, number 1, Ethan Trepanier. At guard, a sophomore, number 3, Will McKeever. Starting at guard, a senior, number 12, Coleman Curtis Reardon. At forward, a senior, number 33, Oliver Wyman. And starting at forward, a junior, number 34, Eddie Fisk Jr. This brings us to the Wolverines of Griswold. A comeback win over Stonington on Saturday improved them to 2-0. They host Woodstock on Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Wearing their black jerseys with white lettering, they are led by head coach Rob Molesky. Put your hands together, Wolverines. Let's meet their starting 5. Starting at guard, a senior, number 1, Aiden Cutter. At guard, a senior, number 2, Nick Waters. Starting at forward, a senior, number 11, Caden Kazlauskas. At guard, a senior, number 13, Colby Mills. And starting at guard, a senior, number 23, Braden Widener. Your officials tonight, Mr. Tim Viveris, Mr. Brett Perry, and Mr. Dan Henderson. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem being performed by the Griswold High School Chamber Choir.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Terrific rendition,
ladies and gentlemen,
of our
the
national
Griswold
anthem
High
by the Griswold High
Chamber
School Choir. Our player introductions were brought to you by U.S. Furniture, the name you can trust. Stop by our newest location at 5 Dayton Place in Waterford, next door to Jared Jewelry. We have stores in Orange, Manchester, and Newington for your convenience. We carry all brands for less. Living rooms starting at $7.99, bedrooms starting at $6.99. U.S. Furniture, where you get more and pay less. Limited stock available. Stop by, call 860-574-9130, or visit us online at usfurnitureCT.com. Family owned and operated. Our pregame show was brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health, located in Waterford. We're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. Old Lyme is in the white uniforms with the blue trim, the white Wildcats on the front, trimmed in blue. Griswold in the familiar green and white. Our officials, Tim Viveris will throw the ball up, working with Brett Perry and Daniel Henderson. Great anticipation for this game, Juice. As we said, two teams that could go a long way in Division 4 this year. A very difficult decision is right off the bat. Ethan Trepanier and Braden Widener getting to a little bit of a muscle tussle in the center circle. Mills, who's got that great jumping ability, controls it. Old Lyme will start out in a man-to-man. See if they try to take advantage of Will McKeever with Nick Waters inside. Has a big height advantage on him. Here's a layup, no good by the law firm, Coleman Curtis Reardon. And that's something that Eddie Fisk Jr. can't do tonight. He can't get fouls like that in the open floor. He's too valuable against this big Griswold squad.
Yeah, early on, Old Lyme's going to play man-to-man. Brady Sheffield says, I really don't play much more. I might sprinkle in a zone here or there, special situation. So if they're going to play man-to-man, they got to keep Griswold in front, and they have to close out on three-point shooters on the perimeter.
Here's Kozlowskis against Fisk inside. The nice move. Caden Kozlowskis, averaging 15 a game, gets Griswold's first 2.
And I wonder, knowing that Fisk had one, if Coach Mo said, let's pound it inside and see if we can get an easy one. It looked like that was uncontested.
Here's Coleman Reardon. Trepanier down low to Fisk. They double. Kick out outside to Oliver Wyman. 10 on the clock as Fisk starts to make his move. Coleman Reardon inside. Kicks it back to Fisk. Kozlowskis tried to throw it away. Here's Cutter. And he's fouled as he goes to the hoop by Trepanier. And they're going to score it. Boy, that is NBA-like continuation.
Well, it feels like we're in Madison Square Garden tonight, Joe, so might as well let the continuation play. But you see the bump occurs definitely before the shot motion, but in the NBA, there was a gather.
Yep.
So
that's the new word. That's the basketball word of the year is gather. So here's Aiden Cutter, 4 for 4 from the line this season.
The jinx?
Pretty much. Pretty much the broadcaster jinx. Here's Wyman to the hoop. Can't get it to go. And Kozlowskis clears the glass for Griswold. Just the start of things here at the Mohegan Sun Arena. Game 2 of 3. Wide open lane to the hoop for Kozlowskis. Good job that time by Trepanier to distract Kozlowskis on his way to the bucket.
Yeah, he might have been so open he distracted himself.
Here's McKeever. Rims the basket. Nick Waters grabs the rebound.
McKeever, no hesitation from 35.
No, they'll give him that shot. He hit a couple of those this weekend. Cutter can't get it to go. Kozlowskis hits the deck. McKeever back the other way. Old Lyme looking for their first 2 points. Fisk and Kozlowskis, that'll be a good matchup. They leave Wyman open for 3. 5th 3 of the year for Oliver Wyman, ties the game at 3.
So you see, Joe, that Griswold's doubling Fisk every time, but he's recognizing it, got it outside of the open shooter.
He's going to see a lot of that in the Shoreline this year, Chris. Teams are going to have to double team him. Mills from long distance. Can't get it to go. Colby's struggled from distance. Pass too long. Here's Mills, has the electric jumping ability. Finds Cutter. Second field goal for the senior. Called tough as nails by head coach Rob Molesky. Kick out back to Coleman Reardon. Fisk will hoist and hit. Eddie Fisk Jr. had 20 in the easy win at Coginchaug Regional. Have you ever been to Coginchaug?
I have not, Coach.
Do you know where Durham is?
I do.
Okay.
I've attended the Durham Fair once or twice.
Oh, I bet that was fun. I have Durham Fair stories for you, but for at a later date. McKeever from distance. Coleman Reardon doing a nice job off the offensive glass.
And that's how the Wildcats can counter the Wolverines' speed in transition, is by getting extra shots on the offensive glass. That was one of the things Coach Mo was worried about. We have to limit their second chance opportunities.
Coleman Curtis Reardon averaging 12.5 a game in the wins against Portland and Coginchaug, neither of which were close. Now 5 for 5 for the line this season. Here's the younger Mills, Mason Mills, number 4, and Noah Suvedance. They come in the game for Waters and Widener. Old Lyme looking for its first lead of the night with 4:26 to go here in quarter number 1. His first miss at the line this season. See, I didn't say it was 4 for 4 because before he shot it, because I did not want to be accused of the broadcaster jinx. Suvanants couldn't get it to go. I'm not sure if that was a walk or a foul.
Yeah,
it turned out to be neither.
It was neither because nothing was whistled.
Fisk has it knocked away by Cutter and taken by Mason Mills. Tied at 6, 3:50 and counting here in the first quarter. Cutter with that bulldog mentality, can't get it to go, but Aiden will go to the line for 2.
Yeah, right now Old Lyme struggling a little bit guarding these fake handoffs. A couple times Griswold's hesitated like they were going to hand the ball off. Usually when you're playing man, you're going to switch that on a guard-guard handoff. So I think a little confusion. They anticipated the handoff before it happened and a couple blow-bys. But another missed free throw, Joe.
Ryan Hill coming into the game for Old Lyme, replacing Trepanier, and the big fella, Jaden Joseph, comes in to give Kozlowskis a rest. It was interesting, between games they had to extend the lane, put different tape on the floor because it was for the WNBA and not for the high schools. So Cutter hits the second of 2. He's got 5 of the 7 for the Wolverines. Knocked away by Colby Mills. Here's Griswold on the run. Nice play by Fisk to get in the way of that. Good crowd on hand here for this matchup. Griswold about 15 miles away, Old Lyme about 19. Did you manage to make it through all the snow to get here? I was a little worried with the forecast in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I have to be careful because one of my dear meteorologist friends, Rachel Piscatelli, is her significant other, is friends, I believe it's with Colby Mills' father.
Oh.
So I'm not going to rip the meteorologist. I would never rip Rachel anyway. It's one of the best. Cutter couldn't get it to go, and it's been an active start for Oliver Wyman, number 33 in white. Hill from distance. Can't get it to go, and Joseph almost gave it up. Here's Suvanants all the way to the hoop to lay it in.
Uncontested. You got to stop the ball.
Approaching 3 minutes to go in the first. Reardon has it knocked away, can't get it back, and here's Colby Mills. Has terrific jumping ability. He had 2 baseline dunks against East Lyme where he just powered his way along the baseline and elevated. Here's Cutter for 3. Weak side rebound. Boy, Coleman Reardon's got a lot of rebounds. Coleman Curtis Reardon takes the baseline pass. Hill couldn't control, and Mason Mills takes it. Cutter on the run out. 7 for Aiden Cutter. Biggest lead of the game for Griswold at 5 with 2:20 to go in the first.
Griswold just puts so much pressure on you to get back on defense after you take a shot.
Old Lyme wants to play fast, but so far they have not been able to capitalize. Good job by Suvanants, the box out on Ryan Hill. Colby Mills absorbs a bump by Reardon, can't get it to go. Hill with the rebound, leads the break. 4 Wolverines are back. Fisk up top. Drives by Joseph easily to lay it in. Too easy for Eddie Fisk, who's got 4.
Yeah, you don't want to go for that shot fake when Eddie Fisk is 25 feet away, because once he gets into the lane one-on-one, it's over.
Stop the 5-0 Griswold run. 3 Griswold subs waiting to check in, and Connor Vautrain for Old Lyme. Here's the left-handed jumper. 2 hoops for Noah Suvanants off the bench. He didn't score in the Stoughton game. Back up to a 5-point lead. Nice pass inside. Wyman, no luck at the rim. Nice pass by Cutter. And Jaden Joseph scores, and Brady Sheffield wants to talk about it. Great ball movement thus far, and it's been a terrific start to the night for Aiden Cutter.
Yeah, Griswold now made 4 of their last 6 shots and really starting to pick up the tempo. You see not really going to be in danger of having a shot clock violation tonight, Joe.
I would think not.
They like to get it up and shoot it quickly.
I think that's, you could say that about all six of these teams playing here. Obviously, NFA and New London like to race. Notre Dame and West Haven does.
100%.
I would imagine West Haven does. And these two teams are not adverse to rushing up and down the court. Keselowskis, Waters, and Widener come back. We're going to get Chris Coleman in here in a minute. As Cutter comes back on the floor.
Old Lyme really struggling from the field, Joe. 3 of 12. So need to find a way to get some easy baskets.
They've had good looks at the hoop, Juice.
Absolutely.
Notre with the leaping catch at the foul line. Knocked away. McKeever, who does not have far to go to the ground, gets it. 3 won't go. Knocked around in the lane. Layup attempt won't go. Rebounded by Keselowskis. Curtis Reardon couldn't make it home, and then knocked out of bounds by Griswold. Rob Molesky asking Brett Perry about the call. Turnovers was a huge problem on Saturday against Stonington. Griswold had 22. As you look at Rob Molesky, pleading his case. No coach has ever won in that situation.
There's no replay in high school basketball.
Suvanats on the breakout. Gives it up. Waters misses the shot. Boy, Noah Suvanats a little too unselfish there.
Yeah.
8 seconds to go in the quarter as Wyman hits a big 3. His second 3 of the game. That's a huge 3 by Oliver Wyman, his second of the quarter. 1 quarter in, it's Griswold 15, Old Lyme 11. Game 2 of the day Holiday Classic.
Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail.
Get a look inside the Old Lyme huddle with third-year head coach Brady Sheffield. Played on their 2019 state championship team and then coached them to the state's finals in 24 where they won, and then in 25 where they lost to undefeated Shephog Valley. Meanwhile, Griswold got all the way to the Division IV semis last year before losing to unbeaten and eventual champion Ellington. All right, let's go behind the Griswold bench inside the huddle with the sports doctor.
Hey, guys. Coach Molesky over here urging his team to play with just a little more energy because Old Lyme looks tired right now. Griswold a little bit faster, a little bit quicker to the punch, and getting the ball to the rim. Coach Mo right now likes what he sees from his squad.
Eddie Fisk Jr. on the bench to start the second quarter. McKeever had a notion. Mid-range jumper won't go. Cutter. Rob Molesky says when he goes to the hoop, he plays like it's 4th and goal. Terrific football player for the Wolverines, who had an outstanding season, going 6-4. Alley-oop, too far for Mills. That'd be like if I threw an alley-oop to the sports doctor. You got to time it right.
Well, back to what Coach Molesky said, I agree. Old Lyme does look like they're a step behind, and lucky right now. I think Griswold missed about 3 to 5 easy baskets in the first quarter. It could be much bigger deficit than 4. So I think Old Lyme's got to rethink the playing fast and be a little bit more methodical here on offense.
Fisk Jr. back in, touches it outside. Inadvertently tripped, gets on the ground, passes to Hill, and he can't control, and it goes out of bounds.
Man, ball must be slippery.
Now let me go back there because I got a dirty look from across the way. It's not that I don't think the sports doctor could convert an alley-oop. I just meant it would be a bad pass on my part that would prohibit that from happening.
You don't have to be that nice to him, Joe.
Much like the pass to Mills. Well, he carries a lot of weight around here. Here's Cutter from distance, rims the basket. And we got a foul on Kozlowskis inside. First on Kozlowskis. First on the team. Here is 5'6" junior Chris Coleman in the game for Aiden Cutter, who leads all scorers with 7. Wyman has 6 of the 11 for Old Lyme. Fisk and Kozlowskis, that's the marquee matchup in this one. Fisk will try from distance and hit. First 3 of the year, or rather the second 3 of the year for Eddie Fisk, and it's a 1-point game.
Good looking shot, held his foul through.
Nice dish by Mills. Coleman doesn't catch iron. Here come the Wildcats, looking to take the lead. Nice pass, McKeever wide open. Rims the basket, Fisk gives Old Lyme the lead and forces Rob Molesky to take a timeout.
Griswold's fallen in love with the 3, Joe. They have not hit one yet today, yet they keep chucking them. 2 missed 3-point attempts here in the second quarter. They missed 5 in the first quarter, so that's 0 of 7 from the game. It's kind of keeping Old Lyme hanging around here.
Well, they really struggled from 3 juice against Stonington. They went 4 for 22. They're only shooting 25.6% on the year coming in, so they really haven't honed in on that long distance game.
And sometimes I've found, Joe, you kind of make it your identity, like early on in your playing career, that you're a shooter. But, like, you look at this team that Griswold has, and they're athletic. They can take it to the rack. So you got to learn that, like, okay, once my first shot's not going, I got to take it to the rack. We used to have a call called strong, and we would, just yell strong, strong, and that just alerted the team that you're taking it to the rack. And sometimes you have to put the onus on the official to make a call and maybe get to the free throw line and get some easy baskets that way.
And one other thing, Colby Mills has yet to score, averaging 14 a game this season. Waters, nice look inside. Caden Kozlowskis has 4.
And it just seems like he can do whatever he wants inside. Keep getting the ball to number 11.
Dished outside to Hill. Honorable mention, all Shoreline as a freshman. Fisk, a 2-time first-team selection. Air ball from Curtis Reardon as Aiden Cutter comes back in, replacing Chris Coleman. Both these teams go about 7-8 deep comfortably. Old Lyme goes with Vautrin and Hill, Coleman and Souvenance and Jaden Joseph and Mason Mills. Here's Colby Mills, guarded by Curtis Reardon, all the way to the hoop. Here's that jumping ability we talked about. His 8th dunk, counting the 2 scrimmages.
That one was as easy as it can get. No help side defense. Miscommunication from the Wildcats.
Cutter looking to double. Fisk off balance as he shot. Cutter leads it back the other way. Good hustle by Vautrin to knock it away. Old Lyme looking to run, but Griswold gets back. Hill all the way to the hoop. Fouled by Nick Waters, so Ryan Hill will go to the line to shoot a couple.
And I think Old Lyme just needs to do more of this. They have a size advantage, maybe not so much vertically, but definitely their width. And they can get to the rim with kind of that power run game, so to speak, whereas, Griswold has a lot of ball handlers. I think that's what Old Lyme's really missing, to make this team the kind of elite team to complement the talent that they have. They don't really have that ball handler as the head of the snake.
Hill misses them both. Fisk keeps it alive, but Suvanats, who came in for Waters, grabs the rebound. 4:20 to go in an entertaining first half. Griswold by 3. Kozlowskis gets around Hill without any issues. Back-to-back hoops for Caden Kozlowskis.
Old Lyme struggling with the dribble handoff. They're not guarding it well right now.
Bad decision by Fisk Jr. trying to get it to the 5'1" McKeever at the foul line. That's a walk on Aiden Cutter. As Oliver Wyman comes back into the game, replacing Ryan Hill. Brady Sheffield says he's got a unique skill set, does Hill. One of the youngest guys on the team. He's a sophomore, but he's a young sophomore. It's like saying I'm a young 72.
You are, Joe.
McKeever on the sideline as he took the pass. And, if you're Old Lyme in this game, Chris, you can't have those kind of careless turnovers.
No, and you got to take care of the ball. Got to get a shot every possession. Execute. Try to get the ball going north-south. Use those big frames to get contact.
Stop and go dribble by Mills. Up top, Widener. Can't get it to go. Vautre to box out on Suvanats. Fisk coast to coast. Wheels, deals. Can't get it to go. Rebound Braden Widener. Suvanats with that lefty shot. Can't get it to go. Neither team doing much on the offensive glass so far.
No, very disciplined box outs. Both teams know.
Nice move. Coleman Curtis Reardon, his first bucket. Cuts the Griswold lead to 3 with inside 3 to go in half number 1. Keith O'Brien will talk to the coach who's leading at halftime. Kozlowskis absorbs the bump but can't get it to fall. Fisk hawked outside by Suvanats. .20 on the shot clock. Good pressure that time, but there's a rebound. I don't know. Oh, what a play by Vautrain. What a save over the head by Connor Vautrain, and Curtis Reardon is the recipient. I don't think that's in Brady Sheffield's playbook. 1 point game, 2:10 to go. Nice backdoor move, but Suvanats can't hold on. And again, Juice, turnovers, the biggest enemy that Griswold has is they bring Waters and Joseph back in the game, replacing Kozlowskis. Also trying to come in, but not at the table in time, Chris Coleman. Inside 2 minutes to go in the first half. Boy, they're letting a lot of bumping go on outside, which I like. Don't call every foul. Joseph sent to the deck by Coleman Curtis Reardon.
We talked about turnovers, Joe. Griswold has 3 turnovers officially this quarter, but then when you look at 0 for 4 from downtown, is shot selection, does that fall in the category of turnover? Some coaches think so.
I think bad shots are a turnover. It's a good point. That's the coach in you, Juice. There's another, and it's the unforced errors that drive a coach crazy.
Yeah, 4th turnover of the quarter. 0 of 9 from three-point land is Griswold.
Minute 46 to go in what's a 1 point game. See if Fisk tries to take Joseph. He does. He gets in, and it counts. Eddie Fisk in double figures with 11 will go to the line to try to complete the old-fashioned 3-point play as Jaden Joseph commits the foul, and Caden Keselowskis will come in for him, and Braden Widener will come back.
A couple of olays on defense there. Nobody stepping in to take the charge against Eddie Fisk. I don't blame him.
Fisk playing more on the perimeter this year, which Brady Sheffield says not only helps the team, but helps him improve his skill set if he looks to go on from here. Free throw almost did not catch iron.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, you look at the landscape, Joe, you know the college game better than anyone around here. You know, he's probably a 2-guard in college.
No question.
So.
Even at the Division III level.
Exactly.
Outside, it's Colby Mills. Good defense by Coleman Curtis Reardon. Backdoor, Mason Mills. Nice dish by Widener. And Griswold goes back on top. First 2 for Mason Mills. Little push off there by Fisk. Couldn't get it to go. Colby Mills looking to run at all costs. That's that's an untimely mistake by Colby. Nice dish off. Fisk to Reardon. And Old Lyme's back by 1. 7-second differential between the shot and the game clock as we approach halftime here at the Mohegan Sun Arena. See if Mills tries to take Wyman, and he hits. Second hoop of the game for Mills. Plenty of time for Old Lyme with the shot clock turned off.
As you see, Eddie's got to bring the ball up. You know, over the course of a game, all the work that he has to do, this takes energy out of his legs.
Vautrin, the lefty, can't get it to go. Tipped around. 1 second. Cutter heave from midcourt. And that'll do it for a very competitive first half. Parts of the first quarter, it looked like Griswold was going to blow Old Lyme out of the arena, but give credit to the Wildcats behind their 2 big guns, Curtis Reardon and Fisk, getting right back into the game. So at the break, 25-24, Griswold on top. The Sports Doctor is with head coach Rob Molesky.
Hey, Coach, after an extremely sloppy first half, what did you like in your team in the first 2 quarters?
I thought for about 8 minutes we played with a lot of energy and some smarts. You know, either we got tired or lazy. AC just said we're lazy. So we'll talk about it in about a minute.
Offensively, a lot of success at the rim, the extra pass. Is that the game plan going in?
Yeah, share it, you know. Our offense gets everybody involved. You know, Colby didn't get off to a good start, so I'm expecting bigger things out of him. And Fisk is he's a man. I shook his hand, my God.
Yeah, he's like the sports doctors. What's the message at the locker room to come out in the second half?
Let's focus. You know, this is exactly what I anticipated. You know, this is exactly what I thought it would be. Yeah. So let's keep playing.
All right, keep playing. 2 good teams, you guys. Good second half, Coach.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks. And a good note for all of you who meet Keith O'Brien at the casino, do not shake hands. He has that vice grip handshake. So we are at the break. It is 25-24, Griswold on top. Halftime here at the Day Holiday Classic on theday.com.
This Game Day Player Spotlight, powered by Joshua's Worldwide.
Basketball, I started late. Football, I started when I was 6. Basketball, maybe 10, 11, 12, maybe somewhere around there. But basketball is my second sport. But it's still, I play for my friends. I play for the coach. I mean, it's a great team. I love everybody on the team.
Full-time starter last year, played a lot as a sophomore. Started whenever we had injuries or sickness. So he's, very experienced. He's an energy guy. And there's a couple of plays that stick out last year that it's tough to get on my head. Balls that other players have given up on, he just stays with.
I feel like it's the same. Get after it. Get your hands dirty. Dive on the loose balls. Strip somebody. Make the layup, and also make the extra pass. Lift your teammates' head up.
He's physically tough. He's tenacious. He's very athletic. So it's a good combination.
I think my defense is a big part of it. And I feel like I'm more of the pass the ball, look for the guy who's open, and everyone else can knock the shot down. So
On the floor, you know, I tell these guys, once we cross half court, there's no longer a point guard. You know, as far as that title goes, or that number one. Because once we cross half court, we run a motion offense, and yeah, I don't know if you want to give them the point guard title, but I just want my best players on the court as long as possible. He's a mama's boy.
Yeah, I'm a mama's boy. My mom is a very important person in my life. I don't really have like a father figure, I'd say, besides my grandpa. My grandpa's a really big role in my life as well. But my mom, she gets up every day at 6 o'clock, wakes everyone up in the house, you know, makes us breakfast. Great role model. I look after her every single day, so that's where I come from. And she means a lot to me, so I kind of do everything for her every time I step on that court or step on the football field or come to this school. I do it for her.
This Game Day Player Spotlight, powered by Joshua's Worldwide.
So I used to live in Oregon. I lived there until I was in 4th grade. My brother played. I have an older brother, and he and my dad would always be out in the street shooting, and so I knew that it was a sport I wanted to play. And ever since then, I've just enjoyed, I play 3 sports, so each season I've just, looked for the next sport to play, and basketball is the sport I played in winter.
Do you still play 3 sports here?
I do, yeah.
What else do you play?
I play soccer in the fall and then lacrosse in the spring.
I mean, you can't describe it, and it's everything. He guards the other team's best player. He plays point guard when we have him, we have to have him play point guard. For the past 2 years, it's been point guard all the time. This year, it's a little bit more off the ball. He'll do whatever we ask. He'll post up, he'll play point guard, he'll guard a big, he'll guard a guard.
Playing in a team with a really good player, and they're like, oh, we got to watch out for this guy, and then that defensive responsibility falls on me. And I do take some pride with it, because I think if I can lock that player up or hold him to the lowest average, we have a much better chance of winning, and that's the ultimate goal.
I think he was second on our team in scoring, second on our team in rebounding, led our team in assists, led our team in steals. I mean, just a super important guy for us, does everything.
I would consider myself a selfless player. I think if I had the option to go up and take a layup or hit the open guy in the 3, I would hit the open, the player who's open. I think my coaches have definitely worked on me with that.
Yes, and that's a problem that we've had a lot of discussions about. I think sometimes he can defer over to Eddie, he can defer to, all of his teammates. He needs to have aggression, he needs to play with, a high motor and look for his spots to score the ball first.
I think I'm definitely working on it now. I think there's times where I could have, gone for the ball, maybe played off 2 feet and gotten 2 points where, I decided to pass the ball instead. So it's something I'm working on. I think it's something I definitely improved on, but, you can get better at everything no matter how good you are.
We tell him all the time that we feel like we have the best 2 players in the Shoreline Conference on our team. And we think it shouldn't be a competition for who's, the best. It should be we have both of them playing together, and that's a real tough thing for everyone else that has to deal with us. We think his goal should be all-state player, first team all-conference player. He's that kind of guy. He has a ceiling that is, there is no ceiling. He can do every single thing on the court.
Since 1995, we've been revolutionizing transportation with our commitment to exceptional customer service. From sedans to 57-passenger motor coaches, our fleet of over 35 vehicles servicing diverse needs, including weddings, corporate events, group transportation, and much, much more. Our 24/7 availability, rigorous safety standards, and state-of-the-art technologies ensures a seamless experience. Join us on your next journey and experience the difference firsthand. At Joshua's Worldwide, we don't just provide a great ride, we deliver peace of mind.
Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail.
D-Heck, what a great night for Old Lyme High School and boys basketball here at the Mohegan Sun.
Absolutely. This is a great atmosphere with lots of people here, and it's exciting to be back in Mohegan Sun.
Now, Old Lyme is a small little school in, southeastern, middle Connecticut, shoreline area, but you guys seem to play up. You play bigger schools. You play tougher competition across the board. Doesn't matter if it's girls soccer, boys basketball, baseball, whatever. How did you start that mentality with that program?
You know, it's always been you gotta play the best to be the best. So my coaches bought right into that right away, and they know that if they go bigger, you know, they get better. So they buy into it, and that's how we get it.
And you talk about a young man who's bought into it too. Brady Sheffield, who played for the Old Lyme basketball, had a lot of success, and had a really good team the COVID year. I think they were undefeated. And now to see him mature and become a leader, a man leader a little bit, and bring this team to back-to-back state championships. Talk about, A, your relationship with Brady, and B, his with the kids.
So I've been watching Brady since he was in 6th grade, along with his teammates, literally. And it's been really fun watching them all through. And it was heartbreaking, you know, the COVID year when we made our run to the sun and we didn't make it because of the shutdown. And I think he, you know, coming into coaching, that was his goal. He wanted to make it back here, not only for himself, but, you know, get the team here so that they could experience what he didn't get to. So, you know, he came in with a goal, and that's been his drive all along.
Yeah, he's excited. I talked to him in the stands beforehand. I'm sure everybody's excited too, but, you know, talk about for these kids to play here at this arena.
I mean, this is such an amazing experience, and get to see, you know, a big court like this with all these fans. It's, you know, something that not everyone gets to experience. So we're grateful that you guys have us and we could be here today.
Well, it's the holiday season, guys. Little things, big things come in little packages. Old Lyme High School, the AD, the team, congratulations, all your success, and good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a great holiday.
All right, guys.
All right, thanks, Sports Doctor. Let's get a look at the first half highlights, Juice. Caden Kaslowskis had some good luck inside.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, you know, with Griswold going 0 for 9 from downtown, from deep, get the ball inside. You see them going to the hoop here. You're going to see all inside points from the Wolverines because they didn't make any from the outside. And that has been the story for why this game is so close. I think Griswold has played their game. They've played an up-tempo game. They've played a lot of guys. Credit Old Lyme for sticking around. They've hit some timely threes. They're only 3 of 12 from the outside, but some timely offensive rebounds and sticking around. They fixed their transition defense. That was leaky early in the game. They started getting back. Here you see a spectacular save that led to a little bunny that goes in. Big Eddie Fisk getting the hoop and harm. But getting to the basket, that's going to be the name of the game for each of these teams in the second half.
Our halftime show brought to you by Clough Carpet One. Flooring and home, carpet, wood, laminate, tile, and more. Quality you can see, comfort you can feel, value you can appreciate. Voted the #1 flooring company in Eastern Connecticut. We look forward to helping you with all your flooring needs. For free measure and finance approval, visit us online at carpetone.com or call us at 860-447-0383. Halftime scoring for Old Lyme, Eddie Fisk Jr. with 11, Coleman Curtis Reardon with 7, Oliver Wyman with 6, Aiden Cutter with 7, Caden Kaslowskis with 6 for Griswold. Going right to left here in the second half. 1-point game at the half. Kickball on the baseline as Nick Waters tried to drive. You know, Rob Molesky so unhappy with the performance on Saturday, and I know you talked to him just before I did, because he went with age over beauty, 5-second violation. But he said for the first 30 minutes of practice on Sunday, all they did was talk about focusing, about having fool's gold. And he, as you heard him talking with Keith at halftime, he was not pleased with what he saw, especially in that second quarter.
Yeah, it's a senior team. It's got a lot of experience.
McKeever turns it over for Cutter. Aiden Cutter on the breakaway, and it's a 3-point Griswold lead.
Yeah, and like I've been saying, Old Lyme doesn't have a primary ball handler. I wonder at some point if Griswold turns up the pressure.
Eddie Fisk Jr. turning up the pressure. He's got 13. Waters will try from distance. Short. Long rebound comes out to Trepanier.
0 of 10 now from three-point line is Griswold.
Here's Fisk for three. Good. Eddie Fisk Jr.'s second three of the game. And Old Lyme goes back on top, 29-27.
Yeah, Eddie's got a nice three-pointer. It's not a quick release, but it's good form, good follow-through. It's like that Andre Drummond three-pointer.
That's not exactly a shot I think they want to see him taking.
No, but when he gets the time, he can hit it, and he gets another one inside. That's where he makes his money. And timeout.
Rob Molesky was not happy at halftime. I can guarantee you he's not happy a minute 32 into the second half. It's a full timeout, and Old Lyme going with their stud, Eddie Fisk Jr. Last year's Shoreline Player of the Year, 2 times All Shoreline Conference. Has a terrific work ethic, and one thing that Brady Sheffield likes is becoming more vocal, becoming more of a coach. He calls him his fourth coach on the floor. When he's not in the game or Brady's talking to one group of practice, Eddie will be talking to another group. When your best player is one of your hardest workers, that's always a good secret for success.
That is the secret to success at this level, Joe. Like, I know probably, some other levels you could get away with talent, and take your foot off the gas, but at this level, you will see it in the next game with Abdou Toure. We saw it earlier on with New London and J.J. Robinson. Your best player has to have the pedal to the metal and work hard all the time, but I still wonder if Griswold shouldn't just press Old Lyme and start picking up, playing some tighter defense, because I just don't see a primary ball handler on this Wildcat team. They're just too comfortable, and if Eddie Fisk is going to get open shots, whether it be on the perimeter or in the inside, that's a recipe for disaster.
Let's go to Keith. Keith, what do you got? He's got a mic that's not working. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there we go. Coach Sheffield talked about push, push, push. Griswold's got their hands on their hips. Got to beat him to the basket, beat him to the punch. They can't play with us, says Brady Sheffield. Let's take care of business down the stretch here in the third quarter.
Colby Mills, who's got to be more assertive offensively here in the second half. That's just his third field goal.
It's funny
Fisk almost out of control. Sorry, stolen by Cutter. Back we go the other way. Cutter fouled on the way to the hoop.
No, that's just funny that really is the message that I think Coach Molesky should be saying. I mean, we got to push the tempo and ratchet it up. I don't know if Old Lyme could play with the Wolverines if they play their style. I think the Wolverines have been lulled now into this style of play where they're going to settle for threes, and that's playing right into the hands of the Wildcats. But he's trying to get his team's confidence up, and he's got their attention for sure.
Well, remember in the first half when we heard from Keith after he listened in on the Griswold huddle, it was Rob Molesky who said, we've got to push the pace. They look tired out there. Shoes on the other foot. Cutter in double figures for the second time in 3 games with 10. Trying to tie the game 2 minutes into the second half, and he does. Aiden now 3 for 5 from the line, and here's the 2-2-1 press. Trepanier almost bobbles it, then they double team. Fisk there to grab it. Old Lyme goes to their half-court offense. Curtis Reardon can't get it to go, but he gets the tip out. Trepanier will try. Inside, rebound won't good. Fisk again, can't get it to go, and Colby Mills grabs the rebound. Souvenance with a nice step-through move. Season-high 6 for the senior Noah Souvenance, and Griswold back on top.
Yeah, I like this decision. Even if Old Lyme gets a couple baskets, they're not going to be able to last.
Look out. Nice save. Here's Fisk. Takes it all the way on Mills to lay it in. And now it's Brady Sheffield who's going to take a timeout because I don't think he liked the way his team has been handling the pressure.
Yeah, they were throwing the ball all around. They found the right guy's hands. This is the guy you want to have the ball against the pressure. He could take contact, he could finish. But overall, I think the Wolverines need to change the tempo of this game. Old Lyme very comfortable playing that half-court style, and they're not forced to make quick decisions when you don't put some pressure on the ball handler.
And offensive rebounding was a problem for Griswold. Stonington had 20 against them. Rob Molesky called his team lazy. I know a phrase that's never been used, Juice, referring to anything that you do.
Well, complacency, you know, the big C, you know, that you got to fight it, and that's what coaches worry about with older teams that are coming back. He's got all his starters, and he's worried about complacency and guys, you know, taking things for granted.
Here's Mills one-on-one with Oliver Wyman. Stops, pops, can't get it to go, and good position that time by Curtis Reardon. McKeever a three. He has to get that shot off so quickly at his size, and Souvenance was able to get in his face a little bit. Good defense by Ethan Trepanier to steal it. Again, Griswold without a three. Fisk winning the battle inside against Kozlowskis. Eddie with 22. Old Lyme jumps back on top. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's so important for Wyman to stay in front of Mills. He gets in the lane, he can be lethal. Three ball still won't drop, but Souvenance, who's been like John Havlicek off the bench for Griswold.
Yeah, he's been an energizer for them.
Old Lyme beats the pressure. Great play by Cutter to save it. Now Aiden on the breakaway. Terrific effort by the Bulldog, Aiden Cutter.
Saved it off of his head.
And Griswold gets back on top. Trepanier will hoist from distance. Fisk, nice fake, and the left hand won't go. Rebounded by Souvenance. Noah Souvenance has been terrific off the bench for Griswold. Mills picks up the dribble. Inside 3 minutes to go in the third. Hits the back of the iron. Mills tries to save it, he can't. Here's Trepanier, gets it under control. Wyman, nice dish baseline. Beautiful job sharing the basketball, and Coleman Curtis Reardon has 9.
Well, I guess if the question is when is Griswold going to stop shooting threes, the answer is
now.
Not tonight.
That's the first hoop of the half for Caden Kozlowskis to put the Wolverines back on top as we approach 2 minutes to go here in the third. It's been a seesaw affair after the first quarter. Fisk backs the dribble up, now hoists. Offensive rebound. Coleman Curtis Reardon. And, you know, as much as the three-point shooting's been a problem, Juice, defending the defensive glass has been just as big a one.
Absolutely.
Tipped away, but Cutter gets it back. Waters, nice over-the-shoulder pass, and Caden Kozlowskis now in double figures for the third time this year with 10. Griswold takes the press off with 1:30 to go in the third. Trepanier. Souvenance tips it to Cutter, looking to run. Takes McKeever all the way, lays it in. 15 for Aiden Cutter. He had scored 18 combined in the first two. And it's a 4-point Wolverine lead. Curtis Reardon fouled on the way to the hoop. Daniel Henderson with the call.
Oh yeah, definitely got arm, bicep.
Second on Caden Kozlowskis. He'll come out along with Mills. They'll bring Jaden Joseph and Mason Mills into the game. Yes, and it counts. Eddie Fisk Jr. unstoppable inside.
Yeah, he's on his way to 40 points. I mean, he is using the head fake to his advantage. Once he gets that guy in the air on that head fake, it's all over. He's so strong. Nice touch around the rim.
Souvenant's called for his first, so Fisk, who missed 2 free throws earlier, will try to finish the old-fashioned three-point play, leaves it short. Rebounded by Mason Mills. Inside a minute to go, third quarter, 2-point game. Waters looked like he got bumped, nothing called. Coleman Reardon gives to Hill, who's back in. Nice step through, and he's fouled.
So here's the difference in how the officials called both of those possessions. Griswold goes in and kind of leans away from the contact, a little seemingly out of control to the official. Here we get a stop. Might have been a travel, but he tried to jump stop, and that gives the official the clear sight line to call the foul. I always loved when players get to the paint and land onto Jalen Brunson, one of the best, playing off 2 feet.
Hill misses, but guess who's got the rebound? And the hoop. 26 unofficially for Fisk. And Old Lyme up 2. Shot clock turned off. Colby Mills and Kozlowskis had come back in. All the way to the hoop. And the foul. I think anytime Mills wants to get to the hoop, Juice, he can.
I agree with you, Joe. And, you know, maybe incorporate some more ball screens. The dribble handoffs were working earlier. You know, whatever you can do to get Mills going downhill would be, you know, advantageous because he's so athletic. And that might have been all ball right there, but like you put the onus on the official when you're taking it to the rack. Sometimes you're gonna get the calls, sometimes you're not, but at least you make them make a decision. When you shoot a 3, you don't have any chance.
They're gonna clear out for Fisk here. Stumbles and gets tripped. And that's the third on Nick Waters. Team foul number 4, so it actually doesn't hurt them. As into the game for the first time comes Charles Zapatka, sophomore, giving Hill a rest, and Waters will leave, replaced by Widener. Griswold fans not happy with the officiating. Fisk gets inside. Stolen by Fisk. What a quarter by Eddie Fisk Sr. 3 quarters in, we've got a doozy in Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic. It's Old Lyme, 47, Griswold, 46. Fourth quarter when we come back.
General Dynamics Electric Boat is proud to be a part of our community, and we're hiring. Join a team that values teamwork, craftsmanship, and purpose while helping build submarines that protect our nation. Explore careers at ebcareers.com or learn more about shipbuilding opportunities across the country at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, where careers are built together.
28 points on the night for Eddie Fisk Jr., Joe D'Ambrosio, along with Chris Giusti, Keith O'Brien, and our terrific crew from theday.com. A 1-point game going to the fourth, and you know, Chris, this was kind of the game we had hoped for between these two teams, both strong in their respective conferences, and that's what we've gotten for the first 24 minutes.
Yeah, great third quarter. If you like the ball going into the basket, Griswold 8 of 13, Old Lyme 9 of 18, but still the bugaboo for the Wolverines is the long ball. 0 of 13 from downtown. thus far this game.
You would think the law of averages means they have to make one. Keith was in the Griswold huddle. Sports doctor?
Yep. Coach Molesky talked about running a couple different bodies at Fisk to try to keep him, A, off the offensive glass, and B, from getting to the rim. So a bit of a, I mean, if I use a football term, a double team and a chip to keep this kid away. He's done it all so far for Old Lyme. So the center of attention will be on Fisk here in the fourth quarter and taking care of the basketball. Help ourselves, not hurt ourselves, Coach.
They get it into Fisk, but it's tipped by Kozlowskis. They tried the lob. The thing we talked about during the break, too, Juice, at halftime, was that Fisk got that early foul and hasn't gotten another one since then, so he's free to play.
Yeah, and the officials are letting him play, and I'm glad, because these are two big-time teams. Let them decide it.
On the baseline, Wyman can't get it to go. Knocked out of bounds. Old Lyme will retain possession as you look at the senior Oliver Wyman. Fisk for three. Rims the basket. Kozlowskis tips it off to Mills. 1 point Old Lyme lead as we start the fourth quarter. Kozlowskis stayed with it after Curtis Reardon got the tip. 12 for Caden Kozlowskis. Cutter runs at Fisk, who picks up the dribble. Fisk throws it away. Little too much dribbling that time by Eddie Fisk Jr. As you look at Brady Sheffield, the youthful head coach of Old Lyme.
Yeah, terrific coach. Invested in the community and building the program. Old Lyme in good hands for many, many years to come.
22-5 a year ago where they got to the Division IV finals. Kozlowskis can't get it to go. There's Widener. First hoop of the game for Braden Widener.
Concerted effort by the Wolverines to get to the hoop here to start the fourth.
Fisk on the perimeter. He's got 28. Still has 28. And Mills with the box out. A little sloppy that time by Colby Mills. A little too nonchalant. Down low it goes. The reverse is in. Coleman Curtis Reardon now with 13.
Yeah, he's so impressive. Unsung. That's a tough shot to make at this level.
He's a bit of a silent assassin, isn't he? Good rebound underneath by Widener, and they'll reset the offense. 6 minutes to play. First game went overtime. New London beating NFA. Nice crossover. Still can't get a three to fall. 0 for 14. Here's Hill all the way. Lays it up with the left, and he's fouled.
Yeah, Mills shook the defender out of his shoes, but then let him off the hook with the jump shot. Take it down the middle, young man.
Old Lyme unofficially tonight is 1 for 8 from the foul line. So one team can't hit threes, one team can't hit free throws. Here's Ryan Hill, had 11 in the opener against Portland, 6 at Coggins Regional High School in Durham. Suvanant's back in replacing Waters, and here's Will McKeever, who has not scored tonight, back in the game for Connor Votrain. Hill came in averaging 8.5 points per game, has just 2 tonight. Rims the basket, slapped around, and there's Suvanant. He's been so good off the bench. Griswold lead remains 1 as Cutter sets the half-court offense.
I like this high ball screen action from Kozlowskis. Sometimes he slips it. Set it that time.
And kind of a moving screen there, but he got away with it. 17 for Cutter.
They keep running it until they call it.
Right, exactly. Cutter all over McKeever. Double teamed on the baseline. Nice feed. Hill finds the cutting Hill for 2.
Beautiful action. Short corner. Eddie knew the cutter was coming after the pass. Little give and go action.
Back to a 1-point game. Terrific pass by Fisk Jr. that time. Stop and go. Kick in the corner. Still can't make a 3. Look out. Mills gets called for a push on the baseline. And Daniel Henderson doesn't want to hear about it. Second on Colby Mills, second on the team. As Ethan Trepanier comes back into the game, Old Lyme's going to talk about it. Over 3,100 tickets sold for this year's Day Holiday Classic. Such a terrific event. The most tickets ever sold for this event. And I think having it on a night where kids don't have to go to school the next day really helps out in that regard. Great job by everybody at the day associated with it.
Yep, and you got 2 local teams, and then, in the next game, you got a guy who's, a 5-star prospect, and maybe his college coach is going to be in the building.
Really? Coach Cal? He's here.
He's courtside as we speak.
Yeah, sitting at the scorer's table. Does he have a credential to sit there?
Let's go check.
We'll have the sports doctor go talk to him.
Talk about his alley-oop prowess.
Sports doctor or Calipari?
Either. Either. They'll be telling a tall tale.
First game was a 1-point win in overtime for New London over NFA after NFA looked like they were down and out in that one.
Yeah,
Cats made a great comeback.
Showed a lot of grit. I think, as I said in the post game of that one, it's hard to swallow a loss and say it's a good loss, but you think you learned something when you come back from 19 down.
Here's Coach Calipari on the sideline. Stay tuned after the game for our interview with the Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy, rustic home of comfort food, family-owned and operated. The cabin offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. Come check out the Hallway of History in the newly renovated tavern. Sample the diverse menu, craft beers, and great cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports on one of their 10 TVs. Stop in and see Rob and the crew and tell them Game Day sent you. See, that's an example of the play-by-play guy having no sense of the timing of the game.
He didn't miss anything, Joe.
No, I
missed 3.
Here's McKeever. Yes! First hoop of the game for Will McKeever. His 4th 3 of the year, and it puts Old Lyme up by 2.
Yeah, that's a miscommunication. That's definitely on the scouting report. Don't let him catch and shoot.
Kozlowski's working the perimeter against Fisk. Shot clock at 10. Cutter gets it against Curtis Reardon. This has been a terrific matchup. Now Souvenant, somebody's going to have to chuck it. That's a shot clock violation. Good defense by the Wildcats. Although Griswold was just window washing.
Yes.
Windshield washing. They weren't going north-south. They were just going east-west.
Yes. Yep, good defense by the Wildcats. Griswold trying to not settle for 3s. Couldn't find an open drop lane that time.
Fisk almost has it knocked away, but finds McKeever. 2 threes for Will McKeever back-to-back.
He's heating up.
57-52 Old Lyme, 3:15 to play. If you're Griswold, you just have to stay in your offense.
Yeah, the high ball screen's been working. Use your athleticism. Either roll or slip off this high ball screen.
Backdoor Mills for 2.
Beautiful.
Pretty pass that time by Cutter. Colby Mills in doubles for the 3rd time this year with 11. Fisk yet to score in this quarter. Picked up by Colby Mills on the switch, takes some baseline, fakes in the air, rips away, lays it in. Great job by Fisk to stay with it. He's got 30. 5-point Old Lyme lead, 2:30 to play in regulation. Colby Mills against Oliver Wyman. Wheels left, gets cut off, the turnaround. Back rim, no, easy rebound for Fisk Jr. Hawked in the backcourt by Widener. Old Lyme needs a good shot here. Trepanier almost trapped in the corner. 2 minutes to play regulation. Backdoor Trepanier, but he's not going to shoot that. Shot clock at 9. Inside! Great cut to the hoop by Curtis Reardon. Nice dish by Fisk Jr. and the Wildcats are starting to feel it. Their biggest lead of the night with 1:50 to play.
Once again, Curtis Reardon, he just is there when you need a bucket. The offense is breaking down late in the shot clock. He makes the cut, gets the easy basket underneath.
Follow Game Day on social media at Game Day CT for tonight's highlights, brought to you by Reynolds Subaru. At Reynolds Subaru, our commitment to the community is just as important as our commitment to our valued customers. We have a passion for helping others in the lower Connecticut River Valley. Giving back has been a family tradition since 1859. Reynolds Subaru on beautiful Hamburg Cove in Lyme. 1:50 to play. Old Lyme up by 7. Will McKeever had not scored juice, but he hit 2 huge threes. And then we mentioned how Fisk had not had the ball much in the fourth quarter. Hits a key hoop and then makes a beautiful cut pass to a cutting Coleman Curtis Reardon, a.k.a. the law firm, as Casey O'Neill calls him.
Yeah, the Wildcats, they're just mentally tough. They've endured runs from Griswold. I mean, Griswold's going to lament the fact that they're 0 of 15 from the three-point line, but there's still plenty of time here. Down 7, but 1:50, a lot of time. You know, you just got to start with getting a bucket here, and then I think you turn up the pressure.
And one thing in Old Lyme's favor, no team fouls. So they can be a little discriminate here. They come back with Cutter, Widener, Suvedance, Colby Mills, and Kozlowskis against McKeever, Wyman, Reardon, Trepanier, and Fisk Jr., the starting 5 for Brady Sheffield. Mills gets it slapped away, but fortunately for Griswold, Braden Widener was there. Here's Kozlowskis, dips into his bag, throws up the running hook, and he hits. Tough shot by Caden Kozlowskis. Back to that 2-2-1 pressure, which I'm surprised they didn't come back with earlier. Old Lyme will show some patience. Approaching 1 minute to play. Up by 5. Trepanier from distance. Air ball, but there's another offensive rebound. All the way to the hoop. Trepanier can't get it to go. Gets his own rebound, gets it blocked, and Suvedance comes up with it. 45 seconds to go. Cutter on the baseline. Knocked out of bounds by Curtis Reardon. Well, I'm sure if Ethan Trepanier had it over again, he wouldn't have taken shots 2 and 3.
Or 1.
27 on the shot clock. He's Cutter to trigger under his own basket. They're going to call Coleman Curtis Reardon, but that's not a foul that hurts them.
No.
First team foul, only the second on CCR.
Mills would have been open on well-designed out-of-bounds play, so not a bad foul.
Still 43.1 to go as you look at Rob Molesky in his 18th year at the helm in Griswold. Kozlowskis gets away from Wyman. It's a 3-point game. Yes, with 37 seconds to go. Old Lyme playing keep away here. 2-second differential between the shot and the game clock. That's only the 3rd team foul, so it'll be Old Lyme side out of bounds with the shot clock turned off with 17.8 to go. And Rob Molesky's going to talk about it.
I was just going to say, Joe, not a bad time for a timeout here. You had 2 timeouts left. use one here and discuss the strategy, because you got to foul 2 more times. So what are you going to do? Are you going to try to get a quick steal, or are you just going to go and say foul right away? Old Lyme hasn't been good at the free throw line.
I think you foul right away and then try to play some defense. Hey, follow Game Day on social media at Game Day CT for tonight's Science Sensational Play. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a My Sky, is that the way you pronounce that? My Sky account from Skyant Federal Credit Union. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Open a high-yield My Sky savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. I noticed neither of you clowns.
I think it's my side.
Jumped to help out.
I think it's my side, Joe. But I mean, who am I to?
It is my side
to correct the legend.
Well, you know what? If there's another timeout, I'll give him an extra read.
I'm not correcting the legend.
My shot. You two guys are sitting there like Heckle and Jekyll, going, "We'll watch this guy bury himself." 3-point Old Lyme lead, 17.8 to play. Griswold has one more foul to give as we get a little pushing and shoving in the line. And, of course, it would be Cutter for Griswold and Curtis Reardon for Old Lyme. 2 tough hombres out there. Tim Viveris, one of the officials, chuckling. They get it in to Curtis Reardon. And he's fouled right away as Mason Mills takes the foul. So Griswold's at the limit. Old Lyme will shoot the next time they're fouled. They'll inbound from the backcourt with 16.2 to play.
Don't want to throw a careless pass here. Brady's got 2 timeouts. They did get it in, though.
So they foul right away.
Yep.
Second on Aiden Cutter, but they have had such problems at the foul line tonight. That's not an awful play.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, where they inbounded it, Joe, they could have trapped him on the sideline. It might have created a turnover, but why risk it? You're playing the long game right now, trying to extend the game.
Curtis Reardon, the only Wildcat to make a free throw tonight. Coleman is 1 for 2 from the line. Make it 2 for 3. Makes it a 2-possession game with his 16th point. Here comes Trepanier, and also coming in is Zapatka. And you know what? If you're Brady Sheffield, you might play the foul game here. You've got only 1 team foul.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
It's because you're a smart man, Juice.
Well, I was just saying, it looked like he was saying no foul. So
doesn't go. Here's Cutter, 4-point Old Lyme lead. Throws it away. Mills tries to save it. It'll be picked up by Trepanier. Curtis Reardon. And that should do it. And it does. That's the ball game. 64-58. What a terrific victory for Old Lyme. Carried on the strength of their 2 main seniors, Eddie Fisk Jr. and Coleman Curtis Reardon. And when Griswold looks at this one, they will think they self-destructed, Juice.
Absolutely. I mean, it started with just settling for threes. It wasn't their night, but they kept forcing it. Ended 0 of 15 unofficially from the 3-point line. But then, you know, I just thought towards the end, Old Lyme was the better man-to-man defensive team. They were making Griswold work harder on the offensive end. They kept the ball in front of them. Griswold lost track of Old Lyme on their defensive end. They lost track of Cutters going to the basket.
Yeah, here we go. Our Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game, Eddie Fisk. Guys, all sweat, all blood and guts on the court, and the first thing he asked me is, how's my hair look? But you tell me, son, you try that shirt on. What a great ball game out there today. What was the difference down the stretch for this team coming out with the win?
Definitely defense. We did not play the way that we can. And we stuck together, played the team ball, and those stops helped us.
Yeah, also, too, I got some guys on the outside hit some 3-pointers as well. It's got to make things a little easier for you Talk about your play around the rim personally.
Yeah. I mean, my teammates always tell me moving off ball, hitting open threes, and I always look for them. So that's how we win tough games like this.
It's never not fun playing and winning on this court, is it?
No, I mean, the last time I was here, I lost. So it was good to get some revenge here.
Hey, get that bad taste out of your mouth. Great job tonight, son. Roberto's log cabin player of the game. Come on in, Coach. Reynolds Subaru, coach's interview, Brady Sheffield. Coach, you hit some threes down the stretch, and it seemed to really make things easy for you guys.
Yeah, it's a talking point for us every day. We got guys that can really shoot it. We never want them to stop shooting. We never want Will to stop shooting. We never want Ethan to stop shooting. And he made shots late in the game. Everyone made shots late in the game. I told him at halftime, we can't play a worse half of basketball, and we're down by 1. So let's go out there. We're going to make more shots. We got to lock in on defense and get stops and push. Feel like we were in better shape, and that helped us late in that game.
You know, if you've always got to look at your team, where we were at the beginning of the season, where we are now, where we want to be, does games like this against a tough Griswold team, does that help you get there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're one of the best teams in our division in the entire state. That's why we put them on the schedule, and it was real fun to be here and get to play them and get a look at them before we maybe see them later in the year. And this is, where we get to show what we're made of. These are the fun ones that, you think about when you come here to play.
You like this team. When you get down a little bit, you show a little bit of toughness, and you like the medal about them.
Love this team. Love my guys more than anyone ever. I'll stick with them. I'm tough on them, but they know it's all love, and they work, so hard for me every single day, and I got to work hard for them during these games too.
All right, great job tonight. Old Lyme, game 2 here at the Holiday Showcase. Great job tonight, Brady. Old Lyme, Joe, Coach on top.
Thanks, Sports Doctor. 64-58 is our final. And it was the Eddie Fisk Jr. show, especially in the second half.
Yeah, he's got that men's league game, Joe. Just not in a hurry to do anything. Strong inside, uses a lot of ball fakes and keeps the ball elevated and changes the planes. Able to finish in a variety of ways, and you see that in the highlight package here. But Curtis Reardon made some timely shots under the hoop. Nice cutting action here from Hill. Timely threes from McKeever. He hadn't done much all game long, but he hit 2 late threes. But that cut right there from Curtis Reardon was a big possession, forced the timeout, and Griswold never got it to 1 possession after that.
30 for Fisk, 18 for Curtis Reardon on the other side. 16 for Caden Kozlowski, 17 for Aiden Cutter, and 11 for Colby Mills. Griswold couldn't make a 3, turned the ball over too much. Old Lyme imposed its will in the second half.
Yeah, just patience. And like I said, I think I was most impressed with Old Lyme's technical defensive play. They were technically sound in a stance. They kept the Wolverines in front of them. Griswold broke down late. We thought it would be the Wildcats that would tire, but Griswold came out of their defensive stance a lot late and allowed Cutters to cut past them for easy buckets.
64-58, our final. Coming up soon on theday.com. It's the state's #1 team, Notre Dame of West Haven, against their in-city rival from West Haven. For the sports doctor, Keith O'Brien, and the coach, Chris Giusti, and our crew, I'm Jody Ambrosio. Thanks for watching the Day Holiday Classic here on theday.com.
following is a presentation of The Day.
Two-time defending state champion Notre Dame of West Haven, led by two-time defending state player of the year Arkansas-bound Abdu Toure, has more expectations than any school in Connecticut. Nothing short of a three-peat for both will be accepted, and Coach Jason Shea has compiled a schedule to match the hype. Landon Krieger is exceptional and versatile, and the Green Knights are hungry to make history. West Haven is supremely talented and determined to take the next step towards state prominence. Aaron Johnson is long and explosive and creates problems for opponents. LaShawn Roman does the same with multiple skills that make the Blue Devils scary. What would be better than a win over their city rival and shouting it out to the state? The sun will be burning bright with the star power of these two teams. West Haven bragging rights are on the line as the Green Knights of Notre Dame take on the Blue Devils of West Haven at the Day Holiday Classic from Mohegan Sun. All the action live on Game Day on theday.com.
The third and final game of the Day Holiday Classic at Mohegan Sun, and no game will have brighter stars than this one. Should be exciting. There are celebrities in the house, and all of the action is live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense at General Dynamics Electric Boat. They're hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail. We are now officially in the Waterford Dental Health pregame show. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Chris Giusti. We've had two very exciting games, and now we ratchet up the star power here for Game 3.
Yeah, what a treat that we get to see probably the best player in the state of Connecticut and the best team in the state of Connecticut as of right now. Star-studded attendees here to watch Abdu Toure going to Arkansas next year, and a treat that he decided to stay, Casey, in an era and a time frame where high school players often look to go prep or look to go somewhere else to make a name for themselves. Abdu Toure decided to stay at his high school and try to get the three-peat for Notre Dame.
He is the most decorated player. He's going to finish. He's already a two-time player of the year. He'll be the three-time player of the year. They're back-to-back Division I champions. They're going to win a third straight state championship. I'm going to go out.
On a limb?
Listen, they're going around the country playing the best teams in the country. This team is so good, he's so good, that his coach at Arkansas, John Calipari, in the house tonight to check him out. But that's not the biggest star in the house. That belongs to the sports doctor, Keith O'Brien. Sports doctor, where you at?
Hey guys, happy holidays to you. And Coach knows who's boss in this place right now. This is the sports doctor. Two things not lacking in this ball game: confidence and talent on both sides. You talk to both coaches, they're ready to roll. Players all the way down to the water boy. They love this kind of stuff. Big lights, big stars. Guys, it's going to be who doesn't turn over the basketball and who owns the boards. If you talk to both coaches tonight, going to be a lot of action. I hope you got your voices ready, fellas. Let's go.
Well, we already had a fabulous opening as Coach Calipari watches his star, Abdu Toure. He's Arkansas bound. We had a great game one, overtime between NFA and New London. You got a great game two with Joe D between Old Lyme, showing why they're state champion caliber team, back-to-back states for them over Griswold, and now it's Notre Dame of West Haven against a West Haven Blue Devils team. Tyrese Sullivan, coach there. We saw them last year. We saw New London beat them at home in a wacky, crazy game at the Conway Gymnasium. They are loaded, they're long, they're talented. They could be the second most talented team in the state, but they are going up against a Notre Dame team that is well coached, well traveled, and really, I think, has set a goal of an undefeated season to cap off the third straight state championship. I mean, their goals are lofty. We're going to send it to our PA announcer, Bill Glennie, momentarily, and have him take us through to the start of the game.
And welcome to Mohegan Sun Arena for game number 3 of the Day Holiday Classic, as the Green Knights of Notre Dame West Haven take on the West Haven Blue Devils. Game number 1 saw New London in an overtime win over Norwich Free Academy, and game 2, Old Lyme took down Griswold. Be sure to check out theday.com for athlete spotlights, as well as full replays and highlights of tonight's game, sponsored by General Dynamics. Fans, at this time, please direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams, brought to you by U.S. Furniture.
Bobby Shea, St. Mary's Middle School. George Gano, St. Mary's Middle School. Caden Reese, Bailey Middle School. Quincy Norville, Morshard and Magnet School. Eli Sinange, St. Mary's Middle School. John Jones, St. Rita's. Tyler Brevard, Andy Middle School. Tyrell Bryant, Wintergreen Magnet School. Landon Krieger, Adams Middle School. Kyle Gore, Bailey Middle School. Abdul Toure, Edgewood Magnet School. Jaden Zitron, Bailey Middle School. Dimitri Baudry, Harborside Middle School. Dwayne Trail, Truman Middle School. Ernest Ezekiel, Worcester Middle School.
Drew Kitson, Brandon Bellamy, Aaron Johnson Jr., Mikhail Haley, Moshawn Roman, Matt Morgan, Ricardo Harris, Kenan Morris, Jakari Harris, Donnell Smith, Charles Sutton, Caden Stanley.
West Haven picked up its 3rd win of the season over Shelton last night, entering tonight with a record of 3-0. They will head to Career on Saturday for a 1:30 tip-off, led by head coach Tyrese Sullivan, wearing their black jerseys and blue trim. Put your hands together. Let's meet their starting 5. Starting at guard, a senior, number 0, True Kitson. Starting at guard, a senior, number 2, Aaron Johnson. Starting at guard, a senior, number 4, LaShawn Roman. At guard, a junior, number 11, Kanan Morris. And starting at guard, a senior, number 14, Jordan Sirabonian. Notre Dame West Haven returned home from Florida with a 2-0 trip, entering tonight's with a record of 3-0. After Christmas, they head back to Myrtle Beach for its next contest on the 27th. Wearing their white jerseys with green trim, they are led by head coach Jason Shea. Make some noise, Green Knights. Here's your starting 5. Starting at guard, a junior, number 2, Kadrian Reeves. Starting at guard, a senior, number 4, Eli Senyange. At forward, a senior, number 5, Jonathan Jones. Starting at forward, a senior, number 14, Landon Krieger. And starting at guard, a senior, number 23, Abdu Torre. Your officials tonight, Mr. Dave Cruz, Mr. Anthony Mailhot, and Mr. Greg Keith. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem being performed by the Griswold High School Chamber Choir.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Ladies and gentlemen, the Griswold High School Chamber Choir.
All right. Our player introductions were brought to you by U.S. Furniture, the name you can trust. Stop by our newest location at 5 Dayton Place in Waterford, right next door to Jared Jewelry. Stores in Orange, Manchester, and Newington for your convenience. We carry all brands for less. Living rooms starting at $7.99, bedrooms at $6.99. U.S. Furniture, where you get more and pay less. Limited stock available. And that'll wrap up our Waterford Dental Health pregame show. Waterford Dental Health, gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic booth, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. So enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today at Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Well, if you had any doubts about the star power, right? So now we go back. Game day starts Chris Dunn.
Yes.
We go through the Holiday Classic starts Donovan Clingan.
Yes.
I have never heard a reaction like we heard for Abdou Toure when he came through the back, when he had the opening dunk in the layup line. I don't know I've ever seen this much. He's got genuine star power.
Yeah, he's got that pizzazz. He's got that swag. And he's gonna. He plays. Nothing against Clingan. He's an NBA pro. But Torrey's got that entertainment value. He's gonna fly above the rim. But this West Haven team, very interesting. Can they slow him down? Can they put on a show of their own?
Roman won the tip. Sarabionian, transfer from Hillhouse, drives and is stripped, but it stays with West Haven. They are long, they are talented. Aaron Johnson Jr., like I said, we saw him last year. Had a good idea that good things were coming. And a walk on Johnson. We'll turn it over, and we'll see the first offensive possession for the Green Knights of Notre Dame of West Haven, fresh off a 2-0 trip to Florida. They're 3-0 on the year. West Haven 3-0 on the year, so something's going to give.
Little 1-2-2 to start. Kind of passive pressure.
Krieger for three, no. And off of Senyange, out of bounds. It'll go back to West Haven.
We'll talk a lot about Landon Krieger tonight as he's commits the foul there. He's been with Torrey this entire journey, and if Abdou Torrey was not on this team, I think Landon Krieger would be the guy that everybody's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Division I player, and we don't see a lot of them. I think, as big and long as West Haven is, you may get a third, Division I player off of West Haven, but two D1 players in a state the size of Connecticut, when one of them's going to Arkansas, that's a tough task for the schools here. Last year we saw Hillhouse pull that upset later in the year against West Haven, Notre Dame. I don't know that they're going to be as complacent this year, perhaps, as they got a little bit last year. Coach Shea said they senses a hunger in them this year, They really they want to cap off. They recognize what they have with Toure and Krieger. They want to cap this year off with something special. Up top, Toure comes off the screen, picks it up, dumps it down to Krieger. Krieger kicks it back. Open three, no good. Rebound comes to Kitson, rather. Kadrian Reeves with a three. We saw him give St. Bernard's problems last year in the championship game. Serabionian, step back three, no good, front rim, a rebound, Toure.
Both teams playing tough man-to-man here to start, forcing the other team to shoot threes.
Nice drive, Krieger picks up the scrap. Nothing's going down here in the early going. West Haven has numbers. Three, no good, great box out by Eli Senyange, and he'll draw the foul.
Yeah, both teams kind of feeling each other out right now, but you got length, you got quickness, playing man-to-man. It's hard to operate, especially early in the game. Everybody's sharp, playing on their toes. So we'll see who can break through and get their offense working first.
Great crew today for this last game, the A team. Dave Cruz, Greg Keith, Anthony Malhoit. And I'll give you a funny Greg Keith story here in a second as Serabionian drew the assignment on Toure. Kick out Krieger for three, open look, no good. And finally, Kadrian Reeves gets us onto the scoring sheet here. It's 2-0.
The offensive rebounding, that West Haven cannot allow the Green Knights to get second and third opportunities tonight.
Serabionian spins, hangs, scoop, no good. Toure, effortless rebound. And Reeves swings. Open look, pump fake. Step back, in and out. But there for the offensive putback, Jonathan Jones, 4-0.
And nobody even close from West Haven to get that defensive rebound.
And there's a steal into the hands of Toure, and it's a quick 6-0 lead, and West Haven calls a timeout.
Yeah, surprised him there with that trap in the corner. You do not want to inbound the ball there. That's the worst place to inbound the basketball.
Quick 30-second timeout for West Haven. They're going to talk it over. That danger zone right there, you can't pass it to the middle, and that's what Toure was waiting for. So I saw Greg Keith in the tunnel as the officials were going to come out, and I looked at him and I said, listen, I need you to resist the urge to just go up and block Toure at the rim. And he looked at me and goes, 2 hands. Hey, there's a Division I basketball player on the floor on the official crew as well.
Yes. Yes.
He went to a school so most people have heard of to play basketball. Went down to the ACC.
Forest.
As opposed to Toure, who will be going to the SEC. I had a chance to talk with Coach Calipari when he came in, and it's just nice to see the relationship that Jason Shea has with his kids, with Coach Cal. There's a lot of respect there. Just nice to see Coach Shea has really turned this program into a special place right now. Serabionian draws traffic all the way to the basket with the left hand. Toure, other direction, draws the foul. How did you get that one to go? From his seat.
Toure magic. He still plays with such enthusiasm, Casey, you know. At this point, he could just say, go through the motions, but you could see how much he wants to play for his teammates and for the school.
So I had talked with Coach Shea in the tunnel while the Griswold Old Lyme game was going on. And I want to thank him. I said, I just want to thank you for the way you conduct yourself, the way your team conducts yourself. I said, you guys could be a lot of things, and you are exactly what we want our kids and our programs to be like. And he says it starts with Abdu. He says the kid could be aloof and guarded, and instead he comes.
Nice save, Casey.
Thank you. Slapped that basketball, too. He said that Abdu goes to the freshman basketball games to help coach the freshmen. like, said he's a complete, normal kid. He loves his teammates, loves to play basketball, and so, they're doing it the right way. Got to give them a lot of props. They got an early lead here. West Haven just trying to kind of figure out the defense. Hanging in the air, floater in and out from Roman. Rebound to Reeves. Hesitation, kick to the cutting Jonathan Jones, and it's easy for West Haven. And by the way, they've got length too. You forget how long Jones is.
Yes.
And you forget about Senyange and his physicality at the guard spot. I mean, they are long.
Yeah. They've been playing, with Abdu, for at least 3 years. Most of them have been playing with him for 3 years. So this team has a lot of chemistry.
Reeves scoops for the left hand. It's good. And I think West Haven is finding out that there's 3-0, and then there's Notre Dame. Kitson. Swing around. Ooh. Contested three, in and out from Kanan Morris. Rebound into the hands of Reeves. Toure. Sizing up Morris. Spins, pulls up, free throw line. Yeah, there ain't much he can't do.
It's 6 straight possessions with field goals for the Green Knights.
Steal, Senyange, up ahead. Drive to the basket now, Reeves. And it is too easy. Timeout West Haven as Notre Dame is off to a 17-2 lead. And against, by the way, a team that's really good. That shouldn't get lost on anybody. It's really good. 17-2, we'll take a quick break. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail.
That score is accurate, 17-2, Notre Dame of West Haven on top of West Haven. And I want to explain, if you're folks at home and you're going, why'd you schedule West Haven in this game? They're really good.
Yeah.
They're 3-0. They could contend. If we took Notre Dame off the board,
yep,
this could be a team that contends for a state championship. What you're seeing is a team looking to ascend to prominence in Connecticut versus a team that already attained prominence in Connecticut and is now looking for national acclaim.
Yes.
And this team looks like Notre Dame looks like a team that just got back from Florida for a holiday tournament where they beat St. Thomas Aquinas.
Yes.
Substitutions into the game. George Ganem defending Ricardo Harris, both into the game newly. Serabionian drives, hangs. He'll draw the foul and he'll shoot a pair. So for Notre Dame, Tyrell Bryant into the game along with Ganem and with Quincy Dormaville. And for West Haven, newly into the game, Ricardo Harris, a freshman of note, number 10, Ricardo Harris. So, be interesting. Remember, write that name down. We love seeing a freshman get some run here in the Holiday Classic. And Jordan Serabionian will shoot 2.
And we saw Serabionian last season in the Holiday Classic playing for Hill House. He's got a versatile scoring repertoire. He can hit from the outside, athletic enough to drive, dunks the ball. Good player.
Knocks the first one down. He'll have another. Want to give another thank you to the great Joe D'Ambrosia, for his outstanding work in Game 2, Griswold and Old Lyme. That Serabionian steps in, but his tiptoes was on the line, out of bounds. Always nice to not just turn it over to somebody as capable and legendary as Joe D, but I get to listen to him, which is a treat in its own right.
Absolutely, just a pleasure to work with Joe. You know, growing up, listening to his voice on the UConn basketball broadcasts all those years, and worked as a sports broadcaster and at NBC Connecticut. Just a legend in the profession, in the fields.
Ganem comes off the screen, kicks out. Toure, open three, back iron a little strong. But when you're that good, you get all the bounces. And Abdu's got himself a nice friendly roll.
And he kind of knew it after it came back down. It's almost like he knew it, that it had a chance.
This team scores effortlessly, though. I mean, there's so many ways that they could beat you. And I think West Haven, this is going to be a great measuring stick game for them, because whoever they play next isn't going to be this. So, you know, when they play Career in their next game, it's going to look a lot different.
Yeah, I mean, you must know the schedule by heart because it is Career.
I will. I like to pretend that I'm that sharp, but Bill Glennie said it in the open.
Okay.
Shot clock at 13, Wild, and we're going to get a foul as Morris got to the basket. He'll draw the foul and he'll shoot a pair, and we'll see another sub in from West Haven. It'll be Caden Stanley checking into the game for the Blue Devils. I will say, after all the, you know, the Cats in game 2, and like some Green Knights and some Blue Devils is it's a nice
change it up.
Yeah.
Change it up. Get away from the animal mascots.
And this is, by the way, the only
and Wildcats.
The only Notre Dame team Mike DeMora approves of. The Green Knights.
Gotcha.
Officials explaining the situation, and you see there how Morris ended up at the free throw line. So Kanan Morris, the junior, will shoot a pair for West Haven. More sub coming into the game as Kitson will come back into the game along with Stanley for West Haven. Harris and Roman will exit.
Little token pressure here from West Haven, trying to force a turnover, a bad pass.
Three up and no good, and there's Abdou Toure. Coach Cal, you like what you see?
12 for Abdou early here.
Floor getting a little slippery. West Haven's trying to call a timeout. And they'll get fortunate that it goes off of Notre Dame. Man, did Toure get up in the air for that dunk.
That's what the crowd came to see.
Oh, I suppose when you win the Max Preps dunk contest that you're supposed to, you know what you're doing.
The follow jam off a missed shot has always been
I love that.
a crowd pleaser.
Floor is definitely slippery because we're having some issues down there. Nice block at the rim. Hanging again, West Haven denying everything, and Ganem comes out of the pack. He's pushing 2-on-1. And a big block from Aaron Johnson.
Good pass here by Ganem, but a good recovery by Johnson to get the block on the weak side.
Tyrell Bryant didn't see Johnson coming over and getting there in time, but he did. 5 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Ganem drives underneath. Beautiful look to Jonathan Jones. We're at the end of one, and everything you expected from Notre Dame is yours for the viewing. We'll be back. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Build your future with General Dynamics Electric Boat, the leader in submarine shipbuilding. Get hands-on training, gain valuable experience, and grow your skills as part of a team building the Navy's next generation of submarines. Apply today at ebcareers.com and explore maritime careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, building skills, building futures.
Second quarter about to begin, 24-5. It's all Notre Dame of West Haven, as you would expect. And I gotta tell you, sometimes it lives up to the hype. This Notre Dame team's a lot of fun. And last year they were the best team, but it wasn't a full leap. St. Bernard was right there with them.
Yes.
And we saw them during the course of the year. That loss to Hill House was probably the best thing for them because they were so good they could beat most teams most nights. Then they kind of locked it back in, and St. Bernard gave them everything and then some in the championship game.
Right.
This team looks a little different. It has a kind of it doesn't look complacent. It has this confidence about it. It's impressive.
Well, 2 years ago, they played St. Bernard 2 years in a row. 2 years ago, that St. Bernard's really had a chance to win that game. Last year, Notre Dame kind of had control of the game, although St. Bernard's hung with them. This year, I don't know who the team's going to be.
Sports Doctor, you were in the huddle. What were they telling you?
Coach just talked about keep pushing, keep working. We're wearing them down. Calling plays out, Casey. This team is locked and loaded, man. They're so focused right now, it's not even funny. They don't talk about hustle or intensity. It just comes with it. And every kid on the bench is bought in. It's fantastic to see.
Serbionian loses it, but gets a piece of it and keeps it here. Great defense from Kyle Gore into the game for Notre Dame, and he gets the steal as he took it away from Aaron Johnson. There goes Reeves. Nice look, baseline kick to Toure. He puts it on the floor, hangs in the air, glides for two. Abdou Toure continuing to impress.
Yeah, you can't, he's a great jump shooter, but you'd rather live with him hitting jump shots on you than going to the basket.
Three, up and in and out. Reeves fouled. And Dormeville will inbound right in front of our table. And into the game for Notre Dame. Ernest Ezekiel checks in. Sophomore, another big body for the Green Knights.
I think another guy on this Notre Dame team, and we could sing the praises of everybody, but I think Kadrian Reeves is the next one that everybody's going to be talking about. I know Jason Shea, the coach of Notre Dame, was super high on him last year. They had lost their point guard from the previous season to prep, and Kadrian came in and took that role as a sophomore, and he just looks really, really polished as a point guard and primary ball handler.
Short rebound up and in from Kyle Gore. Harris, the ball handler for West Haven, the freshman. Definitely slippery. They're waiting for the steal. Everyone wants Toure to have a chance out in front of everyone. Block as he came from the side of Roman. Nice look underneath. Basket from Quincy Dormaville. Serabionian swings. Johnson for three rather, no good. Ezekiel with the rebound and draws the foul. You know, I don't want to turn this into too much of a praise fest, but sometimes you just got to appreciate the level of play that you're seeing. And right now, I'm just really appreciating the level of play that I'm seeing out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, you know, there's a different kind of pressure on this coaching staff because you have an abundance of talent. You know, nobody's gonna say that you won because you were Pete Carrill and you were running an offense that was revolutionary and better than everybody else. But at the same time, like Sports Doctor alluded to, you got to get your guys to be hungry and keep playing hard every possession, because that's what the people who bought the ticket want to see. They don't want to come and see a game here tonight where Notre Dame West Haven, you know, wins a scrappy 61-59 win. They want to see 100 on the board.
Well, they're on their way. Kyle Gore with another basket. And finally, LaShawn Roman knocks down a triple for the Blue Devils. Toure out of the game. You expect Krieger to be the main guy. Ezekiel for three. Good. Ernest Ezekiel knocking down the triple. Serabionian strong to the basket. He's a good player.
Yes.
Reeves to Gore, now dump out to Krieger at the three-point line. Another three, this one in and out. There's Krieger with a weak side rebound. He draws the foul on Serabionian, and he'll shoot two.
Yeah, Krieger just inside out, gets a lot of rebounds, can step back and hit the three. Terrific athlete. Skies and gets his fingertips on that one. Just misses the three-point play.
You know, I have no doubt, but the buy-in that Sports Doctor talked about that Jason Shea's group has, everyone wants to play with Abdou Toure. Everyone wants to be a part of it all. But there's gonna, but it's hard to not be in the lineup as much because of the star power of nature. It's impressive that a bench, that they're all into it, they're all involved. It bodes well for this team being on more than just a few-year run. Another putback. I like what I'm seeing from Ezekiel, the sophomore.
Yeah, we've seen, other Catholic schools go on these kinds of runs throughout the state. East Catholic did it a couple years ago. They were seemingly unstoppable. The great Luke Riley coaching. And Notre Dame West Haven is the flavor of recent years. He got these guys, kind of this group when they were sophomores. And, now he has a lot of seniors, and they've all played with Abdou, and they're all playing for one another. But let it not be forgotten that they are very much more talented than most high school rosters. It's a question and a debate that will continue to challenge the CIAC. When you have a roster like this you can basically get any athlete in the state because you're a tuition school, and public schools really aren't allowed to do that.
Serabionian doing his best to keep Notre Dame at arm's length as West Haven.
New York City has a different championship for the Catholic schools.
I've been a proponent of that. As the best Midwestern supermarket, Krieger's knocks down the three. Every time I hear his name, that's what I think of. like a Milwaukee supermarket. Let's go to Krieger's. Steal from Ganem. He's got Krieger, finds him, and Krieger blocked at the rim by Sarabionian, but he'll shoot 2. And we've seen him get up and throw him down live a few times.
Ganem always looking for somebody else when he's going to the hoop. He knows and understands his role. If he goes up there, it's getting pinned to the glass. The ball might pop, but he's luring that defender towards him just enough to create the opening for his teammate.
Mass substitutions back in the game for Notre Dame.
It's a line change, Casey?
What it feels like. Be careful, Mike DeMoro's a hockey fan now, so he's gonna.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna embrace the whole line change.
Oh, okay.
comment. Krieger knocks them both down, and it's a 31-point lead as Aaron Johnson will check back in. Ganem on freshman Ricardo Harris. Here comes the double. Good movement for West Haven. In and out 3. Toure grabs the rebound, running the floor. Abdu finds Krieger fouled on his way up to the basket. Toure will shoot 2.
Yeah, just in transition, just too tough to stop. West Haven's doing the right thing on offense. You know, they're not going to get much going to the rim with all the length. And Notre Dame also plays terrific help side defense. So you're not going to get much. They're doing a good job of quick reversing, finding that corner 3. Like, no hesitation on the reversal. So Ty Sullivan doing as good a job as he can, you know, against this opponent. The 3's got to fall. You know, that's, if you're going to beat Notre Dame West Haven, you're probably going to have to shoot, you know, 60, 70% from 3.
Well, that's going to be the question this year. Who can and who will make the best bid to knock off the Green Knights? Rebound comes down to Ganem on the miss from Roman. Has his pocket picked. Ricardo Harris. Aaron Johnson drives baseline, shut off nicely. And Ganem steps in. Long pass. Modern game right there. Toure! And you got to see the reaction from Eli Senyange. He just put his hands over his ears like the thunder came down. He was like, I just can't believe he did that.
I glance over at Coach Cal when we see the couple dunks that we've seen from Toure, and he actually looks amazed too, which I find hard to believe, having coached the likes of, you know, Derrick Rose and Anthony Davis and all those guys, that he could still be amazed.
Can we start with the original?
You mean the Slim Reaper there from Hartford Public?
That's right, Marcus Camby. Took that team deep. Let's take a look here.
Great New York Nick.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No highlight on the follow jam. That was impressive. The follow jam, it's always incredible. Maybe only topped by the posterized jam.
My issue with the posterized jam is that it's become too much of a thing, as far as, like, a guy goes up and contests it and you throw it down on him. That's impressive. But now with guys running on the break, people fly by him and you get the picture and it looks like you posterized them. But you didn't,
posterized, no.
But you didn't. You got the one who just go right up mano a mano and you throw it down.
I do think that in recent years, you know, especially NBA, I think there was a time when nobody wanted to get posterized, so they would do that, the flyby. But I think in more recent years, guys are trying to block dunks.
Yes.
And so now you've got some authentic poster eyes going on, and you know, they shake it off. You know, they get to the next play. So what? It's one hoop.
That's right. Charles Sutton into the game for West Haven as they're turning up some pressure here. Gannum has it, drives baseline. And we're going to get a travel on Dormaville. So there are certain guys who I don't think anyone's going up to try to block. I still think when Giannis goes up for a dunk, everyone kind of leaves him alone. No one's going up with Wemby because you'd have to be 10 feet. You'd have to be 10 feet tall to even try.
Yes.
So I think people are learning that's a poster. So I am getting out of the way as we're down under 10 seconds and another foul. I do miss the time. I do miss the 90s where if you went up to try to dunk on somebody, you know, there's a good chance you're gonna have a severed limb. I did like that.
Two-hand fall.
6.7 seconds remaining in the half. All Notre Dame of West Haven in an incredibly impressive effort here. West Haven will have the ball. They can take the last shot of the half. And that should guarantee West Haven from not getting Notre Dame from not getting to 50. Kitson fouled by Gannum. Notre Dame smart foul. They only had 2 team fouls prior to that.
Yep, and up 32.
I'd expect them to do the same.
Coach Shea coaching the situation, not the scoreboard.
I did have one coach of the 4 teams today. I won't say which team. One coach say, I worry about our IQ, our team IQ, our basketball IQ. Coach Shea, I think, has a high IQ basketball team in it that he's coaching that way.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you take for granted a kid's understanding of situational basketball. Sometimes you're just so talented, they might not understand the situation all the time. This Notre Dame team seems to understand situational as well. And that'll get us to the half. So we are officially at the Clough Carpet 1 halftime show. The sports doctor will be talking with Notre Dame of West Haven's Jason Shea. Sports doctor, what a half.
Yeah, Coach, what a half of basketball. It started with a 17-2 run right from the get-go. Did you feel like you took a lot out of them at the beginning of the game?
I thought both teams in the first 2 minutes were nervous. You could tell a lot of fumbles, almost travels. I thought we took advantage of that, though. I thought we kind of adjusted a little bit faster, and before you know it, we had a nice cushion there.
Defensively out there, you made things impossible for those guys. 3-point line at the rim, one and done. Is that the focus of that team, your team right now, defensive end?
We got a lot of guys that we could play, and we want to make sure we're applying a ton of pressure constantly. I thought we were actually giving up a lot early. They were missing some, but I thought as the half went on, we got better.
I asked you this earlier now, coming out for the second half. How do you keep this group focused?
I don't have to. I had 8 seniors. I got Abdu. Like, these guys will stay focused on their own.
All right, good job, Coach. Casey.
Thank you, sports doctor. It's been quite a half for Notre Dame of West Haven, 48-16. Stay tuned for some video features on our players, and we'll be back with some freshly squeezed juice. You're watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
This Game Day Player Spotlight, powered by Joshua's Worldwide.
About where I was going to college? No, I got asked that like every day probably. Every day just people telling me, where are you going to college? Where are you going to commit? Oh, UConn, Providence, Arkansas. It was crazy, yeah.
Really, as one of the primary representatives for him in the recruiting process, I was called daily, texted daily. Late nights, Saturday night, Sunday night, these guys don't sleep in the recruitment process. So it was, yeah, personally, in my personal life, people would ask, but that was an easy one. But the one dealing with the coaches, calling consistently was a lot, and I'm sure a lot for him too.
Yeah, it's a little weight off my shoulders, a little bit.
What was it about Fayetteville, Arkansas that appealed?
It's just when I went there, I just felt the vibe. It just felt like a family there. The way Coach Cal talks to his players, coaches his players, I just loved his coaching style. I loved everything about Fayetteville.
I think anytime you get to coach someone that special, it's going to change your professional experience. But I think it's more than that with him. We've had a lot of, I think, program culture setters that I've been around, that guys stand out because they set a great example. Being a player of his caliber and being the type of person he is, sets your culture and your program to a level that you couldn't even imagine it being. All our kids follow his lead. Every kid looks out for the other kid. There's zero selfishness in our program. There's no attitudes. And every day you get to go to work and it's just fun. And he sets the tone with that.
My experience here has just been crazy, 4 years. First year, we lost in the, semifinals. Second year, state championship. Third year, state championship. It's just so fun. Just winning state championship is just so fun, like the best feeling.
More than that, his family and him, like there's no doubt we're going to be close forever. No question about it. It's just been a really wonderful experience to see him grow and see the man he is now.
This Game Day Player Spotlight, powered by Joshua's Worldwide.
Matt's a leader first and foremost. He's my go-to guy when I need to, get the guys online, when I need to regroup them, just get messages across to everyone. He's just a guy that whenever I call on Matt, he's there to deliver. And he's a kid that's grown on me. He showed loyalty to the program, in this day and age where, you can have a kid here today and they'll be gone tomorrow. Matt's one of those guys that, I'm just proud to be able to coach.
I mean, starting off freshman year, I didn't get too many minutes. Same thing with sophomore year. Junior year, I started to get some minutes on varsity, and I took advantage of the opportunity. And now I'm captain senior year.
I always seen him, he could shoot the ball. He could really shoot the ball. He's small. Matt was probably 5'2", 5'3". He was really short, but he could shoot the ball, and he was fearless. And there's always a place here if you have effort and you're tough. And we'll work with you, we'll develop you, and try to get you where you need to get. And Matt stuck it out.
Tillman, inbound. Shot is up, it's no good. The Whalers have held on.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were in that locker room after that game. We didn't want to end up in that same position next year. So we just worked really hard during the offseason because we want to win the chip this year.
Growing up in the town, I'm not from West Haven, but you hear the stories about the rivalry. When you're at Westie, it's West Haven and it's Notre Dame, West Haven. It's always been that type of a thing. It's like, any college rivalry, the Auburns and, the Alabamas, it's that type of thing. So you get that kind of energy. And I mean, the rivalry's been one-sided for a while, so we're just trying to, we're gonna try to compete.
Oh yeah, it's been a crazy rivalry. I mean, ever since I got here, I didn't like Notre Dame since I was born. Like, my whole family went to West Haven, so we were all Westies growing up, so it was like you just don't like them, I didn't know why, but, you just didn't. Yeah, I mean, this is a really good squad. I think we could beat them this year.
Since 1995, we've been revolutionizing transportation with our commitment to exceptional customer service. From sedans to 57-passenger motor coaches, our fleet of over 35 vehicles servicing diverse needs, including weddings, corporate events, group transportation, and much, much more. Our 24/7 availability, rigorous safety standards, and state-of-the-art technologies ensures a seamless experience. Join us on your next journey and experience the difference firsthand. At Joshua's Worldwide, we don't just provide a great ride, we deliver peace of mind.
We're back at halftime. The Clough Carpet One halftime show rolls on 48-16 Notre Dame, and it is time for some freshly squeezed juice. So for those of you out there who are unaware, my partner here, Chris Giusti, is moving on. He is the athletic director in January at NFA, his home, his place, and with that, we will be missing you incredibly. I thought for your final game here, I just wanted to ask you, what are some of your memories and highlights of your time with Game Day?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Casey, and thank you, Mike Zamora, for giving me this opportunity when I retired from coaching at NFA. And I always took this job so seriously. You see, I love NFA. I bleed for the Wildcats. but I wasn't going to be seen as a homer. I wore my Christmas green tie.
New London said it was for that. Notre Dame says it's for them too.
I got my green sneakers to match my green tie because this is a job that you got to be impartial. You celebrate the kids and what you guys have done to elevate high school basketball, especially in the ECC, but now throughout the state. It's just so wonderful as a lifelong educator, what you guys have done. Like nobody can put into words how much they appreciate you. And I know you hear that often, but I don't think you could get enough compliments. And just to be a part of this journey has just been a treat. I don't know if I could say there was one thing, Casey. I just think, you giving me this opportunity every night was just a treat to be with you guys.
Well, I'll tell you, coming off the heels of my relationship with the sports doctor, both my partner and good friend, I didn't know that I would ever have anybody that would have the chemistry with me, and it's been just so great. You're excellent at this, and I know how good an AD you're going to be, which is a position, as you know, that I have more respect for than most because I am from I am the son of an athletic director, and I really appreciate it. And the school will benefit from it, but we will miss you terribly. So I'm going to put you on the spot now, okay? I'm going to put you on the spot.
All right.
One player that you've covered on game day that you really wished you could coach, and you can't say Abdou Toure.
Man. Yeah, I can't say Abdou Toure, right? No. I'll pick an ECC player. I really like J.J. Robinson. I like the fact that he creates a sense of urgency for the official when he has the ball in his hands. That's just because, watching him, I think that might be recency bias. I don't know if I would have to go through and remember some of the games. But obviously, Toure's been the best. And it's just an incredible treat to just sit here courtside and watch him with John Calipari across the way.
Well, even though Toure and the Green Knights might win 3 straight state championships, they wouldn't have beaten the NFA team back in 2020, led by our own Chris Giusti. Juice, I cannot thank you enough. It has been my absolute pleasure. Let's take a look at the highlights from the first half.
And here they trapped unexpectedly, and that led to one of Toure's first easy baskets. They get it. West Haven gets a drive to the basket here, but Notre Dame, West Haven just relentlessly attacking the glass. Here you see the patented mid-range jumper from Toure, out in transition. Reeves to the basket. They don't settle. Notre Dame, they don't settle for shots. The beautiful follow jam on a missed 3. Then he shot fakes and finger rolls. Big block on a jump shot. Leads to another transition opportunity for the Green Knights. West Haven finally gets a long 3 to fall. West Haven has a lot of athleticism. They'll be a fun team to watch throughout the season. Just ran into a buzzsaw tonight. But they'll keep going. They'll keep playing, trying to attack. Here we see another incredible follow jam by Toure. That got the crowd on their feet as the Green Knights have a huge lead.
Second half about to roll underway. We're at the end of the Clough Carpet One halftime show. Flooring and home, carpet, wood, laminate tile, and more. Quality you can see, comfort you can feel, value you can appreciate. Voted the #1 flooring company in Eastern Connecticut. We look forward to helping you with all your flooring needs. For free measure and finance approval, visit us online at carpet1.com or call us at 860-447-0383. Clough One Carpet. I like what I saw from Ceremonies in the first half. He's going to be a problem for teams all year long. He's strong. He gets to the basket with both hands. I could see West Haven after this game rattling off, a bunch of wins. They're going to overwhelm some teams, and I think Ceremonies is a good example against, mere mortals. They're going to be very impressive. I like how he gets to the hoop.
Absolutely, and looking at their schedule, they do have some other challenging opponents. They have Wilbur Cross, they have Holy Cross, they have East Catholic. So they're gonna Hill House, but they're gonna challenge themselves, and they're in the Division I tournament. There's no escaping Notre Dame West Haven. If you're in the Division I tournament, you're gonna have to beat them. So you got to challenge yourself during the regular season, and you can only learn from what happens tonight.
And Toure gets fouled heading to the basket. Should shoot 2, and he will. So looking at Abdou Toure as he heads to Arkansas to play for Coach Calipari, what do you, as a coach, what do you see him positionally in the SEC?
You know, just based off height, I see him as a 2 guard, and an athletic 2 guard that could kind of do a lot of things defensively. He has that mid-range jumper that allows him to be patient with his offense. He doesn't have to go to the hoop and go 100 miles per hour. He can play with pace because he knows that if he gets bottled up, he can hit that fadeaway jumper. So he probably is going to have to improve upon his, 3-point shooting in terms of like release time, getting it off quicker, and hit to be able to, play at that level. But I think that's something he'll easily do. If we haven't really seen him shoot a lot of threes, so he might have already done it already. So there's really not a lot of weaknesses in his game. I mean, when you're going to play for Coach Calipari, there's probably not many weaknesses for a player that's going to play for him. So it'll be fun to watch. It'll be fun to see. The college game, as we get another timeout here, the college game is so much different now because you have such a disparity in ages. So you got a guy like Abdou Toure who's dynamic as they come as an 18, 19-year-old, but he might be playing against a 25-year-old next year. So, just the body type, the muscle mass, you're dealing with a different physical specimen. So he's going to have to increase, obviously all of that stuff to be able to compete with grown men. It's just an interesting landscape with college basketball now. I was talking with the former NFA coach, Coach Curlin, today. I guess, one of the leading scorers for Eastern is, 30 years old. So it's just different now with all the eligibility being extended.
I think you're right about where he fits. I think his athleticism slides him into that 2-3 hybrid. Depending on what matchups they have on the floor, depending on how Arkansas and the way that Coach Cal wants to play, he can slide to the 3 with certain lineups, I'm sure. But you're right. Teams are going to be pressing him to shoot the ball more as he's fouled going to the basket, and he'll shoot 2.
Almost got his armpit over the rim on that one. See the replay, how high.
So what'll be interesting will be, I think Jason Shea is aware as well that the crowd that's here wants to see him. Coach Cal made the trip to see him. So, but at the same time, with a 30-point lead, you're going to protect them a little bit and give the other, give some kids. So I don't expect to see him much in the fourth quarter. So I think right now it's they're going to try to get him some looks, because I think as we get into the fourth quarter of this game, you're going to see the benches start to play some of the kids, give them a chance to play at the Sun. But I think Coach Shea's aware that for the people that are here, they want to see him.
Absolutely. I mean, this is still entertainment. Sports is entertainment, and let the fans see what they came to see.
Foul on an illegal screen against LaShawn Roman.
Coach Sullivan can't believe they called that away from the action illegal screen down 30.
Pressure from Kitson on Kadrian Reeves. Toure. That's going to walk. Yeah. Good call. Pivot foot went one way. That spin around the other direction.
I didn't think that was a travel.
Yeah, that might not have been a travel. We'll have to see the replay if he planted his pivot foot after he moved it.
Serbionian swings, open look three from Kitson. Good. True Kitson knocks down a three, and West Haven's come out a little bit more offensively here in the third quarter.
Yeah, it's a long season. You got to keep playing, and you learn a lot about your team, how they respond to the adversity. We saw that in game one with NFA New London. New London up 19, and NFA responded, learned something about their character. West Haven's got the same opportunity here. Can you chip away? Can you make it a little bit more competitive?
Torre off on the jump shot, and turnover will head to West Haven as the ball landed on the line.
Also, this is also, I believe, the third game in 4 days for Notre Dame West Haven. So, you know, that's another reason that, you know, how long do you go with your top guys? Also traveling from Florida.
Nice drive to the basket from LaShawn Roman. He'll shoot a pair. Yeah, I was gonna say 2 flights at least with travel, and West Haven still attacking. Roman strong to the hoop, and yeah, I really do expect that West Haven will resettle after this, and I think they'll be heard from again as we head down the stretch. That game with East is interesting because you always know East is going to give you a solid performance. Teams that we have heard good things about in the early going: Notre Dame Prep. Northwest Catholic's gotten off to a good start with some wins over some locals. Be interesting to see where Hill House is this year.
Holy Cross out of Waterbury.
Holy Cross, sure.
See if they made a deep run last year. Unfortunately, our local Division I team, St. Bernard, who had made the finals 2 years in a row, will be in a rebuild as they lost 4 of their starters.
Reeves for three, back iron, no good. Hustle rebound by Senyange. Reeves mistimed with Jonathan Jones, turnover to West Haven. Yeah, I mean, New London was in the state finals last year, and they're up in Division I now. St. Bernard's is down, they're in Division I. Fitch made a run. They're still probably the most poised to make a run. NFA last year, semifinalist, but now they're all the teams are up. So we'll see what the ECC can dial up, but I liked what I saw from Old Lyme today. Here's a steal. And Kitson prohibits the crowds from getting what they want.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for who the best below the rim team is, look no further than the Division IV state tournament later this season. You got even though you got Colby Mills, he could get up there and dunk, but for the most part, you're not going to have the high flyers that you have here in Division I. And make no mistake, there is one state champion. You've heard me say it many times. We have 5 tournaments, but only one really matters if you want to call yourself the best. The other ones are,
there he is.
A chance for teams to show like how far they've come and their camaraderie with each other. But I think Division IV will be a very competitive state tournament with Old Lyme and Griswold and Ellington returning. Many of their players from last year's title team. Division I don't know, Casey. I don't know enough about, I know I saw East play on Saturday against NFA, and man, they don't have the kind of height and length that Notre Dame West Haven has, but boy, do they make the most out of every possession. Just so well coached, and they can hit threes. So I would be really interested. I know that game's on the schedule too, I believe, Notre Dame West Haven. Yes, Notre Dame West Haven that was a scrimmage, so I don't know if they actually play in the regular season.
I'll be interested to see the East West Haven game. I'll be interested to see that result.
Yeah. I don't know, actually, I might have misread that. I don't even know if that's on the schedule. But Windsor, Windsor's always got some athletes over there.
Yep, can't count out Coach.
Well, Coach Ken Smith, so we'll see. We're still very, very early.
Kadrian Reeves knocks it down. Lead back up to 28. But, I can't come up with a realistic scenario that this Notre Dame team isn't in the state final. With the possible exception if their bus gets lost. Here we go, Krieger. Toure gave him a screen, let Krieger get to the hoop. He throws it down.
Easy dunk for Krieger. He didn't even touch the rim.
Kanan Morris picks up the dribble. Open look three, short. West Haven loses it. Notre Dame's gonna run. Reeves flies to the basket, can't get the left hand to go. Johnson pulls it down for the Blue Devils. Second team wave of players due to come in here for Notre Dame in a moment. They got 4 waiting to come in. Toure, nice look to the cutting Jones for 2.
Fooled him with the pull-up. Everybody thought he was going to shoot. Passed it to the cutting Jones for an easy 2.
Long 3, short from Aaron Johnson Jr. Reeves will push. Blocked at the rim. And finally put back in by Eli Senyange. And a timeout so that Notre Dame of West Haven can get their 4 in. It is a full timeout, so we'll take a quick break. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
General Dynamics Electric Boat is proud to be a part of our community, and we're hiring. Join a team that values teamwork, craftsmanship, and purpose while helping build submarines that protect our nation. Explore careers at ebcareers.com or learn more about shipbuilding opportunities across the country at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, where careers are built together.
The show that is Notre Dame of West Haven rolling on here at the Day Holiday Classic. We got off with a rousing start as New London beat NFA in an overtime thriller. And in Game 2, Old Lyme held on and closed out Griswold in what is sure to be a small school showdown for later in the year. Here in Game 3, they came for Abdou Toure. He did not disappoint. And the Green Knights of Notre Dame are everything we have been told they are and have seen that they are. And the West Haven Blue Devils taking it on the chin right now, but showing that they have a lot of talent. And I am looking forward to seeing where this season is, where they are in February.
Absolutely, Casey. And as we've said throughout the broadcast, I don't think you can judge West Haven based on this game and based on how they move the ball. Coaches are coaching, they're still coaching, holding players accountable, trying to make adjustments. I think this West Haven team is going to have a terrific season as well.
Foul as Kanan Morris headed to the basket. Fouls on Tyrell Bryant of Notre Dame, and Morris will shoot a pair. Off to the side, he'll have another one. Second one is in, out, and around, and Toure lost the rebound. West Haven hustling. Kitson took it from him, and now it's up top to Ricardo Harris. Roman bullies his way to the basket, can't get it to go. Good defense from Ernest Ezekiel. Here comes Toure. Kick out. Open three, no good. Torre with the rebound, pulls up at the free throw line and calmly knocks it down.
20.
Quiet 20 for Abdou Torre.
Not sure it can be quiet with the three dunks that he had, but yeah. I mean, this happened last year in the state game. We looked up, he had like 26, and we didn't think he was, we didn't even think he was shooting it that much. Johnson spins again, left hand floater, no good. Kitson over Toure for two. Check that over Ezekiel and Toure.
West Haven still playing hard. They've held Notre Dame to just 13 points here in the quarter. Much better than the first two quarters.
Ganem swings it. Three-pointer from Dormaville, no good. Kitson coming the other way now for West Haven as we're near the end of the third quarter. Nice three knocked down by Kanan Morris. Other direction. Torre missed the follow-up dunk. Out of the pack. Here comes Aaron Johnson Jr. And he's fouled by Ganem, and he'll shoot a pair.
A little spurt here from the Blue Knights. Got a three to fall, and now transition opportunity. Taking it to the cup, getting two free throws. Sticking around, not giving up.
So two shots for Aaron Johnson Jr. 24 seconds here remaining in the third. We'll have another. Second one is up and off the iron. Toure with the rebound to Ganem now. Clock down to 15 seconds. Toure, pull up, long distance three, short. Rebound. West Haven, three-quarter shot, just off the rim. And no good. We're at the end of three. It's 61-31 Notre Dame, and the sports doctor is going to talk to us a little bit here about his time with John Calipari, sports doctor.
Casey, Coach, I had a few minutes to sit down and talk with Coach Cal, and I asked him, first of all, how did you meet Abdou? And he said he saw him playing basketball in Turkey many years ago, and the kid had that it factor, and he stood out a little bit. Athleticism, his motor, the whole 9 yards in the package. And then conversation continued into the fit with the Arkansas program and all the intangibles and, just the type of player he was, type of person. And a lot has to do with Coach Cal's style. What style he likes to play, up and down, aggressive, defensive end too. So a very interesting conversation with Coach Cal about his time recruiting Abdou Torre and why he is a good fit for there. And I will tell you something right now. Coach Cal sat here and must have took 500 pictures with kids. So you want to talk about a class act in the building. Class act. Well, also, too, Juice, you are a class act, too. I mean, our conversations about Syracuse basketball in the last couple of years and Leo Routens and Pearl Washington. I mean, that is the kind, and a lot of this stuff is off camera. I mean, that's the stuff that you're going to miss with some of these people and conversations with Mike and Casey and Peter and everything. Juice, congratulations. I mean, they're going to do a hell of a job at NFA. They're lucky to have you.
Appreciate that, sports doctor.
Yeah.
You were always entertaining on the mic. You never disappoint.
As we enter the fourth quarter with a 30-point lead for Notre Dame. Something he said about Coach Cal that really stood out, because Coach Cal can't just come, and I'll say this, as big a buzz as there was for Abdou Toure, there was a bigger buzz for Coach Cal.
Yeah.
Everybody knew he was in the building, and he has not said no to anybody for a handshake or a picture.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and it's also something that's cool about us having this venue so close to, our local home base. I mean, I don't know if Coach Cal comes, if it's at, Weaver High School for the Doc Hurley. I don't know if he comes and sits, but because it's this venue and it's known for having big-time basketball games, he could sit courtside and, maybe go have, some fun in the casino later. I'm not sure if that's what he does.
He's taken off after this, but he talked about his team playing here in the NCAA tournament or in a regular season game.
Yes.
He talked about playing here and how much he loved the arena going back there from his time as a coach. So no stranger to the arena. I don't think he's a stranger to Mohegan Sun. He likes it here. But for today, he just came in to watch the game and be a part of it. But you can't coach for as long as he has. And whether you're a Calipari fan or not, you have to know the guy loves basketball because he's been around it. That's all he does. And he's choosing to spend 2 days before Christmas. He sat and watched half of Old Lyme Griswold. I mean, think about, Like, he sat and watched that. He's watching
Is he not interested in Eddie Fisk? Is that what you're saying?
Well, my son, AJ, said to me, he goes, how's Coach Cal? What do you think he thinks of this game? And I said, I think he watches it as a basketball guy. He sees what Old Lyme does well. He sees the backdoor cuts and goes, that's good basketball.
Absolutely.
Kitson inbounds to Harris.
But my point, Casey, is like we're just so fortunate that Mohegan Sun has offered these opportunities for the Day Holiday Classic, the ECC tournament, the CIAC state tournament. I mean, when long time ago when Coach Curlin got to the state final when I was his assistant, Mark Jones was the point guard. We played the state final at Central. It's cool, but it's not like this.
No. Well, I'll talk in a second here after this possession about that thought about being here. Hang shot at the shot clock buzzer, in and out from Morris. West Haven fighting, still scrapping, and Johnson will go to shoot too. It takes a perfect synergy sometimes for things to happen. Without Mike DeMoro, without Jim Bunicor, without their relationships forged with Mohegan Sun and Tom Cantone, without the great Mitchell Ettis, without some of the people that got involved, this venue never happens. And if the ECC wasn't run so well by Jim Bunicor, if the ECC didn't do such a phenomenal job with their time here, coming off the heels of Mikey and Dev and having to need the bigger venue to get. But if the ECC didn't do such a class job, then this relationship would have faded. And now you got the CIAC games here. Now Mohegan Sun is the premier destination for high school basketball in the state of Connecticut.
100%. And, hopefully it just keeps growing and growing.
And you just got to hope that every few years a guy like Abdou Touré comes around and it sustains the excitement. Rebound from Ezekiel. He's had some real good minutes tonight, has the sophomore Ernest Ezekiel. So has this young man right here, Kyle Gore. You want to know the future of Notre Dame, you're looking at it right now. Sekou Touré, sophomore. Robert Shea, a sophomore, checking into the game as well. Foul on Serabionin, that's his fifth, he's out of the game.
Couple days off for West Haven, a little holiday break, and then they're back at it on Saturday against Career. It appears, according to the schedule posted, Notre Dame's got a long break.
Which makes sense. Touré, Sekou Touré, a sophomore with a basket there. He's got skills too, by the way. Let's not forget, there will still be a Touré here at Notre Dame next year. Nice move to the basket with the left hand by Ricardo Harris. Gore, soft touch at the rim. I like what I've seen from the junior Kyle Gore as well. Johnson running the floor. He'll finish with the left hand. And now that the subs are in, we're just trading some run. I like that.
You start to see what, West Haven can do when Superman's off the floor.
Swing it around. Shea for three. No good. Nice look. Can't finish. 3 from Ezekiel short. West Haven rebounds. No pressure on Robert Shea, the sophomore. West Haven basketball underneath. Another sub coming into the game for Notre Dame. Dimitri Badoui. West Haven inbound underneath. LaShawn Roman.
Still 5 minutes left, Casey. An opportunity for Coach Shea to get a lot of guys on the end of that bench, a chance to touch the Mohegan Sun floor, and in meaningful minutes, because, you know, West Haven still got their primary guys out there. So, chance to play in an intense situation on the Mohegan Sun stage.
Foul. Five minutes remaining here in the ball game. Fouls on Gore, his second. You know, I think being here at Mohegan Sun, too, you talk about how does West Haven and Notre Dame of West Haven, you know, how does Notre Dame sustain the interest, the buy-in from the younger kids? Well, playing, you know, events like this, playing here, doesn't hurt. You know, hey, guys, stay good, stay relevant. We get to play games at Mohegan Sun.
Right, 100%. And, you know, they'll, like you said, they have a future. You know, if Reeves stays, you know, they're definitely in really good shape with him running the point. But, you know, you lose Torre, you know, you lose a lot of what your identity is. So you got to have guys that are ready to step into those spots, and you're not going to replace Torre with one guy, but maybe you can replace him with 3 guys, maybe 4 guys, but they have to be ready to play to the standard that has now been set at Notre Dame West Haven. And by the way, you know, that's a standard was set long ago. And Coach Shea talks about playing for his high school coach, the legendary Gary Palladino. And once again, we could go and debate as we get a steal here, the Catholic school versus public school argument, but
West Haven running the floor. And a block by Badoui, but a foul, and it'll send Jakari Harris to the line, sophomore Jakari Harris. I fully expect you're going to see West Haven around for the next couple of years as well. But I've always been fascinated with the Catholic school championship. My father, great basketball historian, goes back. You know, he was born in 1944, and he remembers the Catholic school championships. And I mean, just imagine, Notre Dame of West Haven, East Catholic, Northwest Catholic, Holy Cross, Trinity Catholic. Imagine if that, if there was a nice 12 to 16 team tournament of just the Catholic schools. It would be an incredible tournament.
I mean, we're almost there now.
It feels like it.
I mean, that's what the last couple of years, that's what it's been, you know. So it's been a while since we had a public school team in the D1 final, probably Hill House.
Windsor and Hill House, right? That Windsor team was D2, actually, wasn't it?
Windsor lost to East one year. So Windsor had made it when they had McKeithen and Primo Spears. And then, Hill House had Joey Kaz in 2018. I know they ran through the state that year. They were head and shoulders above any team. But, in the last few years, the Catholic schools have really beefed up. You got Notre Dame Prep now, which used to be Notre Dame Bridgeport. St. Bernard's obviously had their 3-year run where they won D2 and then back-to-back D1 finals. You got Notre Dame West Haven East is always going to be East. Northwest Catholic made a state final a couple years ago. And it's hard if you're a New London High School, Dave Cornish right now, I don't know. Technical foul.
Shea knocks down the free throw.
But that's why I always, when I was coaching KC, I really just concentrated on, you know, celebrating each game, treating each game like a celebration, and the ECC tournament was always really big for us. Like and then especially when it went to Mohegan, right? But even when it was in New London and at Waterford, you know, we got huge crowds and we wanted to just win our league. And you know, when you're in Double L or Division I, you know, sometimes you got to get lucky. I mean, think about if Abdou Toure decided after his sophomore year to go prep. St. Bernard's probably wins.
Might win too.
So, you know, you just got to worry about what's in front of you. You can't worry about like, oh, this has got to be the formula and this team should be here. Just win when you can. Celebrate those moments with your team. It's high school basketball. You know, nobody's gonna use their state titles. We get a steal here.
Ricardo Harris all the way to the basket, and West Haven coming the other direction now. Notre Dame, Sekou Toure. Three, back iron, no good. A rebound, Kitson lost it. Little jump hook from Dimitri Badoui, it's good. Badou for two.
Double foul here. Harris and Badoui. Coach Shea bringing in some more subs here, Casey's.
So they will inbound here. West Haven's got Matt Morgan, the captain, into the game. And he'll inbound. Got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, boys. Let's finish strong. Of course, we'll come back in the first week of January and we'll start our game day schedule. Nice turnaround pop from Kanan Morris. And we'll have ourselves an ECC schedule featuring almost everybody that we can.
Sliding Bill Raftery into this chair, or what do you got? What do you got planned, Case?
Well, you know, we've announced Holly McCalla will have a game with us. Troy McKelvin will have some chances with us. We've got a few other people that we have we're going to bring in. There's no way to fill, like, you can't fill Abdou Toure with one player. You can't fill Chris Giusti with one person.
You're too kind, man. Too kind.
So we're going to bring in a whole bunch. And the first person who has a good nickname that I can riff on and come up with a halftime segment, they're in.
Oh, there you go. That'll be fun. I'll be listening. And, you know, maybe, just maybe, one of those games will be in the bird's nest, the cat's den over there up in NFA. And
oh no, you haven't heard? We're never doing an NFA game. You're dead to us as soon as this thing is over.
I was gonna say I got the red carpet. I already got the red carpet ready for you guys.
I know. No, we would.
I'm rolling it out, and you know, we'll have handlers for you guys.
Outstanding. I want to step off out of the car.
That's right. That's right. We're gonna carry your luggage and
that's funny.
and a green room and then unlimited food and beverage.
Outstanding.
and you know, real quick, Peter Whoppy, our wonderful.
Yep. Your first order of business as athletic director, get us a press box. And
I'm working on it.
So we can do your football games again.
But thank you to Peter as well, you know, for always believing in me and giving a chance as we get it and one, big and one to the basket there.
Jaden Cinchon with the basket. The sophomore will go to the line and shoot one.
Peter does such a great job with all these highlights. There you see the highlight here, all the features. He's the hardest worker around when it comes to highlighting high school athletes in our area. So thank you, Peter, for everything you do and for believing in me and giving me this opportunity these past 3 years.
Minute 34 remaining. West Haven, Charles Sutton, the sophomore. You're looking at the future here. Ricardo Harris, freshman. What, how invaluable is it to just get a little bit of a run, at the Sun? For these kids, on the other side of things, Robert Shea, the sophomore, Cintron, a sophomore, Batuiz, a junior. Getting these kids on a chance to, just play here at Mohegan Sun. It's a memory you'll never forget. We go back to when Torre was a sophomore, when Krieger was a sophomore. And
right.
That's when you get the minutes here.
Right.
I am going to give credit right now to Charles Sutton, sophomore of West Haven, because when you're on the floor and you're down, 40 points, it's easy to get testy. And he just rolled off, and he said, all right, I'll go to the line, I'll shoot my 2. And good for you, young man, because that's the kind of level-headedness that we need here.
West Haven also must think very highly of number 10, Ricardo Harris, the 9th grader, has played the majority of the minutes here tonight against, obviously the consensus #1 team in the state, and they had a lot of faith in having him handle the ball, and future must be very bright for that young man, playing all these minutes against this caliber of an opponent.
Well, give West Haven credit as well. This is not an easy spot. They're still competing. They're having a good time. Because it's not easy to come into this kind of, coming in, you're the prohibitive underdog, and that you're probably going to be fodder for this team. And they accepted the challenge. They came into it, and they're still playing hard. To your point earlier about NFA, I saw Coach Brown leaving. And I said to him, I know not the result you wanted, but a lot of stuff to like. And I said, I really loved, we talked about I call it the energy team. He goes, he looks at me and he smiles. He nods his head. He goes, we found out a lot of good things tonight. And I said, tough schedule. And he goes, yes, he goes, and we knew that. He goes, everything is a part of a plan. And I said, I look forward to seeing you in February. And he kind of got a little gleam in his eye, and he goes, we look forward to seeing you in February. like he knows they're not rattled by this.
Right.
And they weren't rattled by it. Whatever the early record is, they're not rattled by it. They know that this was all part, and the kids know it, all part of how to get better. You schedule this incredible early season schedule against the best teams. And no one, like you said, no one's winning anything in December or even January. Similarly, West Haven's got to take the same approach. Like, all right, guys, we went up against the measuring stick. We learned a lot about ourselves. We got good minutes for people. Now let's go, win the games we're supposed to win.
Right.
And, the next time we see these guys, we'll be a better team.
100%, and that's the only thing you can do. And
I don't know how much better Notre Dame can get. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what the ceiling for them is.
I'm 100% sure, without knowing Coach Shea that much, that if you asked him how much better can they get, what is he going to say?
Much better.
Exactly. Because you have to keep that edge. If you tell your guys, hey guys, we just got to keep playing at this level, you leave yourself open for a landmine. Somebody could surprise you. I think I saw a little bit tonight of a little bit of a kryptonite against Notre Dame is that you can get weak side threes with the quick reversals. They could also back off their pressure, but if they're going to pressure the ball so heavily way out beyond the 3-point line, if you get that quick side top side to the deep corner, you can get some open threes. And if you stick those threes like I saw East Catholic do on Saturday against NFA, they hit about 10 threes, you might be able to stay in the game long enough where, now the officials become a part of the game.
Tyler Brevard was getting pressured. Shea underneath, and we're going to get a foul. So after this game, of course, we're going to have our interview with the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day, and we want to Thank Roberto's Log Cabin in Lebanon, Connecticut. The cabin offers a diverse menu of hearty fare. If you want to check out Roberto's Log Cabin, go to Lebanon, Connecticut, and maybe you'll even run into the Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day while you're there. They'll be getting their free plate of wings. All of the highlight packages available on social media will be brought to you by Reynolds Subaru. Thank you to Hayden Reynolds and the Subaru family at Reynolds in Old Lyme, Connecticut. They've been giving back to the community since 1859. Thank you to Reynolds Subaru. You're also going to want to stay tuned for the Scient sensational play of the game. You can open up a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. Thank you to all of our sponsors. General Dynamics Electric Boat, U.S. Furniture, Waterford Dental Health, Clough Carpet One, Roberto's Log Cabin, Reynolds Subaru, and Scient Federal Credit Union. All of our, as well as Todd Delicioso, the sports doctor. In a moment, we'll have the head coach, Jason Shea, as well as the Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day, as we will then wrap up for the last time here at the Day Holiday Classic in 2025. The next time game day's on the air, it'll be brand new year with brand new teams and more energy. As the sports doctor is getting Coach Shea as well as Abdu Toure. And the sports doctor will have both of them. Sports doctor, take it away, sir.
Hey, a happy group of Notre Dame, West Haven, Casey here. Roberto's Log Cabin, player of the game. Abdu Toure tonight, 20 points. Now listen, you guys have played a lot of basketball in a couple days and traveled. How important was it to come out tonight, set the tone with high energy?
It was really important to set the tone. You know, there was a lot of talk behind the scenes, but, you know, we proved them what we are and what we're going to be in the future.
Talk about how you kind of fuel your game off of watching your teammates do well. I mean, you had to pull up a pass, a little fake there, but you got everybody involved out there tonight. How much of that game have you improved on?
I just say I just come into the game just thinking about the win. That's all I want to do, win. So anything that comes with that is just what I do, you know.
It's a great job tonight, 20 points. Coach's interview brought to you by Reynolds Subaru. Coach, this team has played a lot of basketball. You traveled. The energy, we talked about the 17-2 get-go, you kind of took them out of their rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, and I thought we had a great start defensively, and we're just getting started, man. We're getting on a plane in 3 days. We're going to do it again.
Now, day in and day out of practice, where do you find a way to make this team improve? If they think they're really good, how do you keep them down a notch a little bit?
We haven't had a practice in like a week, but no, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
We practiced today. But, they're a good group. You see we have a lot of guys,
right.
So practice is extremely competitive. Our guys go in every single drill. They're competing, trying to win, and I think that makes everybody better collectively.
It seems like a group of kids who you measure yourself versus yourself, your ceiling, and all the other teams in the state or out of state have to match your level.
Yeah, we're just getting started, like I said. It's only game 4, so hopefully the version of us in a couple of months is a lot better than this version.
Whether it's December or whether it's March, it's probably sweet to win on this court.
Yeah, this is a great place to play. We enjoy it, and hopefully we can play one more time in 2026.
All right, great job, guys, tonight, Notre Dame. Coach, happy holidays.
Thank you, same to you.
Guys.
All right, Juice, for the last time, take us home with the highlights.
Landon Krieger with the easy flush. Didn't have to jump high. Nice little pass here from Torre inside. West Haven staying scrappy, but too much Notre Dame. West Haven as mid-range jumper falls there for Abdu. Driving to the hoop, finger roll, and then a little hesitation, and the finish inside. Another easy basket as the reserves came in for the Green Knights and were able to get some buckets to get a memory here at the beautiful Mohegan Sun Arena.
Well, it's been a beautiful night, beautiful day here at Mohegan Sun. Great games, New London in overtime, Old Lyme over Griswold, and then, of course, Notre Dame of West Haven. And this can't be possible without a ton of work, both in front of you and behind the scenes. So aside from the sponsors, which I've already thanked, big thank you to General Dynamics Electric Boat, the title sponsor tonight of the Holiday Classic, as well as all of our other sponsors. We really appreciate the camaraderie and the collaboration. But a thank you to Mohegan Sun for all you do, to Tom Cantone, to all of the people, John O'Neill, and all of the people behind the scenes, to Jim Bunicor and the entire group, Bill Glennie, the people who do all of the work to put this on. Peter Wappy back in the back with the crew from Mohegan Sun, producing all of this. Joe D, Mikey D, the sports doctor. Can't say enough about the team of people that puts together this incredible event. I'm very, very proud of it. Juice, it is bittersweet as you head into your new role. It has been an absolute pleasure, and we'll do another game sometime, even if I have to come and do an NFA JV game or something like that.
Let's do it.
See if O'Farrell will let me go and steal you away. But
yes,
for the freshly squeezed juice and for everybody involved in the Holiday Classic, brought to you by The Day, I'm Casey O'Neill signing off and saying happy holidays, everybody. Good night.
Merry Christmas, Juice. I'll talk to you soon. Merry Christmas.